You're thinking to yourself, Kismet, this sure is a random time to be streaming. I know, everybody. I know wasn't feeling so hot today. Had to take care of some IRL stuff today. But hey, Satisfactory, man. I'm telling you, the weirdest timing every time. We're going to be playing some Satisfactory. We're going to get you guys all in right over here. And boom, there's that Satisfactory. Super excited about playing. Sadly, I missed out on my Lego stream today, but that's okay, everybody. That's okay. We're going to get that moved to next week and have even more fun and get it going on then. Again, sometimes I just push myself to that limit and then I just leap past that line. And then I'm just like, oh, man. See, even if I don't do anything, everybody, I'm already exhausted before I even start. That's the hard part. I know some of you can relate of what that's like to start exhausted. That's rough. That's pretty rough. Oh, man, my thing isn't loading over here. Come on now. Come on. What we got going on over here? Hold on. I'm trying to get my thing to copy all of my stuff so I have hard drive space to stream. I'm always doing this stuff behind the scenes here. I better do this real quick here before I forget. It wasn't loading, but now it looks like it's loading, and then I copy that, and that's going to copy 100 gigs. You know, as you do. You know, everybody's copying hundreds of gigs every day, right? Oh, is it just me? Is it just me who's basically copying like terabytes every single week worth of videos? Yeah, I think it's just me. All right, let's get into it, everybody. Thanks for coming in on this very unusually timed stream. But I thought, hey, okay, I rested up. I got all my stuff running. I always feel like if I'm multitasking, if I'm running videos and I'm backing stuff up and I'm copying stuff, and then I'm streaming, I'm doing more than one thing, and then I feel very efficient. I feel very efficient that we can just go ahead and stream and have a good time. Also running some towels right now, very late night. For me, it's about almost 2 a.m. As well. And my schedule, my doctor said, he said, if you can't sleep, get up. Get up and do something so you don't sit there and waste your time trying to sleep. So that's what I'm doing. I'm going to get up. I'm going to do something. I'm going to hang out with all of you. We're going to have some fun. Who do we got in the chat right now? Hey, Multiverse Nomad. Oh, and I forgot to say, put a 1 in the chat if you can't see it here, babe, because now I just said all that. And then you're like, well, I couldn't hear you the whole time because you were muted or whatever. I think that's like a staple of my stream, that something goes off the rails every single stream. Sometimes a whole bunch of things go off the rails. But hey, it's like part of the adventure now. I just make it part of the stream. It's like, oh, yep, I'm muted. Oh, yep, the thing wrong screen's up. Yep, things messed up. Microsoft Update has messed up all my sound. I just integrate it now. Integrated in there. Oh, look at that. AMZ's already doing it way ahead of time. That's 1,000 kids cats for being ahead of me. How about that? Boom. There you go. AMZ coming in, showing that love as well. Thurbrick. Hey, Thurbrick. Always good to see you, man. Thanks for coming in. Good to see you, Dio. Thanks for coming in as well. We're going to try to not go too long on the stream, though, because I do want to play some 7 Days to Die with my crew. So we got to be smart. I've never been smart, but it may happen. A miracle could happen here in the stream, everybody. You never know. Kismet could be smart and not miss out on the awesome 7 Days to Die. I want to build my fortress up, man. I want to get that going. Big time. Oh, thank you, Thurberg. You know what? Another 1,000 kids cats for having my back. Appreciate all of you. And speaking of having my back over here, let me go ahead and click some buttons, flip some switches. We got 2 retweets going so far. We need a total of 5, so we'll give you guys 2,000 more. Remember, I've been doubling up those caps now for going over there and retweeting. Appreciate that. Now, I've been having a tremendously fun time in Satisfactory. Look at the sun rising right now. Look at this shot with the ringed planet there and the sun rising. Oh, man, beautiful. It was almost like it was meant to be here, everybody. Always meant to be. So we're going to go ahead and play some Satisfactory because, man, it's been super fun. I can't wait to work on the next part of it. Let's go do it. Let's go. Let's get a little hydration going on. Look at this beautiful sunrise. Sometimes you just got to bask in the beauty that is Satisfactory. Okay, let's see if my mouse wants to work here. Oh, my mouse is not. There we go. Oh, okay. Got something up. All right, there we go. We had a little, little console bar there. Okay, let's catch everybody up who missed it last time. Now, what we did is we got a bunch of these little factories, and they were efficient, and they actually worked fairly well, but they didn't have all of the features that I really wanted in my stream, or in my stream, in my stream, but also in my factories. So what we decided to do is to add all of the features that we wanted integrated into the factory itself, instead of having it separate. Like, great example is all my storage I had down below. I had that separate from the factory, and thus it caused a lot of line running and all of that stuff. And instead of doing that, we consolidated that down to where the storage and the factory are in one. So a great example is our concrete over here. So you can see that we've got our concrete, and this is node number 1. That's what the N01 means, and it's coming out at 780, the fastest it can possibly go, because your belt is only a maximum of 780. It can never go faster. You can make it go faster in a pure node, in a Mark III, it can go up to 1200, but it doesn't matter because you have no way of getting it out of there at 1200. So there's no point in running at 1200. Best is to run it at 780. And then we have it backlogging over there at our nodes, which I'll show you here in just a moment. We're going to mute that for a sec while we're talking. And then what we do is we're running that 780 dual lines. That means that we're running out dual lines. And you're like, well, Kismet, you said you could only go 780 on a single line. That's as much as you could do. True. But what you could do is use a function that I'm using called backlogging. Backlogging is while you're busy building the factories, it's over there just putting a ton of it in the boxes. And thus, if you have it in the boxes, you can actually run it out double line. And that double line will be 1560 until it uses it all up. And then it will be back to just a single line, or it'll be 360 per line, because it'll be, or 480 per line, or whatever half of 780 is. Hey, Siri, what's half of 780?
1 divided by 2 times 780 is 390.
390. 390. So it'll be 390 and 390 in theory, but it'll actually prioritize one of them and probably run one of them at 780. But it doesn't matter because it all ends up in the same place, right over here in the concrete. So instead of having it separate, we have integrated a lot of things into one. So the first thing, of course, is the storage. So each one of these little factories have 3 boxes of storage that basically run down to the bottom, where I can go ahead and run underneath. So we've added a little access way here on the side where we can stack them right to each other, and I can run up and grab the resources as I normally do right here in the front. And then if I need the next thing, I can just go ahead and run down there. And you can see that this one is plates, and I can run under here and I can grab plates, much like I do with my thing. Now, of course, they're not as close together and cause me to have to run further to go and get the resources I need, but they are much more organized. And of course, it's all integrated in with the actual machine. Now, another thing that has become my favorite is these awesome sliding doors that slide open like this. Hold on, gotta wait for the save lag. I really hate this save lag, but I hope they find a way to fix that because it is just obnoxious. All right, there we go. We open that up and we can fly inside and see how it's doing. Now we can see that this is yellow and that's yellow, and you're like, that's kind of weird. Why is that not green? And that's because most likely this front one is full. And we can see that that line is full and this one is not full. So here in the back, this one's not completely full yet. And I would say that this one over here is not completely full. So these two in the back here are still working away on that concrete to try to backlog it as far as it can go. Now, if we see that this line is full, then we know that that box is full. And over here, we know that's full as well. And eventually that will fill up the entire thing. And I've taken a bunch of concrete out of there, so it's going to go ahead and fill that up for me. And then it has its own backlog. Now, if you think about it, if this has 3 boxes, then that means that this has 3 boxes, and that means that this has 3 boxes. So it actually has more storage than I had originally. And so that means that it has 9 boxes instead of the 4 boxes of backlog I had before. So, and again, the more factories that I add, the more backlog of storage. And as you go through your different materials and get to higher and higher materials, the more of a backlog you want, so that you can use that in later processes. A great example is when you want to make your reinforced iron plates. We want to have lots of plates. So we're going to have 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 boxes backlogged of plates. And you're like, well, Kismet, what's the point of backlogging it all? Why don't you just run it into your factory? Well, If I backlog it, it's running while I'm busy doing something else. Then I can double run it. So it's going to run at double speed as long as it has that backlog, and basically make it twice as fast, and then backlog that item. And once that item backlogs, then it will backlog all the way back to the plates and then all the way back to the original ore. Now, the original ore is also backlogging too. So I'm running that out at double. So we're getting double the speed. And this is the only way to do this, everybody. You're getting double the speed other than using trains, which we are going to try to use some trains here. I don't know if I'm going to get it today, but we're going to try. And so you're double running all your stuff. And if you're using trains, you can go even faster because you can basically run it into your train stations or run it into a backlog of boxes, then into the train stations. Trains can run up, grab it, and then you can run it out into some other storage as well. So we're going to get into all of that, and we're doing all of that somewhere in each of the base, including an obscene amount of backlog right here. Now, this is taking it to the absolute extreme right here. I don't know, I think I have like 25 boxes right here of each and every one of these resources. And I'm actually going to add some coal over there too, where it'll run the coal as well. We'll get to all of that eventually. But for right now, we want to go ahead and replace the processes with these more efficient processes. Now, also built in is the ability to turn all the factories on and off manually or automatically using the priority power switch. Now, the priority power switch is one of the most brilliant ideas, other than blueprinting, that they've added in the new update. And that it basically says, hey, when I lose power, turn that stuff off so I keep my power on. And that is a thing of beauty, everybody. That is a thing. Now, I can manually turn any of this off from no matter where I am, as long as I have one of these priority power switches, which I would put it by my hub, because that's where you're going to be most of the time. And you put that priority power switch right by your hub, and then bada bing, bada boom, you can turn that on and off based on what power you need and all of that. Now, you can see that I have some stuff over here, wire, cable, copper sheets. All this stuff needs to be replaced with my new system. Now, each and every node has a bunch of different stages. So first you have your extractor stage. So I have node number 1 in the extraction stage. Now, I would turn your extractors off before I would turn your processes off. And the thing I would turn off even before that would be your hypertubes. Now, I am guilty just as much as I'm sure all of you who have played this game that you leave your hypertubes on all the time because it's just too much of a thing to run over there and turn them on and off all the time. But if you had a central area, a central switch on each and every factory and each and every hypertube in which you could turn it on and off even remotely, even if you were on the far side of it, not on the front side, which I've tested and it actually does work, where you can actually control the far side even if you're not at the actual switch itself. Show you a great example. If we go over here to concrete, and I try to go in this hypertube, we can see that this hypertube is currently off. And if we go down here and we look at our concrete here, we're going to take out all of our dashes today too. There we go. N01 concrete HT right there. And we know that's already 780. I think we're going to unify all of these names here so that we don't have any of the dashes. There we go. Node number 1, concrete 780. Now, I think I'm just going to put that on the main one. N01 concrete HT stands for hypertube. And then way in the back, I've attached one on the other side of the hypertube. Now, of course, I could take the hypertube over, but I'm just going to show you. I can run to the back here. Oh, that's an O, not a 0. Just realized I put an O in that one. Now, funny thing is, the later it gets, everybody, the more I'm going to be screwing all this up. And I think it's funny to come back and go, man, I was really out of it when I wrote that. Hey, Rotisserie G, what up? So you're laying there trying to sleep. Do you see screws and iron plates running by? I actually do, Thurbrick. I don't know if you ever play, like, especially when you're playing, like, simulation games. I get this all the time. Great example, like Command and Conquer, games like that. When you close your eyes, you still see those little things running and whatnot. I do. I definitely do, especially when I'm playing a game for quite a long time. I still see it when I do it. And I have the ability to visualize, basically like daydreaming, at a really high level where I don't even see what I'm looking at anymore. It's like there's like a TV screen that goes over my eyeballs in my mind. and I can visualize in full color. And I can do an entire layout or build something or do visualization of just about anything in my head without ever having to do it in real life. And I can do it 1,000 times faster in my head, think it through, and think of different alternates and then because I've trained myself to do that with graphic design. This way it saves me so much time because when you're designing in the computer, you have an infinite choice. And so when you're doing that, it basically it makes it take a lot longer. But if you can do it in here and make 1,000 iterations, guess what? You're going to cut that time way down. And then I also hand draw. And the reason why I hand draw is because it forces you to make some choices while you're hand drawing because instead of doing it in the computer 5,000 times, you hand draw and you say, okay, what is my best option? What's my best option? And you make, 5, 10, 15 thumbnails. And then you're like, okay, I'm choosing this one. Let's go, right? That really helps me focus and bring that iteration much faster than you would if you were to sit there and, in Illustrator and say, what about this? What about that? What about that? That's a bad, I consider that to be one of the worst things to do. Yes, I do see it. Yes, I know. Yeah, you see it too. Yeah, you've done that. Oh, yeah, I'm the same way. Hey, Rotisserie G, what up? Yes, I definitely see stuff when I'm not playing. Like I can, like you said, great example, 7 Days to Die. I've already built that entire basin here. I know what I want to run. I know the lines I want to run. I know I want to cut underneath and do underruns there. I want to build out the Kismet kill box, and I want to build out a bunch of towers that we could use and all sorts of killer stuff. But it's just the time and effort you want to put into it to make it happen. And then, of course, there's going to be some stuff along the way that you're going to go, oh, wait a minute, I want to change that. Like, great example here, I put a bunch of dashes in there to separate it so I could see what it was. But now that I have my naming convention down, I want to, of course, make them all look the same, right? Make them unified so it's really easy to say, okay, there's N01 concrete. I'm going to put it by itself and plates and iron rods. Oh, I think I didn't put a space there. Same thing here. Now, these extractors, I think I'm going to add concrete extractor and then actually truncate the name extractor to EXTR or something like that so that I know what it is. I also put the speed at which it's inputting, right? Outputting is irrelevant when it comes to this stage, right? When you're doing the extractor, how much you're going to make is irrelevant. It's how much is coming out of the extractor. And that's something that you do all the time in the game is you go back and say, okay, what was it at? Okay, 120, 240, or 480, or in this case, 780 maxed. Now, also right here, you can see that I have an N01 concrete HT back over here. Maybe you can't see it, but that's what it says. And that's the one I'm standing at right now. Now, that one actually does nothing. It doesn't control anything because it doesn't have an output to control whatever else I wanted to control. Really, its sole purpose is so I can be in the back here and say, you know what, I want to turn this hypertube on. I go into circuit breaker, and actually this one is the one that turns it on. Boom. And then that just turned on this hypertube up here, and then I could just use the hypertube to get back to the front of the base. One of my more genius ideas. Because that basically can be worked from any side. And then I can come up here to the front, and I can turn it off here, or even better, I just go right into here. Into the thing right here. There we go. What if I can get it and still look at the thing? There we go. Go in here and then just turn it right back off again. And then I've just saved myself 20 power. Remember, each of those entrances is 10 power. Now, I made the mistake of putting it on every single one of them, and I'm literally wasting thousands of power, and it never even dawned on me in previous playthroughs how much power I'm burning up on my hypertubes constantly because those things are always running. Now, once you get to trains, well, then you got a better off thing. But then, of course, your trains are always running too. But at least your trains are running resources and actually doing something other than just sitting there. So your hypertubes are very inefficient. Now, as I'm going along, like this one's not as important to have a hypertube because it's not that far. I could run over there. I could use my vehicle and whatnot. But I built it in because I know that my factories are going to get longer and longer and longer the more complex or the more amount that I need. Like a great example is that one at the end is 3 factories, but over here you can see that I have a lot more factories. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of them. back there. So if I wanted to get to the back of 9 of them, you can see that's a long way down there, right? That's a long way to walk each time and walk back, though I've got my little skates on, so I could get there fairly reasonably. But the same thing here, I can go in and I can control that. Now, I've left this open for the next factory, so I can just keep chaining the power down here, and then I have the ability to turn it on and off. You can see my screws are 585 because I'm going to use some of them for iron rods eventually. But let's go back here to concrete, and again, we're going to try to unify all of our names over here. I see that I didn't put a space in there. That kind of stuff drives me crazy. So let's just go ahead and get that nice and unified. Look at that. There we go. 901 concrete. And then we can go back and take a look at our extractors. Now, extractors are actually fairly close, right over here. And you're like, oh, do you got it behind these gigantic factories that you have here? Well, these actually aren't factories. And I discovered something brand new in this playthrough. I don't know what playthrough I'm on, everybody. It's like 40 or 50 or 90. I don't even know. I've played the game so many times through that I actually lost count of how many times I've played through. For real, everybody, for real. So over here is my node that is actually enclosed in here. And I've actually found a way to perfectly align. And this is the first time I've ever had it without me having to try to, fuddle with it. I've actually aligned the box to the node, or actually the foundation first, to the node. And we're going to do some more of that today. And then I was able to put down the foundation. Now, this is a game changer, everybody. This is an amazing thing because this is one of the most obnoxious things in the entire game is the fact that the node grid is different from the world grid. So the way that the node sits is not aligned to the world. So you have to actually screw around with it to get it to do it. And then often your belt's going like this, or it's going up, or it's going out. It's doing this really weird stuff all the time. But I've made it now where it is perfectly aligned and you can do it every single time on every single node. And you can see that I'm using one foundation as opposed to double splitting it and then running it like that, which most people do. In this case, I have done something that revolutionizes my extractors and the way I set up my extractors. Now, also, since I'm using a backlogging idea or a backlogging technique that I've come up with, I'm also backlogging an obscene amount of raw ore. This is just raw ore. Now, this is 5 high by 2 down, so that's 10 of these that is being backlogged in here. And thus, that means that I have 10 boxes worth of raw ore while I'm busy doing something else, like building the concrete factory. And then I can go ahead and utilize that backlog to run out at double speed, which you can see, even at double speed, it can't even keep up with it here. And we could add more concrete buildings, and I would say add an extra 1 or maybe even 2 to go ahead and burn up this excess resources so that when you need concrete, it's going to make it at its maximum speed and boom, fill up that box faster than you could possibly do if you were just running a single line. You're going to be doing it at double speed. Now, if I had it to do all over again, and you know I will, I would go ahead and do this from the very beginning. I should have done this from the very beginning, and my progress would have been 50 times the speed. Then I went through. And this is what I discovered in this one. Now, of course, most of this is made possible by blueprinting. Now, this particular thing that I built here is a 2-stage blueprint, which we'll do in other nodes. But we're not going to do line runs like we're doing here. And line runs is this stuff over here, where you're running your lines out, and then you're running it down the way over here. And so on. You're kind of running it like this. Now, this is only going to be from the ones that are close by, because at this stage, I have trains, and trains are actually more efficient in the long run than your line runs. And the reason why is because you don't have to run all those lines, and you're not using all of those resources to run it. And you don't have to go back and upgrade it and make sure to add more things. And then, of course, you're running it with stackers first, and then you got to take your stackers out, and then you got to run it with your walls and all of that stuff. I would probably, again, if I was going to do it again, and we'll make some notes. Actually, let's make some notes right now while I'm thinking about it. And I forgot to do the thing. Hold on a second. I forgot to say on the Discord that I am streaming. Hold on a second. I do get all involved in my startup sequence there, and sometimes I forget this in that because I get distracted. Let's do this. Right there. I got it blocked for you guys right now. There we go. There we go. Boom. This way all the peeps on my Discord know that I'm live on Twitch. And I'll put that link on my Discord as well. A lot of free stuff over there, by the way. Upgrades, sales, all sorts of stuff, and free games that you can get. Try to keep you updated on what's going on in the Epic Game Store, Prime Gaming, and all that other stuff. Try to keep that going for you as well. So there we go. So now I built this gigantic thing for one purpose and one purpose only, backlogging. Backlogging raw resources, which then goes and makes a whole bunch of the actual resource, which then, of course, backlogs that resource, and then that resource gets burned up in the next thing, which then backlogs that resource, and so on and so forth. And I feel like backlogging is probably a massive key to good progression, as well as making it look cool, which is also one of my goals, everybody, in this particular playthrough, is making it look cool. And we're going to get into all of that here in a moment. Especially this whole entire line here, all the way through here, is going to be replaced. So we don't need to manage all of these lines or run all of these lines anymore. They will be run separate. Oh, and I left that line there, so I remember to run my stuff over there. I just remembered that. And that's why that's a good thing. Now, over on this side, let's go ahead and check in on what we've got going. Oh, I forgot to change that node name. Let's go change our node names now that we kind of got an idea of what we want them to be. Let's run over here. And adjust these names. The great thing about running all your power over here, too, is you can use your little hover pack here to move around. All right, there we go. Let's go ahead and change our naming convention before we get too far into it. To N01, this actually be limestone. There we go. Limestone right there. All right, very nice. Limestone extractor. That's what the EXT stands for. And then down here, we're going to say iron ore extractor. There we go. And then if we go in and look, it's going to automatically, over here, it's automatically going to update that name in here, which is so cool, everybody. I absolutely love that whole priority switch thing, and I especially love the blueprinting, everybody. The blueprinting has massively re-energized my love of this game, and I already love this game. I think it is absolutely nothing short of brilliant, and their ability to iterate on the game is exceptional. I've never seen any game knock out every single update to be some amazing new thing that really makes the game just way better. It's just so incredibly awesome, and I would consider that an incredibly rare thing in development. I mean, they're just so incredibly good at that. Of saying, look, this is what would make the game a whole lot better without making it too OP, right? They're not letting it where you can, make blueprints of, 50 by 50, though I'd be down for that. I say at least 6 by 6. It's got to be at least 6 by 6 or 4 by 6 because I can do my run lines in there. But their ability to iterate is awesome. So there we go. Now we've got them properly named, right? Limestone, iron ore, copper extractor, which we did not put the actual number on. And we actually changed the number of the copper extractor to be number 4. So we want this one to be number 5 while we're here. I'm glad I thought of it while I was there. Right over there. And our copper node is way back here. Now you can also see that I'm using my very large line runs up on top of it, which makes it much easier to run the power lines. That's pretty awesome. Let's see, this one is over on the front here, and I just barely squeezed it into this area here. And yes, let's go to the copper extractor over here, and I believe I'm going 780. Let's just go ahead and double check that by simply running over here, and we can check it right here. It's going at 780. Or I have the ability to not even have to go in there. I have the back of it kind of poking out here where I can go ahead and access it from on top. And you can see that that's producing 780. Now the same thing here. It's got 10 boxes backlogging of copper, and we haven't even got to copper yet. But we could probably go in here and see where it is at. It's still running. Oh, wait, no. Oh, that's right. We did get our copper going. We got our copper wire going. I forgot, yeah. But we can see that it is backlogging those resources in there and then running dual lines 1560, so 780 and 780, which is 1560, running over here to our copper production. which is awesome. You can see that I'm able to hover around too because I have my power in certain distances that I can get that going. Now, at any given time, I can go ahead and look in here. I can go circuit breaker, and I can look over here and say, is any of my hypertubes on? Oh, yeah, I got my hypertube on my rods. Hey, I don't want that on. I'm going to turn that off. I didn't do that on purpose. I actually just looked and said, hey, wait a minute, why is that on? And I can turn all my hypertubes off. Now, again, remember, this becomes thousands and thousands of power over your playthrough, and you're not even using those hypertubes. Like, there's a whole bunch of hypertubes I'm using right now, and they're on right now. That is burning up my power, which means I could have used that power for production instead of been using it for these hypertubes that I'm not even utilizing in the moment. So yes, very, very cool. We've also got plates that we want to take the dashes out. And again, we're just going to unify all of our names over here to make this nice and easy. N02 plates right here, 780. Very good. Then over here, N2 plates hypertube. Unifying the way we're doing. Look at that. That's a long way back there, everybody. Instead of doing that, let's just actually flip that on. Utilize our hypertube to take us to the back. Try not to fly off the end, everybody, which I might do here. So we got to go. Oh! Now, how I was able to save myself from flying over is the fact that I have a power connection here in the back, which I can press spacebar really quick and do my hover pack. Now, if you don't have a hover pack, here's what I suggest you do instead, is that you go in and build yourself a little safety area right over here. And of course, I would do, say, two foundations past it, and then just build yourself a little safety wall. So, you know, if you look away or you're busy doing other things, you know, it might be grabbing your drink or whatever, you don't go flying off the side, which is not going to be good. All right, so here we are in the back. We're going to unify the name there. And there we go. Very nice. Back in the hypertube. It's going to take us back to the front. Again, that one in the back is just there for my convenience. If I'm working on the factory and I end up to the back of the factory, or even if I'm working on another factory nearby, I can walk over, flip that switch remotely, which is this switch here in the front, from the back, because I can access it through the priority switch. Circuit break priority, I can access it right here and turn it off. Or I could have just went and turned off the little switch thing, which is also very fun to do. But you get the general idea. Now I have all my hypertubes basically organized in one place. And I think we got all of the dashes out there. Again, I usually use dashes just to split up the name so it's easy for me to see. But now that we have a very easy naming convention, I think we should be good now. I think all of my stuff is looking rock solid. There we go. And we fixed our iron ore node. Let's put that down just a little bit. And this is just getting started, everybody. You got to think of how many factories I'm going to have and all of the various priority groups. Now, one of the things that I probably should do, I think, is maybe do this in reverse, because the ones that are actually going to be higher priority are going to be the ones up here. But I can continue to add different priority groups and say, look, all my lower end resources, turn that off first. And then my higher end resources, turn that off second. And then the next thing is turn off all my hypertubes, right? Every one of them. And then it would be my power, which I wouldn't even add to the priority groups. There's no reason for you to have it in here. The reason why is because you never want that to go off. You always want your power on because you're going to need your power for production or for transport or for whatever you need. And that's what the circuit, the priority power switch does. It gives you the power to never lose power, ever. So if your power starts to go off, it starts to cut stuff off automatically, and thus it doesn't, make your coal run out. It doesn't make your water stop. It doesn't make your biofuel stop or any of that stuff. That stuff you would want to keep on. So simply just don't add it to your priority switch. Everything else you add to the priority switch will turn off if you have a power problem. Another thing that I would never turn off is battery backup. Battery backup, which I have down below here. That doesn't necessarily need to be on a circuit switch, which you can see I have a good start at it, though I do want to blueprint a bunch of these and just make gigantic battery power towers. That's going to be awesome. We'll get to that later. There's lots of stuff I want to do. But there we go. So we've unified all of our names, and we are now making our factories much more efficient, because efficiency first, everybody. That is your mandate from Fix-It, the gigantic Space Corporation, which has sent you down to this planet to mine resources for them and basically make them rich while, you know, you get to, I don't even know what the story, what the end story is, but you get, you can work your way toward the ultimate thing where you get a little, I don't know, they give you a little plaque and you put it up on the wall, you know, employee of the planet. I don't know. I don't know what the end story is going to be of the game because it's not in the game yet. But you get the general idea. So we're going to go ahead and keep this going. Now, again, you can see that we've done our concrete and we're doing all of our metal stuff together. So we're doing our plates and our rods and our screws all together here. And then eventually at the end here, we're going to go ahead and start combining those things, right? So we're going to start using our reinforced iron rods to combine those things together to make even more of those. And then we're going to keep doing those processes based on combinations. And eventually we'll have to do stuff where they'll cross over, where they'll, you know, my concrete and iron will run here and there. And we're going to clean up our spaghetti mess that we made before. Now on this side, I'm starting with iron, and typically that's what you do. But actually, I suggest when you start this game, if you learn only one thing here in the stream, and that's you start with concrete. Concrete is your AO number 1. It is actually the easiest thing to produce in the game because the limestone comes directly out into constructor, no forging or any of that other stuff, and goes right in there and runs. And it runs really slow at the beginning of the game. And you need tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands to create ginormous bases like mine. I would love if it actually counted how many concrete or how many of each resource. There's like a little stats page that we do. I should send that in as a suggestion, as a you know, building stats page. I'm sure I wouldn't be the only one want that. I'm sure there's probably a mod for that too. But as you can see, I have a massive base, and this whole entire base is going to be redone in the more efficient style of our blueprints over here. Now on this side, we are doing copper wire. Now copper wire, of course, one of those essential things for running wires and doing all that and creating cable and whatnot. And we can go ahead and look up here. Now it makes a lot of wire. It's going to make an absolute obscene amount of wire over here. And it's going to run all of that. Now, all of my nodes are pure nodes. That means that they are all at their maximum speed, 780 now, because I'm at the end of the game. I'm using Mark III extractors to max them out. I'm overclocking them to get them to that maximum speed. Again, you can never go faster than 780. Your lifters are 780. Your line runs are 780. And the lines, your conveyor belts are the only way to pull resources from an extractor. That's as fast as you're going to go from the extractor itself. But if you backlog the resources while you're working on other stuff, you can actually double that because you can use a double line run from your boxes. So at least you can burn that up just that much faster. So there we go. So we've got our wire going in there currently at 780. And down below, we have all the smelting going on. The smelting is running down to the lower side here. And you can see that, again, we have a double run of concrete, or not concrete, but copper ore running under here, and it's basically running into here, right there. And then also, you can see it's running down this way. And you're like, well, why are you running it way down here? Well, the first line is going to get mostly used up in the first 3, right? And so to facilitate the ones in the back, and you can see this one's not on, so might want to look at that one and say, why is that one not on? Of course, after it's done save lagging me. So yeah, the copper ignition is not running out for some reason. And that tells me that it might be full. Yes, okay, so that's full. I understand. There we go. That's why it's not on. But what I'm doing is I'm infusing the second line into the end of the factory. And the reason why I'm doing that is because it's going to burn up those resources faster. So if I do have a backlog, it actually has a backlog built in, a backlog burner, I guess I could call it, to burn up those excess resources. But it is making so many copper ignites here. And remember that even the ore production, even the ore extraction, the ore conversion into ignites, and then the wire conversion all has its own storage. And based on how many factories I build is how many storage I have. So I find a good average 3 per factory. It's been working pretty well. And now I have boxes and boxes and boxes of backlog of that, which then helps me in my next process over here, right? Now, I'm already converting the entire ore, all of the copper, into iron ingots. Why? Because it doesn't need to be anything else at this point. It just needs to be iron ingots. And those iron ingots I'm actually going to be using elsewhere because as part of the process over here, we also use it for our aluminum. And that's going to be vitally important as well. Now, currently, none of this stuff is running. And the reason why is because I've cut off all the lines and the line runs because guess what? We made too much of mom's spaghetti over here and it's a mess. It definitely needs to be optimized, and I do it on purpose so you can see what it's like when you just run the line runs, which is not good, and then what it's like if you actually organize your base nicely to get that going. You can see over here we're doing aluminum ingots, and I think over here is where we had the copper and we were running the copper over here, but eventually we'll just utilize that and run that copper over there, including the raw copper we could run if we needed to, just for that process. But what we want to do now is say, okay, well, we're converting every bit of it over there into ingots. Now, what else do we want to produce? Well, along with copper wire, we want to produce other things like cable and also copper sheets. Copper sheets probably being the most important, even more than cable, I find, because you use a massive amount of that. Now, of course, the key to making this all so magical is the blueprinting machine, everybody, and I absolutely love it, though I think that Fixit would never send you a 4x4. 4x4 is inefficient. It should at least be 4x6 for your line runs, or it should be 6x6. That's just me. I have been an employee of Fixit for a very long time, for as long as it's been around, since it launched. And I even bought 2 copies of the game, one on Epic Game Store, and now I'm playing on Steam, just because I love this game so much. So let's get into it, everybody. We want to go ahead and we want to create some wire. Now, I can go ahead and load the blueprint just like that. Click the thing. If I've got the resources on me, boom, it loads it up, and I can now customize it for the next process. So one item, and we spent, I don't know, 5 or 6 hours optimizing this one thing. We didn't build anything else. We just kept working on concrete over and over and over and over and over until we got it down to the point where, like, okay, this factory is awesome. And then we used it on all the other ones. And so now, basically, since we've optimized it to work really well together, we can go ahead and do it. Now, in this particular one, what I'm going to do also is basically do an A-B version of it. Because last time what I was doing is I was taking this out over and over again over here. And I think this time we'll try it with an A-B and see how I like it. I don't want to make my blueprinting too messy, but I can also make another category that says, hey, okay, this is copper, and this is this, and this is iron, and this is that. You can make as many categories as you want, many subcategories as well. And actually, I don't think I've made a subcategory yet. You know what? Let's make a subcategory and see what happens. So let's say constructors, and then we're going to edit, and then we're going to add a subcategory. Ah, there we go, subcategory, like that. Now, how do we name the subcategory? Right here. Let's do something new, everybody. Copper. Down there. Okay, and then I can move this to, oh my god. Okay, that's awesome. Why have I not been doing that, everybody? I just realized that I could be doing a subcategory. Again, see, I learned new stuff too, everybody. Iron. Can we move this above this one? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. We could have been doing this the whole time, everybody. Look at this. Look at this. And this could be concrete. I could be a hero. Concrete. Look at how nice that is. Oh my goodness. I love that. All right. Wait. Let's put concrete at the bottom. And then iron under that. The reason why I want to do it like this is as it moves its way down and I add more subcategories, it should move from the thing I need the least to the thing I need the most at the top. And that's when I go to the blueprinter over here, it's going to be organized in the same way. When I go to constructors, you can see that the thing I'm working on is up at the top. I love that subcategory thing. That's awesome too. Okay, look, we learned something new today. Now, we're going to go over here and we're going to tell this right here that actually we're going to go ahead and make a choice and say, what do I want to make next? Do I want to make cable next, which actually is made from wire, or do I want to use my copper sheets? Now, in sequence, it would be wire, cable, and then eventually later you do your copper sheets because you have to unlock them in the game much later than you do the other ones. But the one that I'm going to need the most out of basically all three of these at this point is going to be copper sheets, because when you're running your hypertubes and a whole bunch of other stuff, your pipes and all of that, you use a lot of copper sheets. So, and also it'll be right next to where I'm converting the raw ore into iron ingots. So it's better if I actually do that next. So let's go ahead and I'm just going to call this sheets because I don't need to say copper sheets because I know that it's copper sheets. Again, you don't have to make it too wordy, everybody. Make it useful for your thing. Right over there. So there we go. Now the M04 stands the node, and I'm just going to say sheets here. There we go. Right there. And then if we go in and we look, we can actually see it start to show up over here. And whatnot. Now we of course need to go through and change all of this. Now I find the easiest thing to do just to keep you from doing a little work is just double click on the word sheets, Control C to copy, because you know you're on PC or whatever computer you're on, and then you just double click and then paste it right over there. It saves you some time of typing that over and over. Plus you know you're going to get it right every time if you copy paste it if you got it right the first time. Of course, if you didn't get it right the first time, then all the copy pasting in the world is not going to make it right. But there you go. So there we go. We've got that fixed. And then we can very easily go in, circuit priority, look over here. All right, there we go. Now also you can see I've got copper sheets and cable and wire over here. All this needs to be removed eventually. But this is highly organized here. Absolutely loving it. My priority group is out of order there. There we go. And so, but this is actually not down yet. This is just in the blueprinter, right? That's just in there. So we got that going, and that's going to be, this is going to be version A. Now, version A is going to be the front one, right? The very first one we put down. And so we're going to go in and say copper sheets over here, and then copper sheets, and so on. Now, we have multiple layers. You can see we have 2 of them in there. You're like, well, Kismet, why don't you do 4 across, which I normally do, or 3 across? That's because in the front and the back, you can't actually run it to the edge. You have to have an actual gap here, so all of these lifters and line runs and ladders and all that stuff I want to do on the outside has room. So it's better to make a smaller factory and then have all those line runs so you don't have to do them manually afterward, because I've done that, and believe me, it's a lot of extra work when you could just make it smaller and just make more of them. Make more of them, and it does all the work for you. Basically putting all the line runs and power connections and all that stuff already built in so you can connect it to another factory. And that's what we want to do. We want to make that as efficient as possible. Same thing over here. We want to go in and actually say copper sheets here. We can copy it down here in the bottom left corner just by clicking copy, or we can just aim at it and go Control C. It'll copy it as well, and then Control V. I suggest you open it up anyway, because I've Controlled C and Control V before, and then it didn't work, or I accidentally Controlled C'd when I meant to Control V'd, and I copied it and then started pasting the wrong thing in all of it. So I would go copper sheets, and that is basically it. That's it. Change the names, change that front sign, change the ones inside, and then now I have the ability to do this over and over and over. And then I just go in here and change this name right here to sheets. Right there, I save that blueprint, and now if we go in and look at our constructors, we have the blueprint here. Now, of course, I don't want it to be down there at the bottom, so I just see a problem because it actually is dropping at the bottom instead of at the top, which is where I want it to be. So there we go. And of course, I want it to be like the most current thing to the left and the thing I made previously to the right. So sheets would come after wire in that sequence. But another thing that I want to do is I actually want to go in and I want this to be sheets A, right? And I'm going to put it after it this time. I'm actually just going to do this. There we go. Sheets A over here. And the 6 represents that there is 6 constructors there, and then I stands for in, right, out, right. So I know it's coming in from the right side and then basically back out to that right side, or this would be right side for me, but this would be right side for you because I'm flipped for you guys. But you get the idea. They both go in and out on the same side. How can we tell that? Well, I've got it color-coded. Green means in and blue means out, right over here. Now there's also an out on the back, which actually circles back into these boxes. So if we go look in the back here, we can see our out is up there, and then of course it goes in the top box and works its way down into these lower boxes down here eventually. So this would be our A version. Our A version, that's the one that's right in the front that we're going to use. So we went ahead and saved that in there, and now we've got that separate. Now, we also want to go in and organize our blueprints. I suggest you do it right away. Whenever you make an edit, you're going to obsolete one of these, that you remove it right away so you don't forget and then you get confused later as to what is what. And so we're going to put this in here like that, and we're going to apply that change. Now, why do I need an A and a B? Well, now that I've got A and it's still on the blueprinter so I can make modifications, I don't need this in the next one because I'm going to connect it across from one side to the other, from the back of one into the output of this one. I don't need this because that's only for the front one, and I don't need all of these other connections. Now, what I was doing before is I would spend the time on every single one of these and take this stuff out, which was costing me lots and lots of time. So now I don't need to do that anymore because I've already taken it out of there, across there. Now this one here, I don't know why I have that on dual output. It should just be on the inside. Just notice that. I don't like it. I want it fixed. This should just be on the inside. Like that, I believe. Yes, on this one. And the reason why I want that just on the inside there is because... oh wait, no, I do need that on the outside because I'm running that between those. Yes, let's reload that. Let's reload that so that it's all the way it was. So again, if I make a mistake, I can go ahead and clear the designer. And then I can say, you know what, pull up sheets A. And then it will restore it exactly how it was before. See, it's got all the stuff in there. Now another thing, I can go ahead and put in my hypertube entrance on the first one, because I know that that first one's going to be good. Now on the first one, I actually don't need to really add anything else other than the hypertube entrance. The hypertube entrance now is already wired, so I don't have to wire it after I put down, which I've been doing this whole time. So that makes it a little easier. Now the reason why I'm leaving this open is so I can remove it, but I don't need to do that anymore. I can go ahead and fill this one in because I'm not going to remove it on this one. And I'm going to leave this one out so I can go ahead and chain this to the factory that's to it next time. And these are, if you think about how many features I have in one base, everybody, it's like 50 different features that I have in a single base that is doing a whole bunch of different things that's all integrated into one thing. And that's called iterating. It's like, okay, I want to add the ability to turn the factory on and off. I want to add the ability to run my lines without having to take this foundation out every time. I want to add that hypertube entrance because I know that's going to be the front. And so I want that to already be wired already. I want to make sure to have outputs and inputs already set up and ready to go when I go ahead and run it. Maybe I want to run it through the ground and run it up to there. And so I've already got that little, see that little notch there? That's there so I can run my line run down if I need to. And so on and so forth. So there we go. So we made a little modifications to A. Let's go ahead and make sure that we don't accidentally do something that we don't want to do. So we'll do that. Save that again over that one. There we go. And then we'll go ahead and make modifications now for B. B will be all the ones after that one. Now, do I need that? No. Do I need this little thing here? No, because I'm just going to run it straight from the one behind over here. Do I need all these little power connectors over here? A second, it's finished doing its thing here. There we go. And I'm going to take this out temporarily. And do I need this? No. F. And then put that. There we go. Oh, control. There we go. Do I need that? No. Do I need these power connectors? No. And no. And that's because the power connectors are not going to go underneath, though I could have done that now that I think about it. I could have done that underneath. I have the power connectors running on the outside, though actually running them underneath is like a better idea. I just thought of it. But then I'd have to run around and connect them underneath. But I've got this connector here, and that connector is going to connect much like these over here around the back, like that. So let's keep that going. And so what else do we don't need at this particular connector? We don't need that. We want to put our floor things back in again so we don't have to do that. Our floor thing out, our thing out there. Let's go around the back. What do we not need? We don't need this in the back. So we're going to take that out. And really the end one would be the one where we would need that. All of our lifters and everything looking good. Our power connector over here on the side, which is going to change to the next one's looking good. And all of this other stuff's already pre-done for us. So we're good to go. Same thing in here. All of this is already pre-done. So all the copper sheets are already set there on all of them. We should probably just go and double check just because I'm feeling that vibe of double checking again. Copper sheets, just to make sure that I don't make a whole bunch of these and then realize I forgot one and then have to redo it. Best to do all your double checking before you start putting your blueprinting down. And I love these doors, by the way. One of my favorite things I've added now, because you can see how easy it is for me just to fly in, check it, and then fly out, and then it closes it up so I don't have to watch it working, which basically brings my frames per second up so I can keep building bigger and bigger bases, which I think is awesome. Okay, so that's our B option. So now we're going to go ahead and run over this way. And now we're going to just simply go in and say sheets A and sheets B. And then we're just going to save that. Okay, so now in theory, we're ready to rock here. Let's go ahead. And we could also do a C, by the way. C would be one that leaves that thing in the very back. But I think I'm just going to go ahead and put it in there manually. So I don't have to have a third blueprint on top of that. Okay, so now what we want to do is we want to put this next to what we've already got. Now I can tell you already that I'm going to need to take out a bunch of these things so they're not in my way here, a bunch of these foundations. And also what I want to do is I want to integrate the factory into this one. Now this one already has a wall on that left side, so if I go in and I go in to do my blueprints, let's start with, and let's modify this. So we'll put B there and apply that. And then we'll go ahead and change our set down here. And we'll use our buttons down there, 8, and then this will be 8, this will be number 9. There we go. So this way I can keep just pressing the button down there because this gets messed up all the time. Also I want to clear it off of the thing, which I did. All right, those copper it's in the box. See, if I made it over here, it's not letting me make it over there, and that's telling me that I've left some of the resources in that box there. There we go. So we want to, of course, line these up to each other. So if I take this one and I put it down here, I believe we're running this to the left, if I'm correct. No, it's to the right, How can I tell? Because I can see, I can hit H and I can see the screen. The screen should be facing in this direction, so. And then I can see that white arrow, which is pointing toward that. Now, if I put that down, what's going to happen is the wall that's here is going to basically go inside the other wall. So I'm going to have double the wall things going there, and I don't want to do that because that's just a waste of it running extra blocks or extra wall blocks for no reason. So I want to think about that as well. So let's go reload it again and keep iterating on our factories here. So we're going to load our constructors here. Let's load A back up again. And then we'll look at it from the front. Now, we've got to kind of, this is reversed from how I'm running it right now, and I should really maybe reverse my blueprinter. See, this is actually going to be 180 the other way. So if it's going to be 180 the other way, that tells me that this over here is going to be the thing. But let's make it easier on ourselves since we're going to be working on this side. Let's go ahead and clear that again. Let's go ahead and get our resources out. Let's go ahead and make this easy on us. We'll take this out. We'll go ahead and go to our special here. We'll take our blueprinter and we'll basically just flip it around the other direction to make it easier for us to visualize it while we're running down. Less chance we're going to make a mistake. And it's so easy just to take it out and to redo it like that. A there. And then now this is aligned to how I'm going to run it down the way. And I can actually move it forward a little bit too. So it's actually aligned with the whole factories I've already got. But that just makes it easier for me to go, okay, it's over here on the right that I want to take out and not take out the left and then realize I did it wrong earlier. So we'll go ahead and take all this out. Now I also need to look at the top here and say, wait a minute, do I need to take the top out? Let's go over here and take a look. Does it go all the way to the top? It absolutely does. So it goes all the way to the top there. And because it has this little notch in there, there's a little space over here on that right side that doesn't match up with this. So it's actually better for me to attach this side over here because it's going to automatically have it all the way up like that. So I can just take out that one side and that'll be much more efficient. So let's go ahead and take it out. I'm going to hit G so it just selects just the wall stuff so I don't accidentally select anything else. And then now we're going to take that out, and we've already built that in now. And this is what I would call a no wall. So this would be no wall, like this. And then we'll go ahead and save that again. Right away, we want to go through and manage our blueprints so we don't end up with all these extra ones right over here. And so that's going to be A. So we're going to go ahead and clear this other blueprint, trying to keep our blueprints as nice as possible. And there we go. And the same thing with B. So we're going to go to constructors. We're going to go to B, confirmed, bring up B. Oh, that didn't bring it up. Let's clear the designer first. We didn't have enough resources. And then load B. How do I know it didn't pull it up? Because when I look up here, there should be a wall there. Because that's what I'm taking out. So it should be real obvious. Now, again, depending on how far we're going to run these down, is whether or not we really need to take these out. But here's the thing. You can always come back and add these walls back in later. So it's no big deal. You can always come in there, and walls are super easy to add back in if you make more of these than the one that's next to it, right? Because if, say you make 3 of these, and then you make 10 of these, well, those are going to have no wall on the side, and you can just go and adjust it afterwards. Because your thing should be more of a guideline. Your blueprint is like a guideline or a starter item that gets you going, and then you build out what you need to. And this is no wall. There we go, B no wall, and then we'll save that. And then same thing in here, blueprints, edit. Take this one out now so we don't get confused. Apply those changes and then apply them to my set down here. So this is going to be number 8 and this is going to be number 9. And then we clear the designer so we're not also confused about our priority switches. Good to keep that designer cleared when you're building. Okay, we did a whole lot of work there, and it should work out now where we could just make a whole bunch of these. But how many of these do we need to make? Well, let's go use a spreadsheet. You're like, Kismet, no way. Oh yeah, everybody, spreadsheet for the win. Let's do it. Satisfactory inputs. Look at this. I got it also set up where I'm not blocking it too. I got it offset just for you guys. Okay, so we're doing copper ore. Now the next one we want to do is copper sheet. So we're actually going to go ahead and move that up above cable for right now. And so we want 390 going into the wire, and we want 390 going into the sheet. So we're actually going to change our wire over here, our wire number, to 390. So we're basically going to cut this in half. So 390 here, like so. And then the next one that we're going to do is also going to be 390. So let's go ahead and put it down. Even though I've labeled it 780, we're going to do 390 in the long run. Hoping we forgot to get our resources again. If I can just access it from there. Oh, you can actually you can access the blueprinter just from the ground there, but I can't access the storage. So gotta run over there and get it. Okay. Now again, all this other stuff is going to go bye-bye as we obsolete all of that stuff. Now I'm also using a great feature called the hologram feature where I can go ahead and nudge the thing around. One of the things that I like to do is watch the edges, so I nudge it closer, I nudge it over here. Now it's turned yellow saying, hey, this is running into something. Now it could be something vertically, horizontally, it could be another foundation or something that it's hitting, maybe something down underneath. But in this case, it's actually hitting the side of this building over here because the walls are touching, and the walls from that one is actually interfering on this one. And that's okay in this case, but you definitely want to look around before you put it down and make sure it's not some foundation, extra foundation or whatever that you have going. Okay, so that looks good. We're going to go ahead and click that, and that is now down. Just as easy as that, everybody. Blueprinting is awesome. Now I can take the whole thing out here in Update 8. So I can just hit F and then R, and I can just take the whole thing back out again. And that's why I didn't do too much blueprinting in Update 7, because in Update 7, you had to basically manually remove all of that. And that's some serious work. Though blueprinting is sweet, it would have been super helpful, but I feel that the smarter idea is to wait until you have the ability to pull all that out. Now, personally, I think the thing that they should add to your ability to remove stuff is, hey, I want to pull out all this stuff, right? I want to take it all out, except my foundation. So everything but, right? That would have been the first thing I added. If you're going to put a limiter on there, everything but foundation. So I can, instead of hitting G, I hit, I don't know, H. And then the H tells it that I want everything but that item. Or I can hit G twice on the same item. That'd be another good toggle. So if I hit G, and then I hit G again, it clears it. But if I hit G, it does it. I hit G again, it's everything but that thing. And then I hit G again to clear it. So 3 clicks would do a sequence of events. I think that would be amazing. Hopefully they add that. Hopefully they're watching. I love you guys. It's Coffee Stain. You guys are awesome. Holy surprise, Kismet. What up, gang? What up, Jonkers? Sorry, I just noticed you in the chat there, Jonkers. No, I am. I get focused. I appreciate you. Everybody say hello to Jonkers in the chat. Appreciate you coming in and hanging out. All right, 390 is actually what we want over here in our copper sheet. So let's go ahead and just call it what it is right over there. And again, you can modify it after you put your blueprinting down. It's not set in stone over here. So now how are we going to achieve that 390 over there? Well, actually, we're going to achieve that underneath. Ah! Boop! Right there. We're going to achieve that underneath from it actually running that ore up right there. Now, it's super easy, everybody. Barely an inconvenience. Again, big love out to, I think it's Young Rockstars. What's the name of that channel I keep quoting here? Let me go look it up. I love that channel, everybody. It's in my sub feed. Let me go find it over here. What is the name of that thing? What is the name of that channel? I'm going to give him a shout out because I love that channel. So good. Subscriptions. I just saw another one come up. There you go. And it's just like so funny because it's like, you know, this, that probably that was pretty much like they're saying, even though they're making fun of them. It is probably pretty much what that's like. Pitch meeting. That's the name of it. Pitch meeting. Hold on. I'm just going to search for it. Pitch meeting. Again, if I'm going to keep quoting it, I should give them a shout out while I'm at it. Yes, it's actually called Pitch Meeting. Pitch Meeting on YouTube. If you guys haven't seen that, it's awesome. It's like, you know, the executives talking about the movie they're trying to make. And then he comes up with an article at the end that basically, you know, proves his point, which I love. I think that was a brilliant, brilliant thing. Wish I had thought of it, but I did. 6 retweets. Look out. 1,000, 2,000. Going right there. Appreciate it. I appreciate it big time. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out on the stream. Hope you had a great night. Sorry we had some IRL stuff. I wasn't feeling that well earlier, but I rested heavily, got up, said, let's play some Satisfactory, and here we are. We're going to move that LEGO stream back to next week. We actually have 2 LEGO streams going to happen in a row anyway. So next Friday and the Friday after that, I think we'll get it done by the end of the month. Yeah, I'm trying to get all this stuff going before the end of the month because we know what happens on September 1st. Starfield drops, everybody. And I can tell you that sucker's going to take over my stream big time, but we're going to still try to get in some 7 Days to Die. We're still going to get Fallout 76 in there. I don't know. I might be done with my Satisfactory playthrough. We'll still be doing our Fallout 4 mega run, I'm sure, because that's going to be a very long run. That's a very long run because I'm playing in survival mode and I'm doing it at an obscenely awesome level. Now, here's what was happening right here, everybody. It's producing a massive amount of these copper ignits. It's actually producing as much as it possibly can. But I can go ahead and make it real easy to split the numbers simply by putting a splitter right here on this thing. And this is one of my favorite things they added to the game, where you can roll over the belt itself and just click on it and it automatically puts it in. Another cool reason why you want to do the splitter after is that if you decide, oh, I don't want it, it takes it out and it automatically heals the belt like that. So you don't have to take it out and redo all your connections and stuff. So Very, very convenient in doing it right there in the belt. So there we go. We've got it. We go ahead and run it up. Or actually, I'm going to run it backwards so it's not in the front here like this. And then we've got a little bit of problem with our height, but that's okay. We'll actually run it down so it's not clipping through the top there. Now, if we go over here, we can see there is an entrance right here, and we can go ahead, or an input, we can go ahead and maybe do something like that. Now, by the way, you can actually use lifters on lifters on lifters. So if I bring this down, I can actually go and bring this back up again. Don't forget that you can do that multiple times, and it makes it super useful. Now, one of the problems, as you can see here, is a little bit not straight, and that's okay because we're just going to take this and we're just going to run it right into this one. Well, at least we're going to try, right? But we got to make sure we've got the right inputs and the right outputs. We look at this one. That is basically an input, but it doesn't seem to be going the right way. And that's because the one at the bottom is done wrong. What I would do is I would do the one at the top first. So we're going to go ahead and click at the top, bring it down. And I've also discovered that you can actually turn these reverse whenever you're putting them into a floor hole, which I absolutely love. This way I can just look at the side of the factory and see if it's working. It's definitely, the input is working for sure, right? Absolutely. And then I can look here at the end and say, okay, yeah, that's what that is. That's wire. Even if I don't have my label, I can still look at it, much like I do in all my other ones where I put the box down, I run a little line just to visually see it. I can visually see that that's wire. And that is actually working. It's getting all the way to the end. And the same thing over here. We've got our power in there. We've got all our stuff going. And we've got our input line. And now when we put in this one underneath, it'll actually be going the right direction, which is an input. And then we can go ahead and grab this and just simply do that. Now, guess what's going to happen, everybody? It's just going to start working. And all we ought to do is watch right here. I'm not even going to look at anything else. I'm going to watch right here. When we see some copper sheets, then we did it right. Let's see. Let's wait for it. I trust in myself, everybody. Let's see. Let's see if it shows up. It's going to take it a minute because it's got to produce it, run it down through all the boxes, and end up at the end. Now, if it doesn't do it, then there's something wrong. There's something I have to go and fix in there to make it run, right? So it should be running in there just fine. That's running in there pretty good, and it should be backlogging. So let's go in and let's take a look at what it should be doing. So it's taking the copper ingots, it's making copper sheets. And then we go back. Aha! There it is, see? And we know it's working. Now, it takes everything a little bit to get up to snuff, and then, of course, it's got to feed enough in there. That's done. You see that I did barely. All I did was connected the power, ran the input line, and it did all the rest of it for me. It did all the stuff, including having the hypertube in the front now. So there we go. So that is done. I don't know why I didn't think about running that power underneath. That would have been brilliant. Instead of having these connectors on the side, because then it would have been an already pre-existing power connection that I could just use over and over again. But that's okay. That'll be something we iterate on future ones. For now, we're just going to go ahead and use what we got right over here. So we're going to go ahead and get this in the right direction. We're going to hit 9. Now we're using the B, and oh man, I can't put it down because I don't have enough aluminum sheets. But I have brought a bunch of backlog of resources up here somewhere, right over here at this one. So I don't have to keep running down there to get it. We're going to need a lot of those, so let's just fill up our inventory with those. Now, in theory, what I should be able to do now that I have an A version and a B version is basically just plop these down and connect the inputs and outputs without having to worry about it. Now, see, that's the A version because I can see that it has the priority switch. And then if I put the other version down, I can see, one, it has its foundation, but does not have the priority switches and stuff in there, so that's the right one I want. And then I can go ahead and just click that down. Now, it should line up to the other one, and then inside here, we should have it open because it doesn't have the walls, and we can just slide in here, or we can use the door and slide into this one and see it working. So there we go. So now we have the other one. Now, to connect them together, I do have it all set up where I can run the power across into here. Now that one has power. I suggest first you do your power and then you do your input connections like that, and it should just start up. It should just start working right now. Oh, you saw some stuff going down right there. There we go. Feeding its way down, and then of course we want an output where it's going to go ahead and output that. and put it into the front boxes. So we should see it working right away. And if you did it right, that's how it should work very, very easily. Now I'm going to go ahead and take this one out over there. And I feel like I don't even need that anymore because I'm just going to add that at the end. Just easier if I don't put it in there at all and then just add it at the very end just to make it easier. This one I left the entrance in. Okay, hold on. This one needs to be revised. Now, if you want to revise it, boom! You can just take the whole thing out like I just did. Take out your connections there and make that revision because I have a hypertube entrance there, which I don't need because it's going to make it where I can't chain it all the way down. In fact, you know what I'm going to do? While we're at it, let's just go ahead and fix this. Let's just take the B version of the thing and say, you know what? Let's not do the power out there. Let's go ahead and make the power in the lower side like we wanted to do. So let's go in and remove our power connection here in the back. Actually, we just go outside here. Take out this power connection. We're no longer going to chain it like this. We don't want to chain it like that anymore. We think that a more efficient chaining would be just simply through the floor right here. How can we do that where we could get it underneath there? So we would want to go something like this. Say down right there. I don't remember where the other one was, but let's just say it's right there along that line. And then we'll, of course, want to run that through and have it connect to the next one, which we can do because you only need the one. Now, the problem is also this needs to connect inside to all the other connectors that are currently inside the base. So we need to go in and say, okay, where's our connectors? Okay, our connectors are in the back here. So we'll go ahead and run this through. Let's say, just straight up from that maybe, just to make it look nice. We have that going through. And you could just say that you drilled a hole in there and it got through the wall. I mean, just RP in your own stuff, everybody. RP your own stuff in and you're good. And then we want to run this down so it's not up here where the door is, and then run it up here. And that is basically going to connect all of the interior power all the way up to all of the machines simply from that connection in the front. And we no longer have to have that long connection. Now we want to leave the foundation out so we can run it, and then we'll just add the foundation back in. And we've now improved upon our design yet again. We don't have to do that whole outside line run. And now we only need the internal connectors, which we will never see, and we won't see that power run in between the two of them. And so now we want to test it, see if it works, right? And then also make sure that we took out our entrance here. There we go. Almost forgot. Almost forgot. So we can chain these together. So again, now we can just save it over the one we do. Sheets B. Save. And then clear the designer. Get those resources back. And let's go test it. And again, as you're working through, you want to keep iterating and keep improving upon your design, I feel. Okay, and then let's go ahead and go back here. Number 9, put it on in there. Oh boy, what's it doing? Let's go. Number 9, there we go. Sometimes it kind of goes off in this little save lag fun. And then line that up, put that down again. Look how easy it was to pull it out and put it back down, right? That's what really makes this awesome. So, let's go ahead and grab this power. Oh, I don't like the way that looks, though. I don't like it. I can tell right away if I'm going to like it or not like it. I don't like the fact that that little power line is right there. And I'm in the part where I'm doing all the little tiny details and not just say, okay, we're going to get it done as quick as possible, right? That's usually what you're doing in the early stages, but at this stage, you're trying to get it to be that much better. Why did it move it over there? That's weird. It moved my blueprints. Now remember, this is still experimental early access. Okay, don't move my blueprints around. I don't like it. I got them organized like that for a reason. All right, so B into there. Looking good. I don't like the way this wire is here. How can we make it better? Well, we can go ahead and take this out we take this foundation out here. We could put a foundation in here like this. We could go inside and try to get where that foundation is missing. If I thought I took the foundation out. Apparently I did not. Right behind there. Oh, it is out of there. Okay, so it's out of there. Now this is going to be a tricky thing because I got a constructor there. But what I want to do is do a double connector because I want to line it up with what I've got on the inside. And try to put that double connector under there without having to take out the constructor. That's going to be tough. That's going to be tough. I would probably move it over here just because it's going to be easier to connect those across. So let's say over here instead. Yes, okay. Let's go over here instead. And then maybe we can just put it up right there and then run it straight across. Okay, so, and I want a double wall connector, and I'm going to go ahead and try to put it in here. Doesn't seem. Must snap to wall or similar. Okay, so we're going to need ourselves one of these little walls. Because there is a little 1 millimeter wall you can put down there, so it can go ahead and snap to that wall. It only has to do it once, and then you can go ahead and get rid of it. Now, it also does snap to the side of this. I don't know why. I guess because this one's a double. It will not let me line that up like that. That sucks. That sucks. Let's take this out and see if that makes it easier to run. Can you move these around? You can, but it's not lining up how I want it to line up. That is a limitation. That's something that I feel like should be fixed. All right. Ugh. That was not good. That's a problem too. So, the way to work around that is to run it on the inside. And then run this up like that. Take this out and this across to here. Oh, that's very nice. Look how nice and straight that is. Very nice. Run that over to there. And then we have the problem of having to connect it forward. So we'd have to take this out and leave both of these out, connect it forward, and put two foundations back in. We can put this other one back in here. Can we just leave it? Oh, we can leave it like that. See, that's popping out enough to where we can highlight it, and we can just leave that on the inside. Yeah, now we're dogging. All right, I like it. I like it. All right, that was pretty tricky. We did some tricky stuff there, everybody. Tricky, tricky. All right, let's save it. Say we love it. We love it just like that. Clear it out of there. Get those resources back. And again, iterate, iterate, iterate. Because I'm making changes to it, I've got to do it over and over again until I get it the way I like it. And then once I get it the way I like it, I think it should be fine. All right, so 9. We're going to make sure we nudge that into position. Sometimes the nudging goes in the opposite direction than I want it to go. Down again. Then we're going to run our power and see how we like it. We're going to take this power from the front and we're going to run it to the back so we can turn this all off. Oh, it's perfect. And then all we have to do is put that one back in there. Very nice, very nice. Okay, again, we're going to go ahead and connect our inputs. And then we're going to connect our hypertube. Our hypertube's on its own separate power line so that it can be turned on and off. And we'll wait for it to save lag us. There we go. And then hypertube. So now, power line, run line, hypertube stuff, and then way up here at the top, our connection between there. Now, this connection was already there, so I'm going to take it out just to make sure and rerun it again so I feel like it's actually working, and then I'm actually going to look and see that it's working. And there we go. So that's it, and we've really improved upon our power line runs and how many runs we need to do in between each factory. So very nice. Now all we do is just keep doing it. Now one of the things that I would probably do is just leave out the power, the one here before, and come back and add all these back in at the end, because you're going to be chaining these down the line, and as you're chaining them down the line, you're going to want to keep running them, and see how to take that back out again and then redo all of that. You'll definitely want to be able to do all that later on. All right, so let's go here to, I'm going to go set number 10. We're going to set ourselves some stuff that we want to do. So the first thing we want to do is run our power line. So we're going to go ahead and press number 1, and that's going to adjust my keys down there. So we'll run our power line. Then we want to run our fastest belt. So we'll say that's number 2 over there. And then we're going to need to run our hyper tubes. And so hyper tube is going to be number 3. And those are the only things that we need to kind of connect that, other than our foundations, which we could set to number 4. And there we go. And then we can also set our blueprints to the thing that we want to do, which in this case would be 5. But actually probably blueprint would want to be number 1. Then we would want to do them in sequence. So then number 2 would be power line. Number 3 would be conveyor belt. You get the idea. And then number 4 would be our hyper tube. And then number 5 would be putting back in our foundation. So I've already got the sequence down, right down there in the thing. So I don't have to think about it anymore. It's already there for me. Now, one of the things I do need to think about is getting more plates. But that's okay. We happen to have just a smidge of it right over here. Now, I don't have any more in these boxes because I've used them all up. And that's because I have a giant factory that's backlogging an obscene amount of plates over here. And if I need some plates, I can just pull them out, sort them, and I would put a couple of these back in just so you have that little bit of extra room. And then now I've got tons of plates. And we're doing our copper sheets. Now, at this point that we've figured out the A and B, and we've got that down, and we've got the connections down, and we've got the rhythm going, we'd want to figure out how many copper sheets factories we need. I mean, that'd be important before you start making 50 of them, right? So let's go back in and look at our spreadsheet and see how we're doing. So if we do copper sheets, we're going to do 390. Our input's going to be 20, and our output's going to be 10. Right, so we're going to get half the output of whatever we put in, which means that our total output will be 195. And how many total factories we need? 3.25, or just round up. I would always round up, not round down. Round up to 4, and this way if we have any extra, it will just burn up all that extra. If, say, our wire finished, and then also now, well, okay, we got too much wire, we got more than enough wire, it would then take all of it, 780, and convert that over to our copper sheet. So it would be going even faster than we have it set as default if they're both running simultaneously. So you definitely want to build that extra overflow in. In fact, I could build it at 780 if I wanted to right now. Oh, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Pro tip, don't die. That is a pro tip. Like your Dave. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. So I could make right here 6.5 or 7 factories to go along with it. And then I would, even if the wire fills up, which it will do, I can tell you that wire definitely going to fill up. Same thing with my cable. It's going to fill up and max out before I even get to the next stages. For sure, even though it has, 9, 10, 12, 15, 16 boxes, I could definitely build it at that higher level. But I can always come back and do that later. For right now, I'm going to do 390 and 390. I can always add more because of the blueprinting. So we need 4 total. So we want to go in and tell the game, okay, we've decided that we need 4 of these total. Now I've already got 2, so I want the B one, so I'm going to say 2 more of those, and it's going to tell me, okay, you need some iron rods and you need some cable. Now the funny irony is I'm not making any cable right now, so I'm going to need to either make some or find some. So I'm going to go over here and do this. Now you're like, well, Kismet, you're working on all the basic resources. This is true. But I am at the end of the game. So I have the complete power of all of the resources and all of the stuff from the Awesome Sync and from the MAM at my disposal to build at the highest level and the highest speed with the most amount of resources per node. Which is why I progress through the game, I get to the end part, and then I start to do what I'm doing now, which is mega building, right? Maxing everything out so that I have that production at its maximum level. All right, and that's what we're doing right now. We're replacing our less efficient and, of course, more split up factories with a more centralized factory system, a more centralized storage system that basically stores stuff at every single step of the process. So stores the raw ore, stores the iron ignites or copper ignites, and then stores the next step, which is in this case the copper sheets. So we've got that going, everything looking sharp. We need a little bit of cable. Now maybe I have some over here because I am making some more way off at the end, and I believe I threw some down here. I can't remember where I put it though. That's the hard part. That's my MAM stuff there. So what I do is I'm hitting F, I'm rolling over the box, and I'm looking down here to see what is in each of those boxes without having to open the box every single time. Super useful. And then I'm going to go ahead and run down here, and I'm going to look down here in this giant stack of resources. Now, this is what you don't want, everybody. You can see I've removed most of it, but this is what you don't want. This is called a hot mess or a spaghetti mess. This is mom's spaghetti right here. Where you are just running it insanely terrible. And I do that on purpose every single playthrough. One, to trigger all my Satisfactory peeps out there, because you know you hate this. I actually don't mind if people do this, because hey, it's your game, you play it however you want. But this becomes an absolute mess. You're just like, where is this running from? Where is this going to? Where's that line I ran before? Oh my gosh, this is such a hard thing to find my line runs, and you're splitting your line runs. You got lines running all over the place, as opposed to having it like it is now over here, where basically you can see my line runs underneath here are wonderfully run, straight down, all my factories up above, and I don't really need that many line runs, and I don't need that many splitters, and I don't need to run it from the factory to the storage and all of that, because it's all integrated into one. So that's what we're doing right now. We're taking all that mess out. We're taking the extra time to do that. Now, I could just finish the game right now, by the way. I could have finished it 10 times over at this point. But again, I feel like in this particular playthrough, we want to really take it to that mega level and just fix up every single thing. So when we're done, we just go, we didn't just win this game, everybody. We crushed this game. And we're going to do this right here, everybody. Remember, you can get these shirts down below, support the stream. You can set it and forget it. That's what we're going to do. We're going to set it and forget these copper sheets and let them run. First, we're going to try to find our wire, though. Let's go find that down below here. Where do we put all? There's some right here in this first one. Let's just grab all of that. Oh, I can't grab it all out because we've got too much stuff. Let's put some more of these in here so we can just grab all that stuff out of there. Very nice. Let's see. We can also get rid of this. We can get rid of some of our base resources because we're going to have so much of that. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy. And again, we should see copper sheets coming out of there. Also up here on the second, I built in the ability to double run all of that stuff all the way down the entire factory. We've got the front part already connected. Now, if I put that back in, everybody, then I won't be able to chain it to the next one and the next one. So that's why I leave that open. I like that for the later stages. So we know we need 4. Let's go ahead and build out 4 now that we have enough stuff. And so I'm going to press number 1 on my mouse because I have a 12-button mouse. Makes it super easy right down there. I always send half my surplus into the sink to buy their silly cosmetic stuff. I rarely ever buy the cosmetic stuff other than I got myself a cup in real life. As well as I got a cup in game because it's Coffee Stain Studio, so you got to have the cup, everybody. And then I buy the little factory cart, which I absolutely love. I have the factory cart shirt as well, so big love to them. I love that factory cart, everybody, because I feel if there's anything that's really good with the lore in this game, is if a multi-quadrillionaire or bazillionaire, I don't even know how much space company is worth, fix it, were to send you down to the planet, they would send you with the cheapest little car possible because they want to spend the minimum amount of money for the maximum return on their investment in you, right? So they send you down with your little tiny little car, and you drive your little car around, and then of course as you make them more money, then of course you can get the bigger cars. But it just makes me laugh every time because that is the mentality of corporations. That's how corporations think. They think in terms of resources, and they think people in terms of resources. Well, we need this many people to do this. We need this many people to do that. Well, we don't need those people anymore, so we'll just get rid of those people. They don't think of them like as human beings. They think of them like iron ore or copper ignites. That's how they think of people in a corporate way. And I've worked in corporate many, many times, everybody, for some of the top companies in the world as a graphic designer and also as a senior tech. I sure have, but I've been very lucky in my career. as well. I don't do graphic design for people anymore, so don't ask me because I do this instead, which is basically I consider my job to entertain you and bring a little positivity and joy into your day. And maybe, hey, maybe you might learn something along the way as well. Learn some new stuff. I've been learning a bunch of new stuff in this playthrough. That's for sure. And we don't need any of this stuff up here anymore. This can all go bye-bye. Actually, you don't even need to take the thing out. You can just take the little wall holes out, and that'll take it out too. There we go. We don't need any of that stuff anymore. And we also don't need this whole entire line because we're going to put this back in as we add more and more factories to the back here. Okay, so how many factories we're at? We're at 1, 2, 3, and then number 4. Now, I'm also going to start speeding up here a little bit, but we're going to go ahead and put our factories in here. And we're going to get them hopefully going the right direction with the arrow pointing that way. We're going to have it automatically match up to the side of the other one because we're thinking in terms of A, B placement and then thinking in terms of it placing where it doesn't have the sidewall. So this sidewall has been removed on the other one and then it's been added to this one. Now I'm actually leaving a gap here so I can peek into that one or I can peek into this one as I'm running along. But if I'm out here looking at the base, I can't see any of that, so that it basically makes it easier. Now, we've got some line runs to do. So let's start at the beginning, make sure that we did all of this one. And now we got the power run, so we don't have to, we can close that up as well. So we got our power run, we've got our hypertube run, which is running separately from our power, so we can turn that on and off to save ourselves thousands of power over the total of our factory. And then we're running our input line there, and then on this side, we're running our output line, which is stacking into these boxes, which are underneath here, all the way down. Okay, so we got that done for that one. Let's move on to the next one. We got our power run. We can go ahead and cover that up. We can go ahead and do our connection. Now, of course, the first thing I would do is do your power and then do your input. This way, this can start up and start running. And then, you know, all of our other stuff, like our hypertube, is just there for our convenience. So we can run back and forth if we wish to, and we can also turn it on and off if we wish to, and that's it. So we already ran the power, running it over here. Oh, we got some love coming up in the chat. Choo-choo! 33 months of sub love with a double 3 roll right there. Show some love to M's right there in the chat, everybody. Come on, this is an interactive stream. I want to see that love in the chat right over there for the wonderful M's. Big support of the stream. Appreciate you big time. Big time. Okay, we already ran the power. Oh, we did not already run the power. Oh, bad Kismet. Kismet did not run the power. Let's do that. Oh, we also got Thurbrick coming in with 12 months. Oh, get his wings. That's a full year right there, everybody. He just got his wings. Let's show some extra love to Ems and Thurbrick in the chat. Now, I'll just sit here and stare at this wall. I absolutely will because I'm old and I'm worse than cantankerous. I'm Kiz-tankerous. So I'm going to sit here, and we're going to stare at this wall until I see some love in the chat right now. Let's go. Come on. I'm old. I'll sit here all night long if I got to. Dee-dee-dee. Oh, we should do our thing over here. Hold on. We should do our thing here. Maybe I gotta put out the call. There we go. Get that love train in there. All right, there's some love in the chat. All right, there we go. There's some love in there. What up, Roars? Waving back to you. Hello, welcome, everybody. Welcome. All right, see, I'm old school, everybody. I think if someone comes in and shows that love in the stream, that everybody should say thank you for helping keep this stream going, because it's a struggle every month, everybody. That sure is. It's been a struggle for 9 years. Because I put every penny right back into it. That's what I do every single month. Every single month, and the giveaways and other fun things like that. All right, let's run that over there. Let's check our inputs and outputs up here. Make sure that we are running this back this way. Check this one over here. Make sure, oh, look at that. We forgot that one right there. And that one looking good. Okay, now we're looking good. I feel like I should probably run the power all the way down first. Yeah, I got that one connected. I should probably put all these down and then run all the power lines and then come back and then do all the other stuff after. So we got all those connected nicely. And then that's it. That's done. That's GG's here in the back. Now, also, we want to go ahead, just add ourselves a little bit of safety out here. The second it's done, save lagging me. Alright. Oh, wow. Kismet Love Tray really getting fired up today, everybody. Who's that? McLown coming in with 8 months of sub, or magic. Wait, McLown. Magic Lounge. There we go. God, Kismet's brain just like skipped a beat on that one. Right there. Look at this. We got a hype train going too. We got 4 minutes and 30 seconds to do just a little bit more of that hype train and get that going. So thank you very much for gifting that sub there, Roars, out to Magic Lounge there as well. And make sure to say thanks to Roars there. We got a Love Train Conductor, everybody. Where'd my Love Train Conductor hat go? Over here. We got a Love Train Conductor in the stream, everybody. You're like, that's a cool hat, Kismet. I know, right? And then we got a blower whistle. Let's go, everybody. Let's show some love to Roars in the chat, and also say congrats to Mick Lound getting that gifted sub. So getting 8 months of sub love right there. Now know that when you do get a gifted sub, you're getting, of course, that epic Kismet emotes. You're getting the holiday emotes. You're getting the animated emotes. Also, by the way, if you're just a follower, you get free emotes as well as you get 3 times as a sub. You get 3 times the Kiss Caps just by lurking in the channel, which is what we use for our giveaways. And you have 3 times the chance of winning those giveaways. So lurk in the channel all month long, so you're getting the maximum out of your free gifted sub. So thank you very much. Tip of the hat to Roars. Now I'm going to put that over there. It's going to mess up my hair, as it always does, because hats are evil. There we go. Over here. I'm not a big hat person. I think the reason why I'm not a big hat person is because I have a big fat head. They don't fit me normally. Normally don't fit my big fat head. All right, there we go. Don't blame the hat, blame the head, right? All right, let's go ahead and put this over here like a dish. There we go. Now, the reason why I put this here is because of the hyper tube. Now, here in the back here, we're going to go ahead and just add a little extra bit of stuff here with our little hyper tube connection there. And then we're going to go inside. Why do my headphones sound like they're off? Did I bump my headphones or pull my headphones out? I can't hear the sound. Yep, I did something to my headphones and now they're not working. All right, there we go. It's always some technical problem. Okay, so we went in and we connected that hypertube entrance in just the back. So now we have it in the back and in the front. Then what we want to do is go ahead and actually we should just add this to our steps down here, right? We should add that to our number 10 here. Number 6 is going to be our power thing, which we're going to need right here, right there, and then we'll just put this in the very back. And we just need it there to be there enough to basically control the one in the front. Now, the name of the one in the front of this is called N04 Sheets Hypertube. I wonder if we could just double click it here. No. So what we could do is just go ahead and turn on the front one, right, like this. And that actually turns the one on in the back. And the reason why it turns the one on in the back is because the powers run separately through that connector all the way to the back, which is why I was running those lines in between. Because it's on its own separate line, so we can turn the hypertube off separately from the factory. So now I can just run up to the front, test my hypertube, make sure I didn't miss, a thing. You want to definitely test your stuff. And that's going to launch me out the front. Then I can go to this one, and I can just highlight it, copy it, Control C, and then jump back in there again, run all the way to the back, and then I know the naming convention is going to be the same. Boom, and I got that wall there to save me from flying off the side. And then I can just paste this, turn it on first, as back, like that. And then now I've got this thing in the back, which I basically is just there for me turning this on and off. Now I've also got my sheets in there, so I'm going to go ahead and add my sheets to my amount of stuff that's being made over here. Priority group 6. Can you actually name these priority groups? No. It's just by default. So there we go. N4 sheets. And then we have our extractors, which is already in there because it's part of my copper ore extraction that I'm doing. And then, of course, I have my hypertubes here as well. So I want to go ahead and say hypertube in there, and then the hypertube back. And then there they are right there next to each other. And again, I can just turn it back on and run all the way back there. Now, before I run back there, I'm going to go ahead and double check my cross connections are good. Just kind of fly way up, and I can see my inputs and outputs all at the same time. That all of that stuff is working good. we are making a ton of copper sheets here. All right, 390 worth. Okay, so now to go to the front, I can just fly down in here, boom, and it'll take me all the way back to the front. Now, no matter where I am in the factory, by the way, I can turn all these hypertubes on and off simply by going to one of these priority switches. But I can also just flip it off by going to the front of there and turning that off. And when I look at my hypertubes here, this is literally saving me thousands of power that I could be using for other production or making it easier on me so I don't have to make as much power. That's one of the things that I do early game is I try to make the minimum amount of power so I can progress through the game. Now, we're going to end up with a lot of hypertubes and hypertube back. That one in the back is just for convenience for us. So if we're in the back and we say, oh, wait, we forgot to turn the hypertube on, we can access the priority switch, turn that hypertube on, get to the front, and then turn it off. Just use it when we need it, either from the back or from the front, which is what that's all about. So there we go. Sheet's done. Now, what's the next thing we need? Cable. Now, we also need to clean up this ginormous mess that we're doing over here with all of this. Now, you can see that this is in my way. Now, I've got to watch out because my inventory is going to get very, very full here. What we got in here? Nothing right now. We can take out all of this temporary stuff. Oh, looked like we were putting some copper sheets in there. How convenient. Now, this is going to be something over here. We are making a crazy ton of ammo. All right, well, that ammo needs to be moved. Let's say way down over here. Now, I'm going to put one of these as mine, and then let's just put it over here next to this one. If I put it all... I need more of the stuff. Now, I'm just going to take it out from way over there. It's going to drop into my inventory, along with the ability to make another box, because I took that box out, and it gave me the resources back. And then I'm just going to go over here, and I'm just going to put all of those in there separately, away from the thing. Hey, look out, we got it done. Everybody get some emotes. Congrats, thank you, Ems, for the biddies as well, making my little dragon dance. Let's go. We got ourselves a little choo-choo. So there we go, giving out those emotes. Try them out in the chat, everybody. Thanks for bringing that Kismet Love Train in and getting us to that next level there. Appreciate the support big time here in the stream. Okay, and then you can see we've moved our hub up here as well. That's because now our hub is in the middle of where all of our resources are being produced. Okay, now this is the coolest thing about blueprinting is I can just hit F, R, and then boom, bye-bye. And then bye-bye again. Again, I cleared out my resources to make this much easier. And then, look at that, I've got my, this is for biofuel here. And then take all this out. Now, biofuel would be one of the things I would probably do down below because I don't really use that all that much at this stage. But it is pretty nice to have that as a backup in case you need to use your chainsaw or any of that other stuff to make it happen. Cap. Right there. All right. And we removed all of that stuff. Now, another thing that we want to actually remove is all of this other stuff that's running under here. Let's just drop down in here and remove all this. Now, I can just hit G, and then everything that's a 3 thing, I can just go ahead and try to grab it wherever it's at, because I'm going to get rid of all of this stuff and redo all of this spaghetti we got going down here. So we'll just pull all those out at the same time, which is pretty cool. Now watch this little trick. If you take out the floor hole, boom, it automatically takes out the other 2, so you don't have to, you know, highlight all of that stuff as well. So we want to remove anything that's going to be in our way down here. So we want to go ahead and remove our splitters. We can hit G to just get our belts. They added that in update 8, and it is awesome. To be able just to go in, highlight just the belts, and remove all the belts so easily like that. And here, G, boom, pulling all that stuff out of there. Oh, these are all... See, some of these are level 4 belts, so it's not letting me take those out because I have to aim at those and say, okay, take out all the level 4 belts and limit those. So it will limit it to actually the speed of the belt that you're working on. And again, we're going to take all this stuff out because we need another factory to go right up above here. Now, we've also got other stuff over here. We're going to hit G to get just the splitters. And then G just to get the lines. Now I can also go G to get this now and take all of those out. And then just go G and get all the ceiling mounts over here. Look at this, man. This is much nicer. All this spaghetti going bye-bye. We're going to be like, oh, man, this is going to be so much nicer in the long run. Man, I'm going to make this all beauty-muss. Very, very beautiful. Now, again, I've added that kind of headroom so I can run the stuff on the top, which actually runs underneath the stuff that's up above. And this is kind of like my run level down here. And then up above is my primary production. And I'm actually going to integrate my larger production, which I normally do in a level above that, in with it as well. Or I might do it above that. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Because I like to do it vertically, because then it's much easier to do your line runs, because then you can line run up here. So you're not running them all down at the bottom like I was doing there. You have 2 levels of line runs. And then the next area that I would typically go up to would be up to where my train level is going, because there's actually a train running there back and forth. You can actually hear it going by. I don't know if we can see it. Can't quite see it, but then I would actually have my train level way up there, which is going to be above all of the other foliage and other stuff that's in my way. So we're going to get all that stuff running, and anything that's pretty far away, I think that you should eventually convert that all into train runs and not have it as line runs. In the beginning, you can do a lot of line running, but man, that is just so much work to run those lines and come back and upgrade the lines and so on. Okay, so now that we've got that down, we know what to do. We need to take some of this wire and convert that wire over to cable now, because we need a bunch of that because we're running low on it, because I've used it all up over here. So let's go over here, and we're going to load our blueprints, and we're going to load the ones we did before. So we're going to go sheets, and we're going to load that. Oh, I don't have enough my little computer thingies. So we're going to go find ourselves some computer thingies right over here. Oh, yeah, we got some in this first box. Computer things here. Now, if you have any questions or comments, feel free to throw them in the chat. If I'm going too fast, you're like, Kismet, how'd you do that thing, or how'd that thing happen? You just go ahead and feel free to ask in the chat, because we're innovating in this playthrough, everybody. We're doing a whole bunch of new stuff that I've never done in the game, and we're innovating on all of that stuff. But now we need something else. Okay, hold on. Let's just do this the easy way. We go in and say, we want to make one of these, and we want to make one of these. And then it's now going to tell me over there on the right what I need. That's way easier. All right, let's go over here, and let's see if there's anything in here we can go ahead and just get. Why am I looking in that way when I could be looking this way? What do we got? That's where we did all of our stuff. We put all of our stuff over here. Let's go ahead and consolidate some of this stuff into there. Oh, what am I doing? Sort is what I want to do. Put all that in there, and then this. Sort that. Put that wire back. Probably don't need that much wire on me. And then some copper or some aluminum sheets, because we're not going to need that. You're like, well, Kismet, how can you have all of these resources when you're not even making that stuff right now? That's because I made it in the previous stages as I was going through, and I backlogged a bunch of it, which makes it much easier. Now, by the way, while I'm doing all of this, it's over there making me absolutely thousands and thousands of each and everything, which is what it should be doing. It should be working while you're doing something else. Oh, and I again forgot to get the pipes over here. All right, let's go back and get it again. But not paying attention. Not paying attention here. All right, where's all of our pipes? This way. Got a whole bunch of them stacked up in here. Get those out of there. There we go. All right. Now we got enough for both of them, by the way, so that we can build them once we get this going. So now I'm just going to iterate on what I've already done. I'm going to go into my constructors. I'm going to go into Sheets A, and I'm going to pull that up and basically change it from sheets to, you guessed it, cable. So we go over here and we say, okay, cable. Right here, C-A-B-L-E. We're going to double click the cable. We're going to copy it and then run over here and paste it right in there. Like that. We're going to change our sign up here to cable. There, and this cable is going to be half of the output, so that actually is going to be another number than 780, but I'm just going to leave it at 780 for now. And I think what I'm going to do is just keep this back thing out of here after it's done lag saving. There we go. I think I'm just going to keep this back one out and just add that at the end manually. Because it's just faster for me to add it manually than to keep taking it out every single time. Again, take out everything you need to take out, and I'm creating A and B versions. And then this one's going to come from down below. But I know I'm not actually going to need that as the input, because my input is actually going to be my wire here. So it's going to go out of here and then cross over from this one over to the other one. Now, another way I could do it is, instead of it having crossing over that way, I could have it just run down, right? And I could actually have it run down out the back of the box up in here. I could go ahead and run in here and have it run down out of the back instead of running into here. There's 100 different combos I could do, but I definitely want to run it from here over to the other side. And eventually we'll run all of this stuff to the next stages and next stages. So what I want to do is actually change this so that's going up a bit higher. But one of the things I could do is also change the side of it. And here's a great little trick with your lifters. What you can do is you can go in and put your lifter in on the bottom one, right? So you aim toward the bottom one, if it lets me, there we go. And then I turn it to the side, and then I can click it here and then move it all the way to the top where it's above my other stuff, hopefully, like that. Then I can take this out, and then I can reconnect that back in there. So it's like build order, right? So the build order will make that more beautiful, so I can see that that's what's being produced there, and then actually have an output that I can cross over to my other factory, which doesn't run into my outputs over here. Now, if it does, then I will just switch the directions in which my outputs are going out or in, or send it one way or the other way or the other way to make it all work. But basically that's what we want to do with this wire, is to run it up and run it across to our new factory. So we want to kind of think that through. Now, do we need our little thing to be out like this? No. Are we going to run it from below? No. So we can take that out. Are we going to run the power? Yes. Do we want the ability to turn off our hypertubes and all that stuff? Yes. Do we have a hypertube interest already built in? Yep, we're good there. We changed the thing there. We changed the names on both of these. And we know that's coming from node number 4, which is our coal node, or our copper node. And we are looking good there. Let's go look in the back. The back of this, we don't need our little thing there. We're going to take that out now. And all of that other stuff looks good. Okay. Now, the most important thing, by the way, I'd also have power by where you're doing your blueprinter. I have this little power connector here just so I can float up in and out of these. And I love these sliding doors because that makes that super easy. I can just pop in there. I can say cable. I say, okay, run that cable for me over here. And then the same thing over here. I can do cable. Or you can just do copy and pasta. But I definitely want to look at each and every one. Another thing I want to do actually is kind of fix this up just a little bit better than this. I want to go ahead and run that power pole. Let's say, I want to move this back, so I'm going to go ahead and put it here. Just going to run it all the way around my blueprinter, kind of out of the way, but close enough in which I can use it to float around from any given side. I'd probably just give it one extra block like this. Actually, we'll move this, move that closer. All right, well, let's save this first. Again, this is going to be our cable. We'll fix all that here in a second. All right, so this is cable. We copied it. Let's double check that these are both correct. We've also taken our wall out on the side there because we're going to put these right next to each other. And then we'll go to the next level and we'll paste it and then check it. There we go, cable. And then paste it, check it right there. See how I keep dropping like that? That tells me that my power is too far away. So maybe we want to put one in the center, so my power doesn't keep dropping me off. Like that. Now make it easier for me just to go in the side here and check all of these from the in part where I took the wall out, which is another great advantage of taking that wall out, is so I can just go ahead and do it very, very quickly. From the end, paste it there, check it, and all of it looks good. And then down here, and now we're going to change this to cable. This will be cable A. Save that blueprint, clear it, grab those resources back, I actually want to move this designer just a little bit. Right over here. Again, I'm always fine-tuning how I have my stuff. And you can actually nudge the blueprint, which I think you can hologram the blueprint thingy and nudge that around, which I think is super cool. And of course, the bigger the object, the further you can nudge it. But there is a max limit to how far you can nudge stuff. Okay, now we can better get our blueprint designer all kind of maxed out here. Where's the center of this sucker? 1, 2, 1, 2. Let's say right here. So the center of it is between the monitors, right there. And we'll just say right there is the center. And then we'll do one out that way. We'll check the center again. Again, this can be very frustrating when you keep trying to do stuff and you keep losing power while you're trying to do your blueprinting. I kind of feel like this one's a little inset. Maybe we should put this one down the center as well. Let's say something like that. There we go. So now we have a connection in there. Now you can't use power in the blueprinter itself, but now no matter where we go on the blueprinter, we're not dropping down all the time because we're losing power. That becomes annoying after a while. Okay, so we got the A done. If we go look in our constructors, we have cable A. Let's go ahead and get sheets over here. And then let's think about how we're going to do our cable after that. So each one after that, we're going to connect the power. We're going to need to change all of these constructors to be new stuff. So we'll paste it and see if it worked. Yes, it did. Here's what we'll do. We'll paste it all first. Do that really quickly because doing the same thing over and over is much more efficient than switching back and forth. So cable, cable, and then cable, cable. Always want to double check all this stuff all the way down for your peace of mind right up there. All right, so that's good. We've got all this. We're just going to do the same thing we did before, chain this and chain all of our hypertubes and chain our power. So there we go. I think that looks perfect. That's it. That's all we had to do on that one. Super easy. Barely an inconvenience. I love that. Love that pitch meeting thing. All right, so wire B, we're going to save that. And now we're ready to go. And let's just clear the designer so we don't get confused as our hypertubes and all that. Oh, it didn't actually clear it. Let's try it again. Clear it. There we go. And then let's double check that our stuff is good. Oh, yeah. And then we're going to go ahead and go back to our set number 10. And we're going to go ahead and do cable as number 1 for right now, and then we'll do the other one after that. So in theory, we could just modify the ones we already got, make those changes, and then go ahead and continue to add more down the line here. So let's hit G to just get our foundations here. We don't accidentally get rid of anything else that we don't want to get rid of. Now the cool thing that I also built into these particular factories is I built in the foundations already. So that means when I'm running my foundations down, it'll automatically fit perfectly with the rest of my buildings. So I don't have to keep adding back in foundations and running lines in between, which I was doing in the previous one. I eliminated that in my new blueprints, and they actually sit really close to each other, which is awesome. All right, so no wall here. We're going to angle that in the same direction. Looks good. We're going to line it up. Everything looking good there. And that's going to be our first one. That's our A, which is the front one. Oh, we got a problem here. Okay, so we got to upgrade that as we're moving our wall outlets down. So we need that to be a outlet 2 because we're chaining it down and whatnot. So in the future ones, we should go in and upgrade that. What is the 4th connection? Oh, because yeah, it's running backwards now. So while we're thinking about that right now, we should go make that modification. Now I could go back and make that modification to all of them, but at this point I'm just going to be chaining this forward and redoing these over and over. So let's go ahead and grab our A back out again. Let's go ahead and upgrade our connector there to a level 2 so that we can keep it chaining, because we're now chaining it forward as well as to the side. All that little stuff like that will come up at this particular stage when you're now in the next one. There we go. We'll save that over A. Then it's smarter for us just to take it back out and put it back down, because this way it'll be part of the blueprint and be integrated in the blueprint. So we just go F, R, and then take it all back out again, and then very easily just go, and since we put it on our bar down there, we can just try to nudge it in the direction I want it to go, this way. There we go. Actually, it has to do with how your camera is oriented, not necessarily the way it's oriented. Like, my camera's oriented this way, it's going to move forward and backwards, but if I turn this way, I just learned that, by the way, if I turn this way, then it goes the other way with my arrow keys. So that's super useful to know. And there we go. So now we should be able to go over here and connect this over here, and it end up being 3 out of 7, and then when we run it forward, it'll be 4 out of 7, and then we'll still be able to chain it down that way. Okay, so that's all good. Nothing I need to do in here other than to eventually add the input over there. So we want to take those over there, and we want to run these over here. So let's go ahead and get, let's go ahead and say number 7 here. Oh, nope, that's 0. Number 7, there we go. Number 7 is going to be this one. Now I would probably go up here just so you can visualize it running over the top of these like this, and then we can just run those right across. Like it's going down just a little bit. Don't like it. And we can also look on the side of where it's hitting those notches there, and then we can also look over there to see. It's not going to perfectly match up because the outputs and inputs are different, but we can go ahead and at least see where that notch was. So we add it here, and we can put it up by 1 notch on this one, and then it should then run a bit straighter. There we go. And it's got a bit of clearance underneath those. Very nice. Okay, that's going to start right up, and we're going to see. Oh, well, look at that. It's already made a bunch. Made a bunch of wire there, and if we see that wire there, we know we did it right. Okay, so there we go. We got that done. And then now we're going to go ahead and switch to our other one, which is our B1 here. And then we're going to figure out how many of these we need to make. But let's go ahead and make a B1 first, just to test it to make sure. Oh, and we're going to need some quick wire. Let's go get a bunch of that. Let's see, where would I have put quick wire? That's a good question. I don't think I brought much quick wire up here. But that's okay. Just happen to have a bunch left over way down here. Now, I have these boxes, and I call these the mega boxes, everybody, because I took out a massive amount of storage, and what it's done is it's dropped all of that stuff into this massive storage of stuff over here. Now, eventually, all this stuff will be replaced and be obsolete, but I'm going to go ahead and grab a bunch out just so I can utilize that quick wire later on. I feel like the number one thing that you want to run into the Awesome Sync, everybody, is quick wire. Quick wire is the most efficient thing to run in there because you ain't using that much quick wire, especially in the very beginning of the game. I rarely use quick wire. Rarely do I upgrade my poles to the higher level poles, and my little connectors, rarely do I upgrade those. And I rarely ever even use level 3s, ever. I might use a couple of them in my entire playthrough. So quick wire, I find, is probably the best thing. Plus, it also forwards your tickets much faster. I've probably gotten 400 tickets just in quick wire in this playthrough. That's it, just like that. GG's. Big time. Speaking of quick wire is the next thing we're going to do after we're done doing our wire too. So let's get down over here. Now that we have our quick wire, let's click the thing here so we can see what that is. Also, let's find ourselves a nice little box to put all this extra quick wire in, because we definitely don't need to be carrying around that much quick wire. We do need some more of this stuff. Now, of course, as we're adding these factories down the line, well, guess what? If I need some wire, well, I know where to go, right? I just go right over here. I click this box under here and check out how much wire it's already done over here, and I can grab wire from there. And basically, we're replacing these boxes and the boxes I had down below with each and every factory, with each and every resource that I need along the way. I think we put all the wire in here, and again, we're just going to grab it all out and utilize it. Now our problem with not having enough wire is solved, because now it's going to make us a bunch of wire as well. So what are we producing over here? We're taking this wire, and eventually we'll want to split this wire in half and use the wire elsewhere. And our output of wire over here, we can go ahead and take a look at our wire, because we did a spreadsheet. Our total output of our wire is 780. And why is that? That's because it has 780 going in. But actually, in the long run, our wire is going to be split into 390 and 390. But we're actually producing, 780 originally. Now, what we want to do is take our calculation here and figure out what our actual total output is going to be. And I can see this actually not calculating off of this now, which is what it should be doing. Why is this calculation? Oh, that's because it doubles. It doubles the output. So the input is 390 and the output is 780, which is as fast as we want it to be anyway. We don't want to have our 790 running or 780 running in there, because then we're going to have double the amount. We're going to need 2 belts to get it out of there, because it'll be running too quickly, because the fastest you can run is 780 on a belt. So I really do want to cut that in half, and this way it'll be running at its maximum speed, and it also will run on that belt as maximum speed. So the actual output is 780. So the input to our cable is 780, which I already have there. And then, of course, the output of that is going to be 390. Again, we have all these calculations already pre-done. So the input's going to be 60, half of that's going to be 30, and then it's going to go back to 390 if I run all of it in there. Now, eventually, I don't obviously want to be running it all into cable, but what do I care right now? I've got tons of wire. I might as well just run the entire thing in there, make as much cable as I can until it's backlogged, and then finish. But I want to think in the future and say, you know what, eventually I want to cut that in half, right? I want to run my input actually at 390 in the long run. And so now it says that I'm going to need a total of 7 factories, because it's 6.5. We're going to round it up. I really think I should have this rounding up here. Let's see, can I get that to round up? Yes. How about this one? I want it to always round up. Yeah, there we go. That's just going to round up right there how many constructors I need. But total factories here, oh wait, no, total factories I need 1. Sorry, 1 is what I need. Total constructors is 7. But it's 1.08, so that tells me 2. Let's see if we can get this to round up each and every time. Let's see, there is a calculation that does that. Numbers, man. Let's go ask the internet, because my brain is not giving it to me right now. Auto round up, Google spreadsheet. How do you round up numbers and good equal round up? Insert function math roundup. Okay, let's get this to round that sucker up for us. Insert math, or insert function math roundup. I'm a spreadsheet master, everybody, but this Google spreadsheet is much worse than what it is. And then we're going to need our calculation. So I'm going to do that for a second, and then we need to just actually copy this calculation from here. Put that calculation there, like that. See, now that's going to round that up, but it doesn't look like it's rounding it up, because now the numbers are wrong. So this is going to be 13. This is going to be 13. There we go. Yes, now it's going to round it up to 2, and then I can actually retroactively just pull that up and see it does it on those too. So I don't really need to know the 0.05739 thing on the side of there. You know what I need to know? I need to know an even number of how many of those particular things that I need. And I also don't now need the other zeros. And then this just visually makes it easier for me to know how many factories I need. So rounding up is pretty cool. And then also the ability to copy it across all of that. Number of factories, and then I can shrink this down so it's not has to be a big column. See, look how much more efficient that is, right? Very, very much more efficient. So cable, in theory, it's only 0.08, but I would build 2 factories anyway, This way you can, of course, burn up all the excess. Of course, in the beginning, I'm going to be running the max amount in, but later on, I'm going to be splitting it for other things. So, but I need to think of in the future. Okay, so let's go ahead and put another one down over here, and we're going to use our B version of wire right over here. And we're going to nudge that right over there. Oh. All right, first thing we want to do is run our power backwards. Across there. And then since we're not going to put one behind this one, we're just going to go ahead and do that. And then we can go ahead and do our connection first. So this one can start up. So it's got its power, it's got its input, and then we'll go ahead and do this right there. Now, if you find your calculations are wrong, there's nothing wrong with that. You made a mistake, no big deal. Go in, fix it, and roll on with your life. I find at my age, everybody, I make a bunch of mistakes. Hey, Railget, it's exclamation loot, by the way. If you want to know how to do all your Kiz caps and all that stuff, I have it down in the panels for everybody. Make it nice and easy for you down there, by the way. If you want to know all that, or you can just go exclamation, what is it? Exclamation Kiz caps, I think it is in the chat. I can't remember. It's been so long since I did it. But right here, Kiz caps. Right there. There we go. That'll tell you all about how to use the giveaways and how to check your loot and all of that stuff. Oh, that's part of the giveaways. Okay, so there we go. So we got that running, and that's now going to make a bunch of wire and run that wire to the front. Now, you don't need that much wire, but believe me, it's going to make an obscene amount of wire very, very quickly. So right here, I've already got tons of wire. Not going to be using all that wire for right now. But because I have this just going directly out of here and directly over here, it is running in there at 780 as fast as it possibly can because I'm using the max speed belts. And that sucker's just running as quickly as possible. Now, eventually, though, I do want to change this to work later on. And we want this to be half of that, which is going to be 390. So let's just remind ourselves that eventually this should be going in there at 390, which is why we got that in there. Okay, we got that. Now we're going to go ahead and run to the back and do ourselves a little solid here. Again, adding this. Get ourselves a little wall here to keep ourselves from flying off with our hypertube. Like this. Oh, I should have put a hypertube entrance in here as well. Let's see. Hypertube entrance. Let's make that number 7. Oops, wrong button. Number 7. And then this will be number 8. There we go. So number 7 there, and then I'm going to go inside. That together there, and then we'll put our little thing here in the back. A on the left, B on the right. Run to the front here so we don't have to retype it here, and then highlight this, copy. And this one's only too far. It's only 2 down, so I don't really need a hypertube. But you know, that's what we're doing, everybody. We're building it to the level here, and this one's going to be the back. Now I'm going to go ahead and check my hypertube by going in and flipping that cable one on and see if the hypertube starts up. It does, and then I can just go ahead, test it. Working good, very nice, and then back the other way. All right, working good, and then I can just go ahead again, go in here, the priority, turn that off remotely. And then another thing that I would do is definitely fly up over the head and make sure that you've got your cross connections going here. Look at that, nice. And then here, and then of course it's going to backlog 6 boxes worth of those cables, and I think we'll be fine with 6 boxes. Okay, so now we got that done, and that's it. We got all of our copper stuff rocking and rolling, looking beautiful over here as well. And of course we have it opposing to our iron stuff. We got our iron stuff and we got our copper stuff running. Now, the next thing that I would want to do is, cause I like to put my quick wire with my copper sheets. And so we just need to go in and, oh my goodness, that's got a whole lot of stuff in there. In fact, this is way too much. I'm just going to throw it away just so I don't have to micromanage it. Over here, put some of these foundations back in. What do we got in here? Oh, mama. Okay, we're going to get rid of that too. We got boxes and boxes of that now. We're fine. Okay, then over here, we have something that we're making. Let's go take a look. What are we doing? Industrial beams over here. Now, we're going to definitely fix that. So we're going to take that out, and then we're going to go blueprinter. Right over there. We'll take this out. We've got some belts that are just running all over the place. Take all of that random belt stuff out. And we're going to integrate that kind of next level of stuff. Oh, there I go, dropping stuff again. What do I got on me that I can just get rid of? Let's get rid of this biofuel that apparently I've been running around with this whole time. There we go. And so that's going to be the next part of my factory. So I want to go ahead and just take out anything that's between me and what I want to put in here. And again, all this stuff. And again, we just take out the floor hole, and it'll take out the lifter. All this cool stuff under here. Take all that out. And again, try to take all that stuff out so it doesn't end up. There we go again, dropping loot. How many boxes do I got? Oh, I got another box out there. I see it. Come here, little box. Whoa! Oh! Drop me like a rock. Oh! Just a little too far. Come here, little box. What do you got? I went and cleaned these boxes up earlier yesterday to kind of clean all that up and get that out of there. Okay, now when your inventory starts getting full, you definitely want to take some of this stuff and just drop it off. No reason to carry just this much concrete around at this particular point. I'm not using that much concrete for the moment. And the same thing with all of this that we just picked up. And a couple of those ought to do it for right now. If we need more, we'll go back. We'll get more. Same thing with these circuit boards. Holy mackerel. Look at all these circuit boards and all of these. One stack of each will do. Same thing with our silica and our quartz crystal there. Rotors, motors. Same thing. Too many heavy modular frames. Too many computers. You usually only need one stack of the stuff in the moment, and if you need more, it'll tell you when you go to make it. Okay, we also want to go in here and edit our to-do list and clear that out. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to work on our quick wire. Now our quick wire, very much like everything else, and so we can also just search for quick wire. If you don't know what to put it, what it's going to be in, you can just search for it. And at the bottom here, it'll say constructor. So if you notice, I'm just doing most of the stuff that's just the constructors. I'm doing all the constructor stuff first because that's easy, and I've already done it before, and so it's very easy for me to go in and just modify what I've already got. So let's run over here to the far side, and we will clear this off of here. And this, there we go. And then we want to go in and kind of organize our the way our priority switches are. So let's go in and get that done. So we're going to go in here to our priority switches and say, okay, where's our cable? Our cable we're going to put in priority group number 6. Our OR node is part of the N4 node, so that's already in there. And then our hypertube, and then our hypertube back, which will drop way at the bottom, which is awesome. You can see we're slowly taking out all of that stuff as well as we go. Okay, so that's looking good. So let's get some quick wire in here. So again, same thing. We're going to load the blueprint. We're going to go to our A first. Again, I'm going to double check that I did change this one here in the front. Yes, Mark II. Okay, just double checking. And then the first thing we'll do is go up here, and we're going to select our quick wire to be next. Quick wire, right there it is. Select the image, and change the name. Quick wire. That also is going to be coming at 780, and we'll fix that here in a second. And then, oh, I could have just copied it from that one. Quick wire. Copy. There. Oh, we got to do our smelting first too. We got to do our smelting, which our smelting will be deuterium. We've already taken the thing out of the back. Yes. Okay. So quick wire, quick wire, quick wire. And then we've got to also remember to do our smelting before we forget. Quick wire here. Let's copy the settings. And since we have the back of this open, without the walls. This is so much easier. Just go in and paste. Make sure we're pasting the right thing. Wait for the save lag. Man, I'm really tempted to turn this save lag up to 30 minutes now. I have it at 15 minutes, so if I do crash and it's like just saved and I went 14 minutes afterwards, I would lose it. Speaking of, I'm gonna actually do my own save too. I like to have my own individual manual save and then have it do its auto saves. The reason why I do that is if the auto save gets corrupted, I'll have a backup save that I did myself. And I'm just saving over the same one right now. All right, let's double check that this all is QuickWire. QuickWire. QuickWire and QuickWire. All right, that's all QuickWire. And good. We find where the front of this thing is. This way. It was right behind me. That was funny. Ran around the whole thing for nothing. QuickWire. All right, QuickWire number A. So we'll save that. And then we'll want to go ahead and load up the B. Right here. And then same kind of thing. And since we're already here, we can just go ahead and paste it right in the back here. Luckily have this one going in the way that's the most easiest to the front of this. There we go. That's really all I should have to do with the QuickWire is just basically just paste in the fact that they're all going to be QuickWire and then just double check them because sometimes it does get messed up. We're still early access, and I'm playing early access experimental. Right there, and then down. And then we just go in. We already have the name, so we can just paste the name in. I'm just going to truncate that just a little bit, no wall. And save right over there. Okay, now we should have that in our blueprints now. Yep, there's our QuickWire. Wall and no wall. Now the thing about QuickWire, and we'll go ahead and clear our designer here, and just make sure there's nothing there. There we go. Is the fact that we're going to need to convert that QuickWire from Caterium. So if we go Caterium Ignits, it's going to say, hey, we need some smelters to convert that down. Now it just so happens that we have a bunch of smelters that we are doing right down here, and I've also figured out subcategories, which are awesome. Let's go ahead and start working on our subcategories here. So we're going to add a subcategory and a subcategory again. So our first category up here, which is our current thing that we're working on, is going to be copper right there. And this is going to be iron right there. And this is going to be miscellaneous because eventually we're going to come back to our foundries and we're going to rework those. Put that down there. This is iron down here. I don't know what the difference is between these two. Oh, this one's no wall and this one's with a wall. So we're going to apply that in there. This one actually we could probably just take out because we're running it next to the concrete. So the concrete has a wall. The iron ignits has no wall. And then eventually we'll have other ones that have no wall. So we'll be taking the iron ignits ones and running it. But on this side, we've already got the copper ignits, which already has the wall on this side down below. And so this right here, the copper ones are already running. And then next to the copper ones, we're going to do the QuickWire. And again, we're going to try to put them real close to each other all the way down. So what we need to do is we need to get the Caterium, which is running from over there, to end up over here. Now Caterium is being run from pretty far away. Same thing with my Boxrite. And what I'm going to start doing is anything that's not fairly close, and I just did this to show line runs, and I could use trains just from right here too. But I'm going to go ahead and bring in our trains. So we're going to go ahead and basically use trains with Caterium and our Boxrite to bring it over here so we don't have to go to it over there. Now, I like to run trains up higher, way up in the high level up here. And then, of course, I'm on this particular train, I'm actually going to run it on this lower level to run that if I want to. Or actually, I could just run it up above, up there in its own separate line that will run it over here. So maybe I'll just do that. Maybe I'll do that over there. But what we want to do is, of course, go and kind of scout it out first and see what's going on with our Caterium. We want to make sure that we do have our boosters with us. Let's figure out what I did with all of those boosters. Unless I've used them all up. Can't find any in here. They're probably... Oh, there's a couple right there. Right there. Probably only need a couple, but let's go ahead and see if we can find any more down here. Just in case. And nodes is the #1 thing that I overclock, because why not? Definitely worth the extra power, for sure. Hey, Kismet, I hope I can ask you a question, and chat can answer too if they can help me with this as well. Go ahead, Judo. I don't mind if you ask questions in the chat. In fact, I give out love if you ask good questions. If you ask good questions, I give out extra kiss caps. I love good questions. As long as it's not an awkward question about, you know, deep emotional problems or something like that. I don't know if my stream is really equipped for that, but there you go. All right. And probably want to go ahead and put another one of these here so we can just kind of cross that power over there, and we can run our power this way so we can use our hyper tube. What we got over here? Do we got our little thing on us? Where's our little... Man, I don't know what I did with it. Our little thing where we can slide along that. Slide along it. We're just going to walk over here. Now, the cool thing about this particular location is the Caterium is fairly close, but since we're going to be running our line runs over here, we might as well get this going. Now, eventually, of course, when we have trains, it's going to make it a lot easier to go back and forth. I don't have to walk. Don't have to use hyper tubes. Don't have to do all of that. And since I already have an established train level, I mean, I got to watch out when I get up here, though, because this train level is uranium. And that's running out there, and you can see I've got power running. In fact, I've got 66 oil pretty much running, and then 4 nuclear power, and that's way more power than I need, because you can see even my max cons is half of what it is, and right now we're so efficient in our running, everybody. We're only running 4,000 because we're redoing all of our stuff and making it very, very efficient, as well as not having our hyper tubes be in our way. So let's run up here and look at this box right first, and then look at our train level that we have going on up here. Now, the problem is if you got 2 trains running in 2 separate directions, you're going to run into each other, which is going to be a problem in the long run. But I could lower it or raise it in that part, but then, of course, my train's not going to be going flat. So I have to make a decision. Do I want to raise it up or do I want to raise it down? What do I want to do? In this case, I can just kind of lean off to the side and see if I have some headroom. Doesn't look like it if I look way over there, right? So I've got that part that's going to run into that over there. And so, we can just take the hyper tube over here, and we can see it's green, so we know it's working. And of course, see, the train is going past me, so I'm not going to get radiated unless I'm close by the train itself. So it basically makes it where I'm not getting radiated in there because it's just grabbing the uranium, it's running down there, it's just going back and forth doing that all the time. Now I can also, which I just thought of, can put in a priority switch on my trains and just turn my trains off when I have way more than I need for that particular thing. So let's go over here and let's take a look at our box right extraction. Right now it's at 240. This definitely is a pure node because I can see it's a Mark II, which means it's updated it 2 times as much, which means that this one's only going to need 2 of these to get the 780. That's going to be pumping out of there at 780, which is going to be pretty sweet. Now, do I want my train to come all the way down here to the end to get it? Or do I want it to just run that all the way down and then get it on that side? Now, I would eliminate all line runs. If you're going to go trains, you might as well eliminate your line runs, eliminate your hyper tubes, eliminate all your stackers, eliminate all of that stuff, and have a nice clean train line that's going to go through there. Now, another thing that I need to know, my train's coming back right now. It looks like I'm going to hit it right about the right time. Well, that's the train on the other side. Where's my train at? I think it's... Where are the... Station Yuri. Oh, it's over there. I can see it. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to build up over the train tracks and then basically backward engineer this so that it eventually does that. But I don't really need any of this stuff now, so I'm just going to go ahead and pull that out. A Mark IV belt here anyway. going to go ahead and pull out my hyper tubes. Don't need those anymore. Because again, I'm going to replace all of the hyper tubes and all the stuff on this level with trains. So this is what I call a train level. Now my train level, I want to be as flat and even as possible. I don't want to go up and down and all of that because it will slow down my train. And I don't want my train to ever slow down. I want to go at maximum speed. Get ready. As it goes by right there. Now you can see I've already figured out the height of where that train is, where it's going up above the train. So that's going to make it easier, so I can just use that side as a reference. And what I'm going to do now is just go ahead and readjust what we got going here. And I'm going to guess that's 1, 2, up. And we'll take a look. That looks pretty good. And then we're going to run a foundation across there like this. And then we're going to wait for that train to come back and see. Now, trains do collide with each other and with other things. So be careful when you're running it across there. We're going to find out if that's tall enough. I think it will be. We'll see. We'll see. And again, we can pull out all of this stuff now. We can pull out all of our stackers while we're here. Oh, thought I limited to stacker. There we go. Limited to stacker. Now again, also these line runs are slower. Some of these are Mark 5, but most of these are Mark 4. So instead of me like upgrading them and going through all of that rigmarole, I don't really need to do that. I can just go ahead and take it out of there. Now this also is taking me down to the Caterium node, and then that node is going to take me down down to my base. And I'm going to rerun all of that. Because all I need to do now is just go straight up to the train level, get on a train, and zoop zoop right down the way. Zoomy zoomy. So I'm actually going to take out all of my hypertube stuff as well, because I no longer need it. Like that. And we still got our power, which is nice, and our power is still running over there. We're going to revamp all of our power as well as we put in our trains. Okay, we're waiting for our train to come back. Probably stand back just a little bit. We're going to get radiated. Oh ho ho! That's like the hair of my chinny chin chin right there, everybody. Very, very close. Okay, now also I've got all these trees and stuff in my way, but it won't matter because my this particular train's going to go up even higher than my other trains are, and it's just going to go perfectly straight out like this. Boom. Now luckily I brought a lot of plates and stuff that I can just go ahead and utilize to run this. Now I'm going to visualize how my train's going to be running based on the width of my thing here. Now I'm going to run it down the center. I typically like to do my trains 3 wide and then run the track down the center so I can use my vehicles to run down the outsides if I need to, but you could just as easily get away with one down the center. Now my first stop is going to be here in the back, and you're like, well, Kismet, I thought you were working on quick wire. This is not quick wire. Well, that's because to do the quick wire I should do this first, because this is going to give me my height level, and this is going to allow me to line up all the train stations before I do the Caterium ore. The Caterium ore is a second stop, right? So this will be the first stop. Whoa, here it comes again, radiating me. This is going to be the first stop, Caterium ore, second stop, drop off the resources, third stop. All right, so that's why we're doing it in this order, if you're wondering. Some of you are, and some of you have no idea what the heck I'm doing. So there you go. A little love for both of you bees. Okay, so let's go ahead and look under here and just remove any excess down here. Like this. We're going to leave our power line here. We'll leave our ramp in there for now. And again, we're just going to go ahead and start replacing all of this as we go down. Always a little scary when it drops you like that. Drops you off of there. Now again, my main thing now is just to take all of this out. Also got to watch out I don't start dropping loot on the ground, because I'm going to be picking up a bunch of raw resources here. So I want to just go ahead and make sure I clear that as I go. And just keep running it out. I actually think it's a better idea to run the side ones first, because the other ones might run into that one. I might end up with stuff underneath there. Now I could run power poles in between here so I could float in my hover thing, but in the long run that's going to be a waste of time. And you'll see why here in a bit. We can actually take out all this power, all this other stuff that we have running down there. We're going to redo all of that in the end. Save lag. There we go. Whoa, a lot of stuff in the chat. Hold on, let me catch up. Been getting a lot of more views and follows in the past couple days. There's some people helping me with campaign codes and help me. Let's see how well it's gonna. Help me out with campaign codes, and this has helped me get views and follows. But the dude helping me wanted to drop $100 on 5 codes off the bat. Did not, because I wanted to see how well it was going to help me. And yeah. Always go with your instincts, Juno. You go with your instincts. I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I'm going to tell you, usually your instincts are right. So if it feels like a scam, most likely is a scam. Again, better on the side of caution than to have someone say, oh, well, hey, you send me this thing on a gift card or whatnot. The second somebody says send it on a gift card, that should be the red flag that you need right there. And say, hey, I appreciate it, man, but that feels kind of sketchy to me. And if they say, oh, I understand, well, then you know they're probably legit, right? Then they probably are trying to help you. But if they say, I don't know what you're talking about, I don't know why it's a problem, it should be no problem, I don't know, everybody does it, I do all this for people all the time. Red flag, bro, red flag. Again, your instincts are usually right. And I've had lots of people come in the stream and try to scam me out of this, that. I've got my, all of my emails from my buddy, the Prince, in, Zimbabwe or wherever he's from, about my millions of dollars that I can go and collect. That stuff makes me laugh, everybody, because I'm smart enough to say, come on, yeah, right. It also makes me really sad for those people who do that for a living, everybody. Because remember that some people, they have zero moral compass. They don't care if they scam you out of your life savings or they make you, stressed out about how they went and scammed you. Because that's them surviving. Some people just do it for survival because that's all they think they could do in their life. But if they could do that, then they have some skills. They could actually do it legitly and be a legit human being because they actually have some skills. They have the ability to know and how to work with people and talk with people. They could be a salesman. They could be whatever, right? So if you have enough ability to do that, to scam people, you probably have enough ability to do anything else that is not scams or not illegal or not bad, considered bad by people who have like an ethical conscience, right? Who care about other human beings. Most people, when they're in that survival mode, they are the worst versions of themselves because they're in survival mode. They're trying to eat, they're trying to get food and whatnot. So you got that part on your side that you feel bad for them, that they're in that survival mode and they have to live their life like that because they're poor. And there's nothing wrong with that if you're poor, everybody. If you got to work as a janitor, if you got to work at fast food, let no one put you down. Because you know what you're doing? You're out there legitly earning a living. You're out there providing a service and getting paid for that service. Maybe you're not getting paid that much, but you are doing it legitly. You're not stealing, you're not lying, you're not scamming people, you're not doing any of that, so hold your head up high, everybody. I don't care what anybody says. I don't care if I got some millionaires who are walking around saying, oh, you people suck, you're just a janitor or whatever. Screw those people. Those people are the worst kind of people because they never had to go and scrape some toilets to make a few dollars so they could put some money on in the groceries to buy their kids some food today. So screw them, those people who feel like they're above everybody else. You can tell that they never worked a hard day in their life. Or maybe they did and they forgot what it's like to be down at that level where, you're in the poor class. Because my parents were like poor, but we called ourselves medium poor, right? So middle class poor middle class. Because we actually had food, water, and shelter. If you have food, water, shelter, I consider you're the poor middle class. And then if you don't have those things or you can't afford those things, then you're in the poor stage, right? You're in the stage where you're barely getting by. I'm in the poor stage right now. I have made more money than people make in a lifetime, everybody, but I spent it all because I was young, and I also spent it on doctors. I spent all my retirement on these stupid doctors to stay alive. So right now, I think I have $11 in the bank. Not kidding, $11 in the bank right now. My personal bank account, $11. Now, I don't come in here and say, look at me, I'm Mr. Rich Man, I got my Mercedes and my stuff or whatever. I'm just like everybody else, everybody, just trying to get by every single day. I just tell it to you straight. I don't pretend, I don't lie, I don't cheat, I don't scam people. I don't tell you I like something if I don't like it. If I don't like a game, one, you never see me play it, that's for sure. And I turn tons of stuff down. Like tons of stuff. Hey, kid, play our game. I'm like, it's not my type of game, or it's not my type of thing. In here, if it's like anime or something like that, I like some anime, but if it's something I don't like, I'm not going to show it. Like I actually have one that's queued up for tomorrow that I think is funny. But do I watch tons of anime? No, I'm just going to tell it to you straight. But would I watch this one? I might, because I like the premise of it, and I think it has a funny title. So there you go. So that I will add, but 99% of everything else, no. And if I feel like it's a scam, absolutely not. If it's something that's not aligned with what I'm doing, I don't care the amount that they would pay me, by the way. Money does not motivate me to do what I do, obviously. Obviously, I could be a Walmart greeter and make more than I'm doing here in the stream because I'm making zero. Zero amount for 9 years. Zero amount. You're like, no way, Kismet. Absolutely. Because you can very easily see my sub numbers. My sub numbers is 100. You take 100 and you say, okay, well, you're getting $5 a sub, Kismet. Yeah, 100 times 5 is 500. Well, guess what? If you cut that in half, Twitch takes half of that. So I am making $250 a month. That's what I'm making. Yeah, I mean, this ain't rocket science, everybody. You can figure it out on your own. And I'm always transparent in everything that I'm doing. When I'm paying for shirts, I pay $200. I have this design done for me because I was busy streaming. And then I'm upfront about everything. And this way, you don't have to put a lie on top of a lie on top of a lie. And I see people do that all too much in life. And if you feel like it's a scam, bro, it's most likely a scam. Do what you think. Use your instincts inside. Use your instincts and say, hey, yeah, I sorry. And here's the thing. The best thing to do is just be honest with the person, right? Be straight up with the person, right? Don't accuse them of being a scammer or whatever. Just say, hey, I don't know, that kind of feels a little weird to me. That you want me to give you a gift card back or whatever instead of just giving you the cash. This just really makes me feel uncomfortable. And what I would prefer to do is, if you want to gift some stuff to the stream, you can either gift it just directly, gift me the codes, and not me have to pay you back, because I can just buy the codes on my own, right? I just buy the codes on my own. I appreciate you trying to do it, but it feels like something weird going on there. Because either they would buy it for you and give you the codes, not ask you to pay them back, or you can just buy it yourself. Why have them buy it? Why have them buy it for you and then you pay them back? That doesn't make any sense. It makes 0 sense, and it is a high quality, definitely a red flag scam going on right there. Alert. Now, is it a scam? I don't know. It'll all be based on their reaction, right? Their reaction to what you say to them. And again, be respectful and, don't accuse them of being a scammer. Just say, look, this makes me uncomfortable. It feels like what a scammer would do to me. I appreciate your support. Just want to be right up front with you. If you do want to support the stream, you can donate it to the stream, or I'll just buy it myself through whatever I earn on the stream, right? So that's what would be my suggestion. But again, it's your life. They're your life choices, all on you. You go what you think is right? It's all going to be you in the end. Okay, so let's go ahead and get this train station in here. And I'm kind of looking at where I want this train station. Put this out just a little bit further here. We can always take these back out again. Okay, so what we wanted to do is to roll up, get that box right here. Now, again, why are we doing the box right? Well, because it's going to have multiple cars, and we're going to need to sync up where those cars are. So it's putting all that in the right car on this side, and then taking it out on the right car on the other side. So on this, all we need, push-pull train. Just one line. That's all we need. We don't need a circle on this one because it's just going to go there and go back and just take these resources here. I like to have all my train things separate instead of having one train that's going around, because it has to do all these stops, and that takes time when I could build an infinite amount of trains. I mean, I can build a lot of trains up in here. Okay, so let's go ahead and, unlike in real life where, you know, it costs a lot of money to build train stations. So, okay, so again, we want to go ahead and find the center of this. I hope that helped you, man. I just got to add, right when you're able to talk about it a bit, you have to say what you're saying again. Oh, no, you got an ad right in the middle of it? All right, well, what I'll say is go with your instincts, for sure. Sorry about those ads, but, you know, Twitch trying to stay in business, and it does help the stream, too, and I appreciate that, sitting through those ads. Bada bing, bada boom. Exactly. Lego, Lilo Dallas Multipass. Rated as 1,000 kids cast. Oh, I love that movie. That movie's so good. Let's write that down. We should do a Lilo Multipass. Is that on Prime right now? Let's go look. Hold on, I can look up. Let's see. Fifth Element. Free. All right, let's see if it's free streaming. Let's see if it's on Prime, because I can do a thing here, free streaming, right there. So tell us where the Fifth Element is streaming. Let's see, Prime. Let's see if it's free. We got to rent it. Bummer. I love that movie. I love that movie, everybody. I love a movie that when you go into the movie, you have like super low expectations for that movie, and then the movie turns out to be actually really good. That's the way it is with that Fifth Element. I'm like, oh, this is kind of a weird, because I watched the trailer and I go, this is kind of freaky weird movie, but I absolutely love that movie. I think that absolutely is because of all of the threads of the movie are so well together, and it's the number one thing. I don't care if you're building an RPG game. I don't care if you're making a movie or a TV show. I have to care whether those people live or die. If I don't care whether they live or die, you failed at your job as a writer, as a director, as an actor, as whatever it is that caused me not to care, then you failed. Great example, New World. I do not know any of those people. I played that for literally thousands of hours. How many hours, or hundreds of hours? Let me go in here and find New World. Hold on. New World, where are you at? Let's see. Not in there. Hold on. I gotta go down here. New World. How many hours did I put into that sucker? Okay, 672 hours. Not 1,000. But 672 hours in. And I can't tell you one of those characters. I can't tell you one of them. I can't tell you I cared about those characters. Because when you're playing the game, you're so reserved. And you're reading text and you're so far back. It ain't no Witcher 3, everybody. It ain't no Baldur's Gate 3, right? That one's really exceptionally good. Man, that's my type of game, everybody. And I really am getting that bug that I want to play that game now. And I also want to just buy it. I just want to buy it just to support that type of game. No microtransactions, incredibly deep game. You care about the characters from what I've seen. Everybody's like, no, oh no, the other person. I don't want to spoil anything for you. But I've been watching a bit of just the beginning. I don't like to watch the end because, you know, I don't want it spoiled. But I've been watching the beginning. And it's a turn-based game, too. It's like Fallout 1, Fallout 2. Which I like turn-based games, you know, like XCOM and things like that. I like that, and especially Fallout 1, probably my favorite of all the turn-based games. But it's making me want to play it now. But I got other things to do right now. And we got Starfield coming up. So I don't want to get too wrapped up. Because I can tell you, I would get wrapped up in that game. I absolutely know. I'm getting wrapped up watching other people play it. But I'm my own man, everybody. I don't chase trends, which a lot of streamers do. Because I'm not here to be the richest person in the graveyard. That's why, you know, I'll do long streams. But I won't do 24-hour streams every single day. And then I'm going to die from not watching out for my health. I just do as much as I can do, and if you're going to watch my stream, everybody, just know that I'm going to have a schedule, but it's more of a guideline of when I'm going to be on, and sometimes I have IRL stuff I have to take care of, or I have health issues that are interfering with my ability to stream, and if you're cool with that, then awesome, because that's the way it's going to go, and that's the way I'm going to do it, because again, I don't make a dime doing this, so this is all about my health, and then bring a little positivity and love into the world, everybody. That's what I want to do for the rest of my life. Instead of, just making another ad for, potato chips or for, t-shirts or billboards and they don't do CDs anymore, but making more advertisements in the world. I would rather bring a little, laughter, a little fun, a little comedy. Now, I don't consider myself a comedian, everybody, but a lot of funny things happen to me. Just, like if you watch my stream for more than like 20 minutes, you know that something's going to go off the rails. Something's going to get broken. My game's going to get quit. I'm going to die. I'm going to run out of fuel. I'm going to run out of this, that, and the other thing. So I think I'm just, my stream is a comedy stream just because all sorts of funny things happen to me. And I'm also kind of silly and do silly stuff and don't really care anymore what anybody thinks. Because I answer to no one, everybody. I'm in the point of my life where I have already proved to myself that I'm a decent person and proved to myself that I owe no one an explanation for who I am, right? And that is a really good place to be in your life, everybody. That you don't have to be what everybody else is telling you want to be, to live up to all of their expectations. You just got to be you and find what you want to do in life because you only have so many minutes. And when you get to my age, everybody, you realize you got less minutes left, right? You already used up all your minutes. It's kind of like the old cell phones, right? Where you'd have your time. Well, they still have it now. But you have only so many minutes on your cell phone. I have unlimited now because it costs the same now as it used to. Especially when you have so many people on there. You might as well just get unlimited at that point. Yeah, it used to be your minutes. So that's the same thing in life, everybody. You only have so many minutes. Use them up. And you've been allocated so many minutes in life. Use them wisely. Is what I say. Okay, now what I did right there, everybody, you saw I did several segments, and the reason why I did those segments is so I can line this up perfectly on the thing. You always want to do a small segment, so this doesn't end up going like this, and sometimes it does, big time. Hey, good morning, Christ Lover. Thanks for being here. Just figured I'd listen in the stream while I run radar and pull over speeders. Hey, there you go. Hey, there you go, Crux Liver. Hey, we always always appreciate all the service members out there. I appreciate the police force, all the firefighters out there, and of course our military peeps. My family, military family, my wife's family, military family. I've never been in the military, but my family told me when I was young, they served in the military, so I didn't have to, so I could go out and do what I need to do in the life. They stood a post for the rest of us, everybody, and appreciate the military that are out there standing a post right now at 4 o'clock in the morning, 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning while we're sitting here playing games, right? They're trying to keep us safe out there, so appreciate to all the service members out there who do their stuff. Pull over those speeders. Pull them over. Yeah, you know what I didn't realize until I was in my mid-20s? This is funny for you, Crunks, is that if you go over a certain amount of the speed limit, they impound your car and take your license away. I did not know that. Nobody told me that. Nobody told me that when I was young, and I didn't really have good instruction because they taught me a little bit in school, and then my parents taught me a little bit, and they're terrible drivers themselves. And then I didn't learn it till I was like 25. That if you go 30 miles over the speed limit, I don't know if it's the same thing where you're at. Let me know, Crunks Lover, in the chat. If you go over 30 miles over the speed limit, they impound your car. So if you're supposed to be 60 and you're going 90, they're going to take your car and take your license, bro. So be careful. Be careful out there, everybody. There you go. You work out here near the beach watching beautiful lightning storm over the Atlantic earlier. There you go. There you go. Well, hey, there you go. Thanks for protecting us on the road. Appreciate it. Appreciate it big time. 30 is a crime citation. Yeah. Or criminal. There we go. My brain trying to work there. Criminal citation. Yeah. How fast they got to be going before you impound their car? Yeah, criminal. There we go. I thought that's what you meant. How fast they got to be going before you actually arrest them? Is it 30 over? Is that what criminal citation is? Or what if they're going like 60 over? What if it's like a 30-mile-an-hour zone and they're doing 90? I've seen people do that, by the way. They come down my road. Wow! I'm like, whoa, what the heck, bro? I don't care what hurry you're in, but man, some kid jumps out in front of you. That's it. It's actual arrest, but they don't go to jail. Oh, okay. It's considered an arrest. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. I'm not going to tell you how fast I was going on those particular roads, but I have been 120 miles an hour before. I've driven at 120 miles an hour. That's the fastest I've ever driven. But I've been in also another car that was going 140, and it wasn't on a track. And that's when I was young, everybody. That's when I was in my 20s, driving around with all my crazy friends. Yeah. If they are released, they get a court date. Oh, man. See? See? For all of those who didn't know it, all you up-and-comers or you older peeps like me who didn't know that, I learned that the hard way because I had a police officer tell me that, but I was only going like 5 miles over the speed limit or whatever. Or actually, no, it was at a stop sign. It was at a stop sign where you can't, no right on red, right? No right turn on red, except for the sign was covered by a bush and I didn't even see it. And I came up and I turned. I still paid that ticket anyway because I didn't want to go down and fight it because I'm just too lazy. But I just like, hey, I can't even see the sign. I should have went back and took a picture of it, but that was before you had cell phones where you could take a picture. You know, you'd have to get a camera and come back and take a picture. I was like, just pay it. Dang, I don't want to do it. But yeah, he was saying that because people are coming down that road at like, double speed. And he's like, if you're over 30 miles an hour, you're going to get, have your car impounded. And I'm like, oh, I didn't even know that. Of course, I wasn't going that fast. I don't know why he told me that, but I guess he was getting, because they had a whole bunch of people lined up. They had me, no right turn on red, and a couple other people who did no right turn on red, and then a couple people who were speeding down that road, which is the reason why you can't turn right on red, because everybody's going like 60 miles an hour down that road in like a 30-mile-an-hour road, right? And apparently they had a lot of accidents there. For every rule, everybody, there is a reason why they added that rule. Great example is I go to the emergency room, right? And I'm sitting there in the emergency room, can't breathe, by the way. That was a whole nother story. But I'm sitting there and I look up and I see this sign in the emergency room. And it's not just a sign that someone wrote and put up in the window or someone put up on the wall. This is a sign that they went to a sign-making company and they had them make this sign. Do not climb on the chairs. Okay. Now, why would they put that in the weight room? That's because somebody was climbing on the chairs and hurt themselves. And I don't even think it was a child, everybody. I think it was an adult. I think an adult was climbing on the chair in there, hurt themselves, and now they got to put a sign for the rest of us to tell us not to do the thing. Also, same thing with coffee. Coffee is hot. Duh. That's why I'm buying it. I don't want to buy cold coffee unless you want to get Starbucks, caramel ice macchiato or whatever it is. I don't drink coffee, everybody. I don't drink it. I love the smell of coffee, but coffee is like bean soup. That's basically what it is. You're taking coffee beans and you're running water through the coffee beans to make the coffee, and basically that's what it is, bean soup. If you've never thought of it that way. But that caffeine will give you a boost, but it's also crazy addicting. And they want you to be addicted to that sucker big time. Big time. All right, hold on. We got to get it here. We got to name this sucker the proper thing here. Let's get back to work here. So this is box right, and I can't even remember how to spell it. My brain just went off again. Let's see. B-A-U-X-I-T-E. 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 Or box right or station. There we go. And they got hit return, otherwise it doesn't keep it. If you notice when I went out and came back in again, it didn't keep it. But now we can see box right or station up there. Pretty easy, right? Pretty easy. Now, also I have it aimed in this direction so that the front of the train, the front engine, will go this way. And then the other engine I'll have go in the opposite direction, so it'll pull it this way. That's called a push-pull train, everybody. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. BRB, there you go. BRB, you got one. Someone's about to have a bad night, everybody. He's off and running. Have fun, Crux Lover. Somebody gonna get a court date right now. Those kind of warning signs are also because the person that climbed on the chair and fell off probably tried to sue them for not having a warning sign that points to blindly obvious. Exactly. You're exactly right, Rotisserie Jig. Okay, now, here's what we want to do. We want to actually go ahead and move this back. And we want to move this back a little bit here just so we can line this up real nicely with our output here. And we're going to line that up a little bit down, a little bit here. Now again, I'm working on QuickSwire, but to think it through, you want to do your box right first, so you got them both at the same level. Now I'm going to turn it, and this is going to be a cargo, not a fluid, a cargo entrance, and boom, there we go. And then you could probably guess what I'm going to do down here, but we should We should build our little thingy, right? We should build our little thingy down here. That's what we're gonna do. Now, I'm gonna, if you only see one thing in my stream today, everybody, this is the one. This is the thing to see. Here we go. Come on, here we go. We're gonna take all this out, and we're gonna drop some loot on the ground, apparently. Let's go ahead and make a box up here, up on the top, so we can drop some of this stuff in that temporarily. There we go. What can we drop right now? Oh, a bunch of this and a bunch of this. And again, we need to fix this one first. Then we're going to go to the Katerium. You're going to see that one's going to be so much easier because we'll already have it already set up over on this side. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to build out down here like this. So we're going to go ahead and pull that up. And then we're going to go ahead and start with our extractor. Now, our extractor we want is a level 3. And you can see that we're going to need some fused modular frames, which sadly I did not bring with me. And then, of course, some more portable miners. Now, normally I leave an extra miner as well. You can see this is also a pure node. Also, if you don't have any power down here, which we currently don't, that's when you want to start using your ramps. Or something that I really like even more so is our cool little ladder that we can go ahead and run. I love the little ladder, everybody. That's why you don't have to make all the ramps and do all of that. The ladder is much more efficient, I think, than a ramp. Okay, so let's go ahead and backlog in the other direction. How do we want to do our power? Probably power on the inside. And we're going to probably run that way and then curl it back. Because we're going to build out a big old thing. Or maybe we could run it this way. How does that line up to that? Okay, that's up above. And this, we could go right over the top of this. So this way is the way we're going to go. We might move the train station and all that stuff later on to accommodate that. But we're going to need that stuff. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to do a little zoom. And you're like, Kevin, you took out your hypertube. No worries. No worries. We'll get this going. Again, we're just kind of scouting out where we want this to start. And we can always change it as the plan evolves. But we're definitely going to need this miner, so let's go get that going on right over here. Oh, and the other thing we might want to do is to remember to bring up our thing. There we go. And we're going to do our storage here, our large storage and our small storage, our A and B storage. I think it's this one. We should rename these for extractor storage. I think they're the green ones if I remember correctly. Let's go. Yes. Yeah, we should rename those at some point. Let's go ahead and... I find that, by the way, when you log in and out, it changes where your blueprints are in your thing. It drives me crazy. So let's click that as well, because we're going to need those resources for what we're doing. And let's just double check that we got a lot of that stuff over here. See if we hit into our... run over our train at the exact moment that we're going over. Yeah, and that train's just running all on its own. There's nothing I need to do on that train anymore. Alright, now we're way up here. Away from our thing. We're just gonna YOLO, everybody. YOLO! Oh! Oh, I got this! I got this! I got this! I don't got this! I don't got this! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh god! Oh god! Wow, I bounced! Massively bounced! Lost my car! All sorts of action going on here. Let's throw some bombs! Right over there! Oh, it's going after my car! Oh, no, wait! Reload, reload. Oh no, I only had the one bomb! Woo, mama! Alright, where's my thing? That's attacking the car. Oh, that's actually a good little trick. Look, it was attacking the car instead of me. Thus, oh boy. Gotta get the back of it. That's tricky. Alright, pickup cart. There we go. Whoa! Big boy, big boy! Oh, look out, look out! Red alert, red alert! Ooh, mama. Damaging fix-it property. Ow. Alright, we need to run away because we're going to die. Look for some food. Save our booty. Much more baddies over there. I see some food. Save lag. Well, save lag's gonna die. It's gonna kill me one of these days. Might be right now. Alright, here we go. Okay. Whew. Well, emergency save there. I forgot to bring my bombs. And that's it. Now he must pay the price. Oh, there's something right there. Peekaboo! Peekaboo! Wait for him to shoot at you, then go for it! Get behind him! Get wrecked. Alright. Whew. Alright. Win. Big W. We got down here. Oh, we got some of this. Ah, some circuit boards. See, now some of this, if you go out and searching for these in the early game, you get a bunch of really nice resources that can help you, because the circuit boards are actually multiple things in one. So if you find circuit boards and stuff like that, oh, heavy modular frames as well. So it's just doing some of the work for you. Now, also right here, we got the drop pod. It's operational. Pull that out. Get ourselves a hard drive and maybe get ourselves some alternate recipes. All right. Fred over here being, of course, zero help. Thanks for the backup, Fred. Could have warned me. All right, we're out of here. That would be even easier right now. I got an idea. Oh, I don't think I have any fuel for it. I don't. I could make myself a little dune buggy. Also get rid of the box right. End up dropping boxes everywhere. All right, here's what we really need. A little sip of coffee. There we go. A little sip, if that is even coffee. Twitch Prime Gaming just added Quake 4 for GOG for free. Oh, I'll add that in. I'll add that in when I get a chance. Okay, we're making it back. We're doing something. I can't even remember what we're doing. Fused modular frames is what we're trying to do. This looks like the one with all my higher end stuff in it. Put all that stuff in there. Anything else I can take out of there? Too much of this. Our supercomputers out. Don't see my fuse thingies in there. And you're like, ah, kidding me. You gotta make some fuse things and you got no production right now. How you gonna make these fuse things? Well, great thing about being me is I already made a bunch of them. And I got them in these giant boxes that I took out all my storage boxes. So all I gotta do is run over here in this massive... See, this little box right here is holding like 30 boxes worth of stuff. Look at that. Oh, tons of loot. How did I do that? I made a bunch of boxes. I put a bunch of stuff in it. And then I took it out. And then it just drops on the ground with all the stuff in it over here. Which somewhere in here, actually we pull that out before I forget, is our fused frames. Yeah. Yep, there they are. In fact, let's just grab a bunch of them out of there. And then we'll run them back over here. So we're going to keep running over here every time. And that's why I'm stacking them over here, because I'm rebuilding my entire factory to be much more efficient. But before we can make the factories more efficient, we need to fix our line runs and stuff like that. There we go. Sort that out. Pick a couple stacks. Oh, I already got a couple stacks on me. There we go. I don't know if I need that many stacks on me, but that's okay. We'll keep it. We'll keep it for now. Okay, so we got that done. Now we want to go back in the other direction. I don't think I have a bit of a hypertube here. Let's just do something fun. Add the hypertube entrance up here. And then just tie in the power. Oh, I don't have any cable. Oh, boy. Oh, and I didn't get any more. Oh, I think I have steel pipes down the other side. But let's get some more cable. I don't know why I suddenly don't have any cable. Must have dropped it in the box. I forgot to take some back out again. Now, this is from a hypertube I had done before. But I can go ahead and just grab this, tie it into my factory. That'll just save us that time, running back the other way. You're back, all right. I hope that wasn't too big of a ticket. I hope that poor guy doesn't have too much of a ticket, but that's what they get for speeding, acting crazy. What's like your threshold for pulling somebody over, Crunkslever? Is it like 5 miles over the speed limit? 2 miles? 15 miles? What's your normal threshold for pulling somebody over? Or maybe you just say, oh, everybody gets pulled over. Because I think in LA, everybody, you could be pulling over thousands of people every hour out there. Because there's literally millions of people that live there, and every thousands per hour are going over the speed limit. All of them are. Let us know. This way we'll get a little secret insight when we're going by and figure out the threshold. All right, there's our Kateria more that we want eventually. But we're working up here first. Could have took that hypertube, now that I think about it. Could have took that hypertube. Train's way over there. Now, had you had this all pre-thought out ahead of time, you could have built it up here the first time instead of building it down below. But I find that, you know, your base evolves as you go, especially when you're trying new stuff. And thus, I don't typically have it too thought out ahead of time, in this particular playthrough anyway. But a lot of times in some games, I will just have a vision of what I want, and then basically just build it out. Now, at every train station, I also suggest, at every node, that you have these little suckers that are right here, right? So you can build some stuff. And then, of course, your crafting bench, which I usually just say build. Let's build it on the inside. Just do that so that you'll have it in there. By the way, they also added the ability to hide your stuff now, like your weapons and stuff, just by hitting H. Okay, so we need another portable miner over here. And I know that we left some of these pipes in here, so we're good there. And now we're going to build out our thing over here. Let's do it. Okay, Mark III miner is going to start us off at 480. And I'm going to show you how something that I just learned in this playthrough, everybody. Oh, actually, that's got power. That's running from the other direction, so that actually has power over there. So here's what I learned, everybody, is how to align your Mark III things and how to align it perfectly so you just have one thing, and you're going to align it to the node itself and not the rest of the world grid. So, oh, there's some radiation around here somewhere. Where's this radiation coming from? You can scan for that in this thing. I don't think I've ever tried. Nope. Definitely some sort of radiation node nearby. It's over this way. Oh, is box right? Radio is radiation? I think this whole area is radiated. Huh. Maybe these are like radiated lands. Ooh, there's one of our little friends. Time to get it by using our power of verticality, everybody. Use that power to run ourselves over here and a little zip zip. Now there's probably a baddie around here somewhere. But look at that, everybody. Using that hover thing to grab it. Any more? I could definitely need a lot more of those. We got a lot of nodes to overclock. Something down there, one of those thingies. Where Ada gets all creepy. Gets all creepy. Yeah, it's got to be underneath here. Radiation's got to be underneath this thing because when I'm up here, it's not doing it. If I'm by the node, I'm not really getting it there. It's got to be one level down underneath, probably under an overhang or in a cave or something. It's got to be a bummer when we're trying to build stuff here. But we do what we got to do. Okay, so we're going to use our trick here. Use our architecture. We go metal beam. We hold down control. We rotate the metal beam so it's at its minimum distance away. We click, and then we want to go straight up and down. I just learned this in this playthrough, everybody. Now, we used to do it the other way by using the road barrier, and then you connect two of those, and then it perfectly goes under. But this is way better because it only uses one foundation. So now what we do is we go ahead and get that foundation, hold down control, and then what that's going to do is you aim at the metal bar, and it will put it right in the center of the metal bar, which also just happens to be aligned right underneath the node. Now I'm going to go ahead and actually raise this up so it's not in the ground like that. And you can raise it up a certain amount before it will not let you put it down. But basically that's done. That's done. That's good to go. That's GG's. And then you just put the node right back over. You're like, Kismet, there's not a hole there for the node and stuff. Just RP that you went in there and you cut it out with your saw or with your, your laser cutter or whatever. They got other things to be adding to the game than to add little holes in the foundations every time you do that. There we go. So look how perfectly lined up that is. Now, it's actually lined up to itself, which means that if I go in, and actually I want to change these out. Let me change these out for the bigger ones. If I go in and I add a box after this, this is going to be perfectly aligned to this. So that's it. All you need is that. It's awesome. And it's perfectly aligned in the center. So if we want to say go in and add a bunch of resources in here, add a bunch of boxes to backlog the resources while we're working, well, I just happen to have a little storage thing that I can aim right over here, turn it down that way. I can hit H to put it in hologram mode. I can nudge it over so it's aligned with what I've got, and it's automatically, boom, going to build that whole entire thing because I already blueprinted that out before. And because it's perfectly lined up to the grid of the extractor, that means that my line right here is going to run beautifully straight. I can't tell you how long I have wanted it to do that, everybody, and I finally found the process that makes that work awesome. Now we're going to go ahead and also put a B blueprint. So that's the A part, which is at the bottom. And then we have a B option that is going to go right here on the top if we had some steel beams, which we have over here. We'll grab all of those. Oop, going down. Going down. Yeah, try to stay up in the air so I'm not getting radiated the whole time. And then we got the B option to put up here. And I suggest to aim to the far side like this. And then hit H. The hologram. This H thing that they added is awesome. You can see my walls line up and my boxes line up. There we go. And then we want to make sure that we double run these. So I'm kind of double running it in the back. I've already got a little offsetter here that allows me to click this and then go right over the top of that. So I built that in to just save me time, so I have to keep doing that every single time. And you can see that's being double run from this down here. And I can just go ahead and start this up right now. And so it'll start extracting that stuff and running it in there. Now this particular one right here is running at 480, and we want it to go at maximum speed right over here. Now I could make it 1200 if I went all the way up, or I could make it 960, but it doesn't matter. The maximum you can do on any belt is 780. So you never need to have this higher than 780. So I'm going to go ahead and let that run at 780, and that's going to beast mode that out of there. And now that I've got my lower part and my upper part done, it's going to run it all the way to the top of the factory. Now, there's a couple things we want to put in here. So we're going to go ahead and get, let's see, let's get number 4 is from now on going to be our thing here. So it's going to be 1, this is going to be 2. Then we're going to say, save lag. That deserved the red light ticket. He never even tapped the brakes and went right through a red light. Oh my God. We did have a strong arm robbery earlier. We were there fast. Dude didn't even make it out of the store. There you go. That's scary, everybody. It's really scary how many people are out there doing scary stuff. I mean, they're trying to get everything for free instead of going out working for it like the rest of us. All right, conveyor belt. That's the next thing we want to do. We want to do our lifters after that, so we'll put that as number 5. Again, I'm just trying to do it in sequence that I would add it. And then we would do our, let's do our walls over here. So we're going to put a door in first. So that's going to be number 6. Number 7 is going to be a glass window. Now I'm talking about my quick things down there. I'm just pressing the buttons on the side of my mouse. I have 12 buttons on the side, which makes this crazy easy. So now I can just hit 6 and then boom, add a door there. Add a door the correct way. Oops, and I took out foundation there, my bad. Now I noticed, by the way, that your blueprints care whether your foundations are the same foundations as the one you're trying to snap them to. So using the larger foundations that I'm using in my blueprint is important when you're running that underneath there. And then number 8 is going to be this, but I already got these, so I can just use middle mouse button for these. I'm just going to run that up like that. All the way around. And our window over here. I find that what you want to do is just do the same thing over and over. I'm going to turn my zooming off. Wrong button. It is R. There we go. Just do the same thing over and over. So if you're going to do walls, do walls. If you're going to do, windows, do all the windows, and so on. Run that all the way up. Come on. There we go. And then over here, we're going to need foundations. So let's just go to our foundations. We're going to set that as number 8. This way we don't have to track that down. There we go. And then walls. I'm actually going to leave that wall open. This way it'll allow me to do my line runs a little easier, I think, this time. And then number 9 is going to be our power. And see, we can just do those all in sequence. It just makes it so much easier. Okay, we're going to need a double wall outlet, actually. We can set that as maybe number 10. Over here. And double wall outlet on the side. Let's do it a little higher this time. And number 9. Turn this off. Temporarily, we'll run that down there. Just have that run. Okay, and then we want to go ahead and run a single line up here in the front. Let's work a bit in the front here. And we want to run this up until we get to the top box there. Ooh, there we go. You might want to leave that open while we're doing the power. All right, now we'll look at where our power thing is. Right along this edge to the front. And then we're just going to have an inside outlet here. Say right there. That's pretty good. Connect this to the front. Now down here at the bottom, we're going to have the ability to turn this node on and off. Oh, and I'm up high enough where I'm not getting radiated now too. Cool. So priority power switch in here, and that I'm just going to grab out because that's just a one-off. Make sure I've got my A and B switch like that. There we go. And then number 9, this is connecting here. B is going to connect here. This one is going to be our actual extractor connection there. So now we've got that already there all the way back to the extractor. Now what we need is we need our actual big power. So we're going to run around over this way. Get our big power here in the back. Run that up to the top here. Now also we're going to put a bit of embellishment on here as well. And we'll get to that here in a second. We actually need to take these two out and do our walls here. And then, oh, they're not straight. It's actually here. There we go. Get our line runs in there nicely. We're going to embellish the front later. We're going to go ahead and do the back. Now I'm trying to do this in such a way that I can get in and out of there while I'm working. And just make this as easy as possible. There we go. And then we're going to have our big power. I like the ones with the platforms, just in case I want to zoom across there. I'm going to set that right there. And then we're going to use this as the one for this over here, as well as to run this all the way back to over there. Now, you can actually do this really far away if you start on this one and then you aim at that one way over there. But it's basically a little too far for me to get it from here. And you can see I can run it to about right there. Right, so I just run it in the center though, somewhere, let's say somewhere right there. We'll go move it a little bit so it'll be better. But what we're going to do for right now is actually just tap into a little bit of this power over here. Just to make all of this functional for right now. And you can run the power into the big ones from the lower connection as well. Because we want to go ahead and get this all routed and whatnot. And we'll run all our power back in a bit. We'll do that. We'll go here to the front. And we'll decide where we want our front one. And again, we'll use our single outlet. And let's say high side of this. Actually, you know what? I feel like I want to start doing it up even higher. Let's do it right there on these little things here. Okay, so that means on the back here, we want to do the same thing up on these two little squares there, or rectangles. This one we want to be a double, so it's going through the outside. And then I'm just trying to get the lines to line up as straight as possible, like this. And then the line down to the bottom. And that's going to allow us to turn this node on and off remotely, without even having to come over here and whatnot. If we lose power, then we'll have plenty over there. And then in the back here, we'll cross-connect this, like that. And then this can run up here. And then this line that I'm running back right here, this can go ahead and be removed now because this power is being fed from the front. Now, I think this is going to be node number 5, and we're going to have to change that other one off of 5 because we're going to make Deuterium our node number 5 here, I think. 505 Deuterium, or and this is going to be at 780. Oh. There we go, Deuterium ore. And then, of course, we can control it in here. And we got and iron ore keeps rolling up. Actually, I'm going to take the iron ore one out. Deuterium ore right there, 780. Oh, and we got to put word extractor on there, EXT. So we know that's actually the extractor, though I probably just know it's Deuterium ore at this point. Probably could leave out the word extractor, but we've got the naming convention going. We're going to go with it. So Deuterium ore extractor, boom, turn that on. Looking good. Now the problem is also I put it as 05 and not N05 for node 05. I don't like to put numbers at the beginning of any sentence or anything. because that can trip up computers and trip up stuff. So I always put a letter first and then do the thing. Strong arm robbery doesn't that that doesn't use firearms. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's scary. That's scary. People not paying attention, running them red lights. That's how kids and families die. People not paying attention. Okay, now we go up here. We should see some Caterium ore, and we certainly do. Look at it, or bauxite. I mean, in this is not Caterium ore. This is bauxite. My bad. My bad. I'm glad I went and checked. BAU XIT. Oh God. I don't know what it is about bauxite. I can't remember the spelling of that sucker. Let's go up and grab some. Or just look at it. BAUXITE. I try to get it right. But does it really matter? Oh, I did get it right. But does it really matter? I'm the only one looking at it anyway. You guys are looking at it in stream, but I'm the one who's organizing. So even if I do get it wrong, if I know what it is, that's the most important part. That's the important part there, everybody. All right, now in the back here, we got 780. This all looks good. Getting radiated from something. And all the rest of this looks good. All right, up we go. Now the cool thing is there's little connectors inside there that I can't see, and that's because I hid them on purpose. And that's going to allow me to float all the way here to the top. And then we can go ahead and embellish our front area here and get this going. So we're going to go to there. Oh, we're doing roofs now too. Hold on, we're gonna do roofs. That's right. I was supposed to swap these out for, instead of that, I'm gonna do our architecture flat roofs. Rotate it so the dark side is forward. And basically do that. There we go. Okie dokie. And then we want this. Now we want these out, and then we want our doors here. Actually, I think I was putting the doors down below. I think I was putting the doors here. That seems more right. Okay. And then it actually has a direction to these. Like you can see there's a little kind of rectangle that's lit up there. I'm going to try to aim it this way. So when I open the door, it slides back. And then I can just look inside from the very front corner. Because that's most likely how I'm going to go in there. All right. Now this is going to go like this. And then we're going to get a little fancy. I don't get too fancy on this, everybody, because it takes a lot of time, and really it's more cosmetic than anything else. But, you know, we do a little bit of something, something every now and again. A little bit of something, something. Let's see. Tilted wall. Nope, we want a roof. Because tilted wall is not going to give us what we want. Because we want to go in there and then customize it with our materials and change the roof to a glass roof. The other walls cannot be turned into glass. I don't know why. It seems ridiculous to me, but that's just the way they got it set up. Okay, so now we have 10 boxes backlogging in there of bauxite ore while we're busy doing other stuff. Now, we know what we're going to do with this, but now that we've got it faced this way, it'd be smarter for us to move this forward to make this super easy. To line this up. Now what I'm going to do is just go ahead and run all the rest of these, and we can take them out later if we want. Okay, what we want is we want this double platform, and we want to line it up so this comes out of here and ends up right over there. Oh, that's not even straight to my other lines here. But that's okay. All it needs to be is straight to itself, and I'll bridge that gap when I cross it over. No big deal. But this right here is not going to align to this anyway. So either it would turn further out or it would turn further in. And further in would be okay, but it'd be a little close to my thing. So running outward is just fine for me. That's fine. And then we'd want to go ahead and run these lines to the inputs right there and right there. I'm just checking to see if they reach just one thing, and they sure do. Okay, now what we want to do is, now that we have that down, we'll put our station down again. We'll take this out and take all of this out and reattach this here. Like that, making sure our station is going that way. And again, this is going to be box, right? If you hold down shift, you go down faster, by the way, when you're floating. I'm just going to copy the name now so I don't have to keep writing it over and over again. And then up here, box right or station. Hit return a bunch of times. So it takes it. Come on, save lag. Okay, so there we go. That's it. That's done. So we're going to go over here and we're going to run those lines as inputs. And that can start to backlog that over there. Now I don't really need this box right now. Notice how it's not running in there, by the way. If you don't have power in there, it's not going to run it. So what we can do is go ahead and try to connect it from up here, because that's what I would do. And connect it down over there, and then it's going to start backlogging that in there. Remember, it's also backlogging it over here too. So there's a massive amount of backlog, and it should be running dual all the time. So it's going to be running 1560 in the box all the time, because it's basically going to backlog all of that by the time the train gets here and so on. By the time we finish doing our train, it's going to have a massive amount backlogged. Okay, now we can take out all of this stuff, and we want to probably do this a little closer. Not too close, but at least a little closer. Actually, let's just take this one out. And we'll go to our trains. 5. Get that straightened out, just in case. Looking good. Okay. Now we kind of move this stuff off to the side. Back down here. Say something like that. I always like to have a crafting bench in this everywhere I go, so I can utilize it. I could have integrated in that, now that I think about it. We got anything left in there? No. And then we want to go ahead and remove any excess line runs that we have, or excess foundations that we don't need. Just take all those out. All right, just leaving a little border around the outside so we can run around the outside if we need to. All right, looking sharp. Oh, so you can see that doing a little curvy action. A little bit of a curve action there. Let's go over here and see if we can fix this. Now, I don't know why it does this. It won't let me rotate the thing sometimes. I don't know why that is. It's just really super awkward, or it doesn't rotate. But we'll go ahead and run this. Actually, we'll just take this out. Let's just give it a go from the front and see if it goes nice and straight. Let's go. Again, I run it to its maximum length just because that's more resource effective. And then this actually is running the power down that now, and you can see I can just get up in the air, run that. However far I want. I want to get on this side though, so I can see if it's perfectly matching up to the foundation, which I like to do. I like to make sure that it's hitting right on that foundation. This over here, we want to go ahead and readjust this power and utilize this power. Also, you want to think about the cosmetic direction of the power. how you're running it. Actually, we'll do 2 of these out here, so it's kind of sticking out past the area in which we'd be driving by. And so I think about how it looks cosmetically too, meaning and how the direction of the little connector things at the top where you're running your lines. I look at that too, and you can see that that one is turned that way, which is okay. But I'm the type of person that would go back and fix it. I'm that guy. I'm that guy that say, I want that to be turned the other way. So we'll get up here. It's going to cause all our power to go off the second we do it. Boom. Make sure you're all the way up there. And then get up here and line that up nicely. Kind of like that in gold. And then there we go. So now our lines are running straight. See, like that. And then, because eventually this other line that I'm using over here is actually not going to be connected. So, but for right now, we're going to go ahead and just use it since we have that power, and we'll take it out later. That'll just make it easier for us to run along here and do our thing. Make sure that we reconnect this way to our power there. So our railroad tracks is getting power as well. And we can also take this one. When we get close enough, we can attach it to that one way over there. There we go. And then continue to run our train tracks. Hopefully very, very straight. It's looking pretty straight to me. All right, nice. And see, we just eliminated all the line runs, the hypertubes, all of that stuff that you use in the early game to get this stuff going. But I feel like at some point, especially if it's really far away, and I consider this fairly far, I'd say more than 2,000 away from your base, or even 1,000, I would consider that prime train material right there. You don't have to upgrade all of those lines and do all of that stuff that you don't really want to do anyway. At least I don't want to do it because I want to make it way easier on AO number 1, which is me. Okay. I'm just going to run a bunch of these first. Get me where I want to end up, or at least close to it. For the next stage, which is right down here, that Caterium ore that's being done right underneath there. Now we got to do some stuff and some things, so we're going to jump off. Whoa! Let's hope we got power, otherwise we're going to go splat. Oh, luckily we do. All right, down we go. We got some stuff to build out here. Oh, God. Oh, God. We're all going to die. Just kidding. Let's take all that out. Let's go in here and actually eliminate all of this so we don't end up with that in our thing and dropping boxes and stuff. And then take that out. Take this out. Now, I probably have enough room to build it out this way. Let's make sure we got enough resources. Let's go to storage. Let's hit both of these. We also want a, this is already level 3? No. We want a level 3 extractor. And take that out. And see, I was smart and I left the third one here that I can just grab when I'm ready to upgrade it. That's why I leave that third one there now. Very, very useful. Alright, get rid of that excess Caterium ore. All this stuff can go bye-bye. We don't need any of that stuff anymore. Don't need that. Back all this stuff off here because we're going to be building some stuff up here. Over there. Okie dokie. Kind of don't like these trees either. Trees! Backing those trees up a little bit. All right, so now we're going to use our trick where we can perfectly align all of our stuff, and we're going to build out another node here for our box right. We'll come back to our trains and stuff up there because now we need to do this first. to align this to everything else that we're doing. Okay. We'll try to align that as straight as we can to what's up there. We'll try not to fall off to our death, but no guarantees. We don't have enough power to float around, so we're going to go ahead and bring some power down temporarily just to make it so we can float around a little bit. Keep us hopefully from falling off, using our metal beam for the win right here, holding down control, aiming it right there, rotating it, clicking it, and then, see, it did the wrong side. Now, I've rotated it both ways, and it just, there's got to be something going on with my cursor. I don't know what it is that makes that work, but it should be, you want to go the vertical beam out here so that it basically, it's centering it over the next foundation that you can then put like that. Right? Actually, I shouldn't even put that foundation. Now that I think about it, I should just start with my bigger foundations with my 4 millimeters, and that'd be even easier. There we go. All right. And then I can take this out now that I got it centered. I feel like I want to bring that up just a little bit, so maybe another millimeter there. Take this out. Use that one. I think that's going to be much nicer. And then put our liner back in there. Oh, beautiful. So basically, I just kind of used the metal bar to get it all set up and get my foundation set up and then set it down perfectly in that spot. This is the only playthrough I've ever been able to do that, everybody. All my other playthroughs, I just say, screw it, I can't line that up. I'm not even going to bother. But I finally figured out how to do it in this playthrough, and is nothing short of making a grown man cry at this point. Because it is perfect. It is awesome. It is like, boom, straight right in there. Kind of awesome, right? All right, we're going to use our thing we did. We're going to aim to the far side here. We're going to try to get this rotating. Going to hit H to hologram that, get that lined up, looking good. We already got that connected down there. Why is 4 and 5 the lifter? I think 4 is all we need for the lifter, but we're going to do this lifter first. Right there, and then we got our little offset there for doing this and that, and then we want to put in our doors down here. I like to troll you sometimes. Just when you click it, it flips the other way. There we go. Aim at that edge because that's easier. Middle mouse button to pick all that up. Number 8, foundations. Pick this up. Getting this down finally. Try to leave that back open just a little bit to help us with running our lines. Actually, we could just run that all the way up. Just take out this middle part while we're running them power lines. Yeah, there we go. And then right here, we want a double thing, which is currently on 0. There we go. We're going to put it right in that thing there. Then we're going to go to the front, work on that a little bit. Just do these two sides, make it easier for us to line that up. Like that. And then we want our power switch here in the front. Watch out here. I just love how that thing goes right through the center of that thing. Like perfectly placed so it goes through the center. Very cool. Do all of our power connections there. Okay, we need to run our power from the back. Let's do our primary power way up here on the top. It's going to make it easier because when we start running our lines, it's going to be easier to do. Except I can't quite get up that high. All right. We're going to need to use a bit of this here just to help us get up to the top here. There we go. I think I'm up one higher. Yeah, so it's not clipping through there, I think. Then we need a roof. Just run that like that. Then we need a power tower. How's our tower going to be running? Like that. I actually really like that gold color. There we go. Yeah, so eventually we'll put one way up on the top and run it down. We'll go ahead and use this one for right now. Oh, that one's already connected. Let's cut that off. Run that down to here for right now. There we go. Okay. We'll rework all that power later on. And wait for the save lag. There we go. And we're going to go right to this one in the corner. And then we're going to get the small one. And say right down the way here. Not bring that up high enough. And this is the other walls. On. Okay, and then we want to go ahead with our single outlet. Follow this all the way down. Or should we just put this on this wall? Right there. Our extractor. Here. Our extractor should start up. Oh yeah. Starting that up just nicely. And then of course it's going at 480. We want to put our things back in there and just type this in at its maximum, 780. There we go. Very nice. And we got to go there. Connect that down. We got this on. For some reason, I'm going to connect it in the back, most likely. Yep. Connect this up to there, and now it's going to turn on. There it goes. And we already got our lifters in there, so all this is good. I think we're good to move this now. Button that back up. I hope you guys don't mind me speeding up. I'm going to be focused for a minute. Do all this stuff we've been doing. All right, now we'll take these out. Put it backwards. Our roof's in there. Look at that. So awesome. So awesome. And then all we gotta do is run out our connections here. Like that. Okay, looking good. It all seems to be working. Let's go down here and make sure we name this properly. Okay, what do we call the other one? Oh, we call that box rack. Nope, we should have changed the number of that. That should be 6. or maybe even another number. But this one should be 5. So let's go ahead and do this in 05. And this is bauxite. Or extractor 780. And see, this way we don't have to run back and figure out what the node speed is. We already got it. We already wrote down what the node speed is. I can look at it from anywhere in the factory. You don't have to keep running back over and over. All right, how are we doing on time? Holy mackerel! All right, it's running over. That's okay. I'm gonna be streaming way late tonight, so we can run way into this one. All right, 5 is iron ore extract. No, we gotta change all these 5s over here. Oh, this is not bauxite. Hold on, this is Caterium. Caterium. I think that's how you spell it. I guess we'll find out here in a second, won't we? Let's go check our inventory. Caterium on me? Nope. I have to grab some out of the box. All right, see if I got this right. C-A-T-E-R, lower. C-A-T-E-R-I-U-M. All right, I think I got it right. Okay. It never hurts to double check. I have sleep apnea and constant vertigo, so very tough for me to remember stuff and spell stuff correctly. All right, so Caterium is going to be our number 5. And let's put that as, take this out. Caterium ore is number 5. We'll have to change the name of all of that later. But other than that, looking good. Getting that nice and organized. So our Caterium ore is going to run. Now we've got a level up here that we want to run it to. So the first thing we're going to do is go ahead and run this down. And put this to the side. And then we're going to run that way up there. We're going to end up running it outwards. Run it outwards. Then I'm going to take this out and I'm going to go ahead and just run it like this. Right? And that's going to basically do the lower one. What the heck? Why do I have a Mark III in there? This thing is screwing me up. God, I hope I haven't been doing Mark IIIs on all my lifters now. Oh, God. Hold on, now I gotta go double check. Gotta double check if it screwed me up. Sure did. Sure did. If you screwed up one place, you probably screwed it up somewhere else. There we go. All right, all the rest of these are already built as Mark Vs, but this one here I kind of built myself. So accidentally hit 3. I don't know how I did that. These are all Mark Vs up here too. All right. And you can usually see by the look of it whether it's the right thing or not. Again, let's just double check. Oh, that looks good. Now the reason why I offset that is so I can run both of them up really, really high up there, like that. And then I can run them again up really high, like that, and so on. All right, so we're looking good. We can go ahead and probably eliminate all of this stuff. Okay, this whole entire lower part here, we're going to get rid of it, and we're going to run that across the top eventually too. But we want to kind of be careful of what we're taking out and what we're leaving in. We do want this stuff to keep running for now, I think. Really reading? We don't even need that right now. We can just take that out. We're looking space-wise. We could just take that out, remind ourselves to go fix that later. Again, we need to replace this power. And that one's running that way. And now we want this one. That one to tie that way. So it runs over there and does all of our nitrogen gas. And that's that hypertube up there. And we could probably start to eliminate all of this. We don't need any of that anymore. None of this. See, look at all this stuff you're eliminating here. You're eliminating a massive amount of stuff by just using your trains. This can all be eliminated. We got our power runs running up there, so we don't want to take that out right now. Take all this little stuff out. Take that stuff out from really far away. All right, we got to get back up there. You're like, well, Kismet, how you gonna get back up there? I'll show you. Just like we go around, we explore. We can also get up and down utilizing that. Okay. Again, leave the power in for now. Sweep all of this. Eliminate this. And all of that. All of this stuff. Don't want to take that box out because I'm sure it's full of something right now. Oh, and I took it out anyway. Okay, I thought I deselected it, but apparently no. We had fun running those hypertubes inside each other there, too. Hey, thanks for it. What a baller. We got a baller in the chat, everybody. Hydrate. An hour ago. All right, here we go. Hydrate. Thanks for that reminder, Crunks. Appreciate it. There we go. Thanks to Hunter for coming in, showing some love. Appreciate you coming in and hanging out in the stream. Welcome, everybody. My name's Kismet. They call me the Gaming Tycoon because I play a lot of games and I crush games. I don't just play games and finish games, everybody. I absolutely crush them. I take them to a mega level, big time. All right, and now we're just kind of decommissioning this whole entire area here. We definitely want to leave our ramp for later. Oh, and I'm dropping stuff. I can see it right there. Hold on. Let's get rid of that. And while we're doing it, let's go ahead and get rid of these boxes. Whatever you got in here, I'm just going to throw you away. Because I don't need to backlog that into my inventory. So close. God, those things are irritating. I hate those boxes. Fine. Build that back in. Just so I can get that box out of there. There we go. Alright, we'll take all this stuff out and replace it with the ability to run up and down via hypertubes or via power. But for right now, we just leave it. Because we're going to be working a bit up here. And we need to take that and run that up even higher. For sure. So now what we can do is we can just jump off here like a crazy person. And use the power from this to rise us up even higher. Up to this one. And then this one's going to allow us to rise up even higher. And you get the general idea. Now it's only going to let us go up so high before we run out, but that's why I left the ramp here because we got a lot of stuff to take out on the ramp, but we can just land back on the ramp, start taking this stuff out that we no longer need. I definitely want to leave that power in though, so I want to be careful not to hit that power back behind there. And this power eventually I want to take out, but not right this second. We got to do the power up above first. And we'll come back and we'll take out all these ramps and stuff. Like, that tree's in your stuff. I'm very tempted to take that tree out, but in a minute I'm not going to be going up and down this ramp. It's not going to matter. Oh, not going to matter here in a minute. Limit that to poles. Limit that to hypertubes. There we go. Okie dokie. Back up here on our train level. And back to work. Running some trains. Let's go. And this is a lot of work, but there's a lot less work than running lines. I can tell you that already. And this is going to help us in the long run as well, just eliminating all of our hypertubes and line runs and stackers and all of those things that we no longer need because we have trains. At least we no longer need to run them all the way down there. Now where I'm trying to end up is way over there by where my factories are, and then I just run it back down to my factories. But I also want to think about, okay, where's my Caterium down there? And I want to bring that power up to here, because the power is going to actually run up here on the top side. Autosave trying to kill me. There we go. So I want to bring that power up here to the top side. So I'm going to click if I can. Can't quite click it. Can't quite pick it up. But I know that I'm going to want to run it up here. So I'm just going to go ahead and just pop it out right here. Even though I have another one that's fairly close back that way. And that's okay. Because I'm going to just go ahead and face it in the same direction. I'm going to try to center it. Somewhat in there like that. Then because I have this one already done, I can click this one, and I can actually click it really far down to that one, and then this one I can just take out right there. And then I'm going to cross connect that one into that one eventually. But let's go ahead and do this one so we don't forget. That way. Now the real problem is if I jump down right now, there's probably no power there. But let's check. Okay, there's a little power. So there's a little power there because it's coming from the other direction over that way. So we get down far enough where we can click this one and connect it in there. And there we go. We got that power again. Now it'll get us up to here. Now another thing that I would do, just to make it easier for me to climb, if I want to climb from down there to up here, it's just, this is where I would definitely make a hypertube. Right here, just to make it easy for you to go from one place to another. Might want to put it either on the bottom. I'd probably put it in the front over here. So that's a good spot for it to be right here. But this is probably where I'd want to end up right here in the front. We'll just extend this on. And we'll do our little hypertube set here. We'll just go ahead and run a hypertube up with our line runs. Now we have some power here, so we can just keep running this up. Or I could just go like this and go and run it up like that. I don't want to do that. Absolutely don't want to do that. It's going to be a huge waste of my thingies. But I can do this too. Like this. So basically what this is going to do is run that into a wall hole right here. And then I'm going to go ahead and put an entrance here. I'm going to run this into there. So when I come out, I'm going to end up right here. Now whenever you're running a hypertube, just in case you get out of sync, too big. Just in case you get out of sync with it and you go flying off the side, do yourself a solid and build yourself out a little bit of extra there on both sides, just in case. There we go. And then we can go ahead and just tap this power directly into this power. So that's on. Now, of course, I want to be able to turn this on and off as well, along with the Caterium ore. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and make another one here. That's an AB switch. That's going to go to this. So instead of connecting that directly across, I'm going to go ahead and run the primary A power right here into A over here, and then the B power into here, and then I'm going to give this a name over here. We just grab it from over here. And just copy all of that, or actually I just need this. Caterium ore right here, and paste it over here. We'll call this vert hypertube. All right, so it's a vertical hypertube over there. Now I can go ahead and just switch it on. Now I can control this now from no matter where I am in the base at any priority switch. So I can just go in and say, okay, Deuterium hypertube vertical. You can see all my hypertubes are in group 8 because those are the things I want to turn off. And then put that down there at the bottom so I can turn it on and off from no matter where I am. So I'm not wasting that 10 power all the time, which I've done in past playthroughs, and now I just feel like, man, I've been wasting thousands and thousands of power for a very, very long time, and should have been being more efficient with that power. All right, next to that, I'm also going to do a double wall outlet, and that B is going to run over this way instead. And then this way I can run it here, and then I can also run it there, and that's going to allow me to also run power up that way when that's on. So now what we're going to do is use this like an elevator. And up we go. And you're like, well, Kismet, you're running a hypertube. True. But I want to go up as high as I possibly can until it says I can't go up any higher. And then when I put one of these down, it'll let me go even higher. And I don't know about you, everybody, but this gives me vertigo every time. I feel like I'm going to fall. It freaks me out a little bit. Now, actually, it looks like I should move it out a little bit, too. Yeah, we should make it come through the ground and be fine. And again, go up, holding down spacebar until it won't let you go up anymore. And up we go some more. Ooh, mama. Vertigo alert. Now this might not necessarily line up, but we're going to check it here at the top and see how it lines up well. Because I have the one at the bottom, this thing is coming up from the node, so the node itself is not necessarily going to align itself to it. But now we know exactly, by the way, where our extractor is lining up as well. So now we're centered on the extractor, so we know the extractor is literally right back from there. So when we're running up our other lines, which are our lifters here, which actually we should probably go back down and fix those lifters. And then also eventually we want our hypertube. Now that's way too far for our hypertube, by the way. We're going to work on that. Best thing to do is work on your power lines first. Also, by the way, I can hit C twice. And I just drop like a rock. Whee! Oh, God, I'm gonna die. You hit spacebar before you hit the ground. Okay, and then we're gonna work on our lifters and our hypertubes at the same time. So, on the back here, we're gonna go ahead and say 3. We're gonna try to run this as far as we can. Now, I can just go ahead and click the back of this. We can also change the type of build. As you can see, it's kind of building a lot more straight up and down. Whatnot, but I don't like it to do that where it's doing the kind of weird thing that it's doing. You want to just start it with a little one here so it's going nice and straight, and then you can go ahead and just run that as far as you possibly want, like that. And then now you've got that kind of better start there, and then do it. You can also go in and change the mode here. Yeah, it's going to let me, there we go, to horizontal vertical. Which usually works out well, unless you've got it really close, like I do. Then it doesn't work out as well. So we're going to go ahead and go with noodle. I find noodle works best for that particular one, and then you've got it lined up all the way up. You can also move this further down, right here, and run this like right where that's at. Meaning you can just run this down. Let's see. Come on up. Let's see how good this is. Yeah, see, and then you just have that one little part That's the noodle there. And then all the rest of this is just running by wall connectors. Now, I could also do wall holes where it's making me go in and out of there. That's what I used to do in the past. But now they made it so it just automatically adds one of these wall connectors, which is awesome. Incredibly awesome. Okay, so that's about as high as we can go there. So cool how you can grab that from really far away. Right there. And that's a great use of your wall connectors right here. Okay. Now we want to try to align that. Put that one back in like this. Now you can actually do a floor hole, but the thing is, you don't want to leave the floor hole in there and just come out of the floor hole, because that sucks. I wish there was a way to line that by holding down like control or something. I don't know. Let's just try to bring it through. Move it forward. Back up just a little bit. Something like that. Just to try to get an idea of where we want that floor hole to be. Floor hole, kind of feeling like right there. Again, I'm not only am I making it work, but I'm making it, trying to make it look awesome too. Now again, notice how this is not matching up to my other foundations, because this is off the world grid, and this is based on the node. That I'm bridging that by using that floor connector, and then it will kind of straighten itself off of that. And then I can go ahead and have myself a little thing over here so I can get in and out of there right here at this location if I need to. And you'll see why I want to have that right there in just a bit. Connected in here. Set ourselves up. A little priority switch on this side. Now this priority switch on this side is really not going to do anything other than the fact that it's going to allow me to tap into the power of the other one. So I'm going to run that there and then run this up through here maybe. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to still connect that to A. There we go. I don't like the way that's running up there. I don't like it. Maybe something more like this. So you never see the wire. There we go. The wire's hidden underneath there. And then this can control this, but I actually need power running to that one. What to do. I guess I could still just control it from this side. It's so far away. And if I do cut off the one down below, it's going to cut off the one up here as well. Alright, well let's turn this one on. We need to come back and name this one. Alright, let's test it. Woo-hoo-hoo! There we go! We're gonna go really fast. Whoa, boink! Oh, oh, hold on, nope, nope. Whoa, hold on. Whoa, it launched me the heck out of there. Look out. Look out! Grab me some of these berries. Oh God, I can't get back up there. All I gotta do is get close enough. There we go. I might want to add an extra connection down there just so I can get back up there. Let's go ahead and do that. Do this. Just in case I fall down there again, I can use that to get back up. Okay, let's get the name of this one here. We're going to say this is bottom. We'll copy that. And this one's going to be top. Yeah, see, that's way easier than have to float. You just use your hypertubes and I'll take you up. Looks good. Your build looks awesome. I started streaming my fresh start this week, but stuck with EA due to stability issues and experimental since there are 2 of us on the dedicated. How's the experimental been running for you? I've had it crash a bunch of times, but I don't play experimental on any servers anymore because they don't prioritize the server patches for experimental. But if you're playing with your friends, then awesome. But I suggest not to use the server because they prioritize the single player game. Unlike other games like 7 Days to Die where they prioritize server play as well. But they've said that they don't prioritize server play. So I have a bunch of mega servers that I could do, but I don't play it on the server anymore for that reason until it comes out to stable or until it releases. And this is going to be the top. Okay, so now we've got some hypertube thingies. So we got the vertical bottom and then hypertube top. There we go. Now we can control whether those are on or off. And if we lose power, it's going to automatically turn off all the hypertube runs except for the ones that I'm going to have as my primary ones. But I don't even need them anymore because I have a train station. Now, the train's going to go over there. It's going to grab some bauxite, and then it's going to come back this way. Now, when it comes back this way, I'm going to engineer it so it picks up all of this resources that we're running up here, down here. And so we're going to pick up all these resources and run them from way down here. And you're like, well, why don't you just run them like you're running? Well, because I want to run it to the train, and that's why. And also because it's fun. Those are 2 good reasons, everybody. Oh, hold on. Now we got to fix this. Darn it. Darn it. I forgot I was doing that offset thing here. Hold on. All right, we're going to run that down, turn that way, run this all the way up like that. And then we're going to take this out. We're going to run that into there and then run this all the way up. Now, I'm going to actually match this one to this one, even though this one can go up a little extra high, just so that as I'm running them up, they'll be equal. It's just easier for me to run the lines up at the top. Okay, so we're just going to keep running these upwards like this, and I think eventually we're going to turn it this way. So we're running that up, and then we're going to turn it that way. No, we can turn it the other way, and then eventually we can run it up through the floor. Yeah, that's what we'll turn it this way. We'll keep walking it kind of forward this way as we go. Like that. And again, they're even, so it makes it easier when I get to the top. They're going to be evenly run. Oh, yeah, that's going to be good. That's going to be good. And again, I'm using this kind of power wall that I built to float my way up there, so it just makes it way easier when I get to the top. Now, also, I'm just going to run this through up here for now. This really affects my vertigo, everybody, when I'm doing this stuff. Oh, it makes me so dizzy. But don't worry, we got this. It's running right through our thing there, too. Okay, so we want to go ahead and do this. I don't think this is going to perfectly match up because we got all this other stuff in the way. I don't know. I'd say we move. We just put it forward. Let's just put it forward. I'm going to run this out a little wider. Now this particular thing is just going to go. It's going to go all the way to the end. Pick that up. Come back only when it's coming back this way toward us. Right? When it's coming back toward us, that's when it's going to pick up the Caterium, not when it's going out. So it's going to just go as fast as it possibly can all the way to the end. Get that thing, because this way it can stay at its high speed the whole time. Go get the stuff at the end, and then come back this way, get the Caterium, and then continue to go that way. And so it's only going to get it every other cycle. So it's going to go that way, grab the thing, come back, get it, go there, go all the way to the end, and come back. And that's just going to be much more efficient. So it can travel across there faster, and then come back at half the speed, because it's going to have to stop on the way back. Now we're going to go ahead and take this right here, and we're going to first put in our trains here. Let me go to my train set and get this going. Yeah, we both have 1,600 hours playing together, so we learned to embrace the suck. We're both just chopping for the bit for playing 8. Yes. Well, 8 is insanely good. Normally, I do not actually build up my base. I've actually been playing the game since it released on Epic Game Store. And Epic Game Store used to suck even worse than it sucks now. And I don't usually buy stuff on other stores other than like Bethesda store maybe. But I went and bought it over there because I knew if I said, hey, I want you to build me a game, this would be the game I want them to build. So they built me like the perfect game that I love to play. But I don't try to overplay it, right? I have like, I don't know how many hours in Steam now. Let's go look. Let's go look how much I have over here. Let's see. 652 hours on just Steam. Now, I bought it on the Epic Game Store as well, so I bought the game twice. So I have like, I don't know, 1,000 or 2,000 hours over there. I don't even know. On the other one, but I bought it on the Steam thing because I like all my stuff to be in my Steam library because Steam's real easy to take it in and out and all of that, for sure. Now, what we want to do is we want to put a train station down, but we want to leave enough room that we can go ahead and run our line straight down here and just have it stop on the way back like this. And we want to really be smart about how we're putting our actual train thing in there and how we're stacking our train. So how we're putting this in and then how we're actually doing our train in different directions. So we're going to have a car that's facing that way. And actually we can connect these together now. We're going to have a car. Let's make sure that connected together well. Yep. We're going to have a train that's going that way. And again, this is a push-pull train. So the trains are going 2 separate directions, pushing and pulling like that. It's awesome because you only have to do one line. You don't have to do all that other stuff. So you have one that goes that way, and then we have a freight car. And that freight car is for your box ride. Then when it's coming back this way, we have another car that's aimed in this direction. Of course, I made sure that the thing was aiming this way and not that way so that it stops at this on the way back and not on the way through. Vitally important. Vitally important. But plus you can also tell it what your stops are and all that stuff. So we got that, and then of course we'd want to have another locomotive on this side, and that's basically its job now. Go over there, get the box right, come back over here, grab this, run it to our output on that other side, and then do that over and over again until eternity. Now, we want to also tell this what this is. This is our Caterium ore station. There we go. So now we are golden right there. And so we want to go ahead and get our Caterium ore to run in here. But again, this stuff's like right on our thing here. Kind of feel like I want to move that out a little bit more. Or maybe do something even trickier down here at the bottom. Let's go down here to this other connection. Yeah, why did I not off? Oh, because I have the power lines running there. I'm going to say, why didn't I offset that? And then I can run that through. But we might want to do something a little tricky here. Wall hang these and move them over. Better idea. Let's go over here. Let's do the same thing we did before, where we go ahead and click the bottom one, and then we turn it, and then we have this go down there, and we take this out. Then we add some floor holes over there. Actually, that should be out just a little bit. That one should be there. And then we just do this. Yeah. That's even better. All right, so we'll go ahead and connect this down into that. Actually, we should click this first. There we go. And that's going to come out and go into there. This is going to come up, turn this way. It's coming out of that, and it's going into here. This is too close. Too close. A little bit further back. Stay there. Good. Oh, it's also too close that direction. Just keep working it till we get to where we want it. Nice and straight. We want our nice 90 degrees in there. Like, kid, that's not 90. Oh, watch this. You ready? I'm going to show you how to get it done. You put your stacker there, and then you move it back 1, 2, and then you do 2 stackers, so it brings it up. And then, you know what you got? You got the thing of beauty right there. You got your nice 90. You're welcome. I just saved you a lot of frustration when you want to make it look beautiful. So first you build it, and then you make it look amazing. By the way, if you notice, I'm dual running that right now. I'm dual running that all the way up in there. When we connect the rest of these in here, it's going to be running at 1650 out of the boxes right over there. Okay, so we're bringing these up, and we want to eventually get them over there. This thing is totally in our way here, but we'll get it done. We will get it done, as we always do. Okay, we're going to move this down, let's say, right there. We're going to take this wall out, and we're going to stack this like that. We're going to put this one there. We're going to get that running. Boom. Now I can make that also 92 by using my top things, but that's fine. I think it's good. And then this one we're going to go that way. And you know what? I think I am going to put that wall back in again. I think it's fine. We'll just say we cut a hole in there. We could use our wall holes too if we want to, but I got stuff in the way. So this one we're going to put up. I like that. We'll go with that. It's fine. And then just run that over there. And that is running 1650 right there into this top box, or into the thing. Look at that. Boom. And that's because it's backlogging that Kateria ore down there right now. It's making a huge backlog of that Kateria ore. All right, let's take out all these excess that we no longer need. I like to leave a little bit of extra room. Right here. Where you can walk around, you know, through the front and kind of leave a little border in there. This one we can take out. The center of that. This here we can take out. We're going to keep on running that down the line. Okay. Now remember, these are load areas. So by default, it's set to load, and then eventually you'd want to set it to unload. Okay, so on the way back, it's going to get that Katerium ore. Now, I could actually start it up right now. I can go to the train. I can edit the timetable, and I say go to the box ride station first, and then go to the Katerium. And then we say save, and then I can say turn on self-driving, and because it already has power, it's off and running. You're like, well, kid, you didn't run power to this one. I don't need to. I ran the one down there, and because the tracks are connected together, the tracks is running the power. So I don't need to run an extra power line to this. Though, I'm that kind of person that probably goes, wait a minute, we should probably do it as just a backup anyway. So I will. But there it goes. It's doing its job. Now, it's only going to load. Now, let's see if it does its job when it comes back. We're going to see if it got the Katerium. We're going to see if it comes back and loads the, or see if it got the box right, and we're going to see if it comes back and it loads the Katerium. If it does that, then we're doing it right. We'll see. Let's see how it goes. Yeah, eventually when this game goes release and they really work on their servers and their server stability, I'm going to go in here and tap every node and cut down every tree and go into every cave and do everything that you could possibly do in it. And then I'll have like a solo game that I'm doing, and then I'm also going to do a game where we have a server game where we have running. I'll probably actually have two Satisfactory servers running. One that's like me doing it, and I can just let it run, and then one where the community can get on there and do it. Look at our trains. Look at our train go underneath the other train. That one went under that one, and then this one's coming down the line. All right, let's see if we did this right. I'm going to move over here and watch the action. If we did this right, the empty one is the one that should load, and not the one that's currently full. Or currently has a thing on there. We got that going good, everybody. Look how easy it is to do a push-pull train. So you have to do rounded tracks and switches and things and all of that. If we need more trains, then we can always add a circular thing to it. But I find most of the time you don't. Most of the time, you got this. Let's go look and see if it loaded that box right. Oh, it's got to wait. Oh, yeah. Totally full box right. Off it goes. Now, it's just going to do that non-stop. Why go ahead and build out the rest of the train stuff here. Okay. Now, what we want to do is we want to get that, and then, of course, on the way back, pick up that Caterium, and then we want to drop it way over here. Now, Caterium is what we want right now, because Caterium is what we're trying to make, quick wire, right? So we need to get that Caterium way over here. And you're like, wow, Kismet, you're way up there. Yep, way up there. And again, I always keep my train levels as flat as possible. Of course, that's the exact moment that it wants to save, is the second I'm running the lines there. Not while I'm talking to the chat, but but I'm going to run out of concrete. Oh, such a tragedy. Such a tragedy there. All right. Eventually, we're going to have to keep running back up again. But I say we just YOLO. YOLO off the top rope. Whoa. Oh, luckily we had some water there because we didn't have any power in the back there. Whoo! That was a close one. About to die there, everybody. You're gonna die. I was about to die on that one. But luckily, I built my base by the water. Okay, back over here to grab ourselves some resources. What do we got? Got a bunch of junk on us, too. Get that out of my inventory. Get that out of that. So we could drop off some of this stuff, too, while we're at it. Alright, more Caterium ore we can get rid of. We can go convert our little guy here. I'm a little tempted. I should have put this thing right here on every single one of these. I think I'm gonna do that in the future. Just have it right in front of that, because that's not actually being used. It's actually going this way. It's actually going that way and then up and then over and whatnot. I could have put one of these on every single thing, and I'd have a thing at every single the front of every single plant. We'll try to remember to add that in our next round. So what am I doing? I am doing something. I can't even remember what I was doing. I don't. Oh, I'm converting that guy into a power converter thingy. That's what I was doing. Where'd my little power guys go? There we go. Converting him into some power shards, which we're going to need here in a minute. Okay, so we got that done. We need plates. We need all of that. Let's see if any of this has got any plates in it. Right here. Holy mackerel. We got tons of plates in there. Remember putting any concrete in here? I don't think I have any concrete. I got rid of all that concrete. I did. Well, it just so happens that conveniently we have some concrete right over here. Coming out at 780. Boom. Drop a couple of those back in there. God, look how much of this encased industrial beams we're getting back. And the reason why we're getting so much of that back is because we're taking out those tier 4 belts that I was using earlier. So we could definitely drop off a bunch of that. I don't need as much of that. And each time I upgrade the belt, I need less and less of that previous belt in that moment, which is cool. Going down. All right, let's go use this entrance over here and see where we end up. This is going to be fun. We're gonna find out. We might get shot off the side and die here. Let's go see. I can't even remember where I left it off now. Whoa, all right, yeah, there's no power there. Well, at least it helped us get a little bit further this way. And up we go. So cool. There's a beautiful shot of my base out there. 4 nuclear powers running right now. 66 oil power. I've got like 15,000 extra power right now. But eventually... Whoa, there it is. But eventually, I'll be using up all that power and making a bunch more. I could actually, right now, I could go over there and I could make 10 nuclear power. Which would be way more than I need for right now. But we'll get around to it. You know how it goes. Get to it when you get to it. Yeah, there we go. Not far enough yet. Alright, let's go ahead and start running a whole lot more of this. Let's just run a few of these. Look at our space elevator. Too cool. Get us over here where we want to be. Sometimes I run the lines as I'm going, and sometimes I just run all the foundations first. I don't know, kind of what I feel like doing in the moment. I try to vary it so it's not the same thing every single time. But you can run that a real long way like that and just come back and run all your lines pretty easy. So there's going to be a big gap between where I'm at over there and where I'm going. Just keep walking until it lets me snap that in there. Sometimes you can't see because the darn thing's in the way. Fine. It actually makes a noise too when you're zapped in. It makes a little clicking noise. There we go. Now, again, if you have any comments or questions, feel free to drop them in the chat. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Again, this is like my 40th playthrough. Not an exaggeration, everybody. At least my 40th. Played the game since it came out. Played every single update along the way, and this is definitely one of my favorites. I think the trains was one of my favorites. Then the fluids was another favorite of mine. And I absolutely love the blueprinting, especially the holographic thing where you can nudge all your stuff. The blueprinting is phenomenal. It just absolutely makes me want to play this game more and more and more. It's a lot less tedious than before, where you had to build out every individual item, where now you can do groups of items and then you can reuse that same grouping over and over and over again and just kind of modify it a little bit. Most of your factories are basically the same thing with some slight modifications in the case of whatever it's building or whatever it's doing. All right, I think we're getting pretty close. I think that's actually perfect right here. Let's go ahead and extend this out by 2 because you need this to be about 5 wide. Right here, and then we'll just run this way up there for a while. We can take all that out later once we decide what we want to do. Okay. Now, another thing we want to do is go ahead and kind of walk back this way a little bit. We can fly if we want to. I don't really know if the running is faster. You can slide too, by the way. Kind of fun. I don't know if the running's faster than hovering. It feels faster to me, so that's what I'm going to do. Now I'm going to run back here to my very large power over here. My awesome giant power lines that we're doing. And we're going to try to get close enough. I don't know why you can't highlight this from way further away. I kind of feel like you want to highlight that from way, way further away. Now, I could have put one down over here, but that doesn't tell me what my line distance is. So that's what I'm checking now. What is my maximum line distance that I can do? Because I don't need power, individual power in between there. I just want to chain it across here. So we'll say right here. And so we'll go out. Oops. They go out by 2, but it decided it wanted to do 3. My mouse is a little crazy. A little crazy. Now that we're over here, we can just go ahead and pull it up in our power window here because you don't want to have to run all the way back and do it again. I'll just do this. And then now if I click this one first and then go like this, then I can connect it from really far away as long as I have the tower first. Sadly, you can't just highlight it from... I don't know why you just can't highlight it from here. Click it. It's like the same thing but going in the opposite direction. I think that would be much smarter, but then, again, that's just me and my crazy ideas. Crazy. All right, and then we'll run another power. And I like to have all these little power things here, so if I need to run hyper tubes or whatever, I can very easily way here at the end. Okay, so that's going to reach no problem there. Again, we'll just add a little bit extra here, right here, just for our power area. Kind of sit back a little bit, and then we can click this and connect it back that way. Okay. And so what we want to do is we want to take our resources and we want to run them down into our quick wire factory that we're going to be building down there. So we'll want to go ahead and get it here and then run it down to that lower level. Now I have several levels already built out down there. You can see I've got the bottom level and then a level you can see where the train is. And then I actually have a level underneath that as well. So I have this actually is my bottom level. Then I have 10 levels up here. Then I have my train level, which I believe is 10 more levels up. I think I measured that. And then to go from there. Maybe it's not. I don't know. Let's go look. Let's go find out. All right. Let's go ahead and get our walls. Let's run up our walls by 10. Okay, so yeah, that one's 10 there. That would be 10 levels. Just run that out as a reference. And then I'm going to grab some power, wherever I can grab it from here. None of my power things over here. Let's go grab it from over there. All of these big line runs, I'm going to be taking these out and running them underneath. We can just take all this out. Run this over here temporarily. See, when I do this, I know this is going to be a temporary thing. I know I'm going to take those out. But it'll allow me to get up here to this. You can also do the side one connectors as well. Huh. That one's not got any power. Something funky about that. Yeah, it's got 0 power. Our power line run back there is not connected across. Must have accidentally took that out. All right, there we go. Now it's got the power. Must have took that out when I was taking some stuff out. Sometimes you hit lines out there somewhere. I could have tapped it into my factory, but I don't really want to because we're going to work with all that later. All right, we want 10 more. Oh, that is definitely not hitting our 10 level. That's definitely its own level there. And usually you can go up about 10 levels and then put another little power pole thing down. And so this is our next level up. And why do I go 10 levels? Because 10 levels work perfectly with your blueprinter and most of your machines. Not all of them, but most of them. Okay, and then another 10 levels. And again, we're just using this as an elevator. to get this down. This really, again, activates my vertigo. There's 10 levels there. So it's counting for me, by the way. It's counting for me, making it easier for me to figure out how many levels up I am. I have really bad vertigo, everybody. So when I'm doing this, this really triggers me every time. Triggers me every time, but I try not to look down. I just look up. Look up ought to do it. And again, just stacking this up. 10 levels up each time. I think we're there. Yeah, it doesn't quite match up. Now, I'm the type of person, everybody, that would go back and fix all of that. That would go back and fix all of this, so this perfectly lined up to 10, 10, and 10 all the way up. But am I going to be doing stuff all the way in all of those levels, all the way up to this level? Absolutely not. I don't need that much stuff, everybody. At least I don't need it right this moment. I could always come back and fix it later. But since I already have most of it already run, I could definitely come back and fix it, or I could just fix it right now, right? I could just go and take the whole thing out again, run it all the way back, redo the power line, do all the stuff again. But I seriously doubt that I'm going to be doing redoing all of that, because I have so many levels already down below that I could build out an obscenely huge factory. I don't even know how many levels I'm at now. Let's see, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4? No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That'd be 8 levels up. And you also got, I got plenty of room in all the different directions too. So yeah, I don't think I really needed to do that. Okay. Now what I do need to do is I needed to take the raw ore, and I need to take that raw ore to the most bottom, furthest level down. So what I really want to do is go on this side, which is where I'm running most of my ore, and I'm running it down because I don't really have any machines on this side. So I want to think about, okay, I want it to go here, and I want it to go down off the side here. Now, of course, I'm going to check for power first. Okay, I got power, and then I'm just going to lean over the side and take a look at what's going on down here. So again, I can run my Caterium all the way to that bottom level, and actually have a power line and some stuff in my way right there. And I got my blue printer there, which I really like in that spot. I kind of feel like I want to move it back just a little bit, maybe, or forward a bit to line up with these lines. Yeah, I kind of feel like I want to move it the other way. Move it forward. There's so many lines. My light on. On? Yeah, it's on. Okay, I want it to line up right down here. Now, because I have my copper going right here, I want to bring my Caterium down and my box right down, but I want to bring it down at double the rate, right? So it double run, and I could do them vertically, where I could run one in the top and then run it around the side and run it in the bottom one, or however. But I like them to be paired widthwise like that. So instead of running that down this way, I think what we're going to do is bring these down first into this top slot. So the top slot's going to be Caterium, and that Caterium is going to run out of here and end up over here, where we're going to have our Caterium ignits running. So all of those logistics you want to figure out ahead of time before you get that going. So now I know exactly where I want to run it to. I want to run it right to there. And so basically, if you start from the end and work your way backwards, it'll help you out a lot. So up, and away we go. And I'm going to keep running it. Oh, if I had some aluminum sheets, let's go get some. A lot of times I'll press C twice just to save me from have to hold down shift when I'm going down because it'll just drop you like a rock, like you were falling over here. Oops. Just trying to get rid of these ones. Give a bunch of that on us. Okay. We might need a fifth one. Let's go figure out our logistics back here for a sec. Got our... Gotta think about this. I think I want to unify how I have all my blueprinters. I want my blueprinters all to be in the same spot, and then put blueprinters on the other side as well. We have to think about this because we got a lot of line runs coming from this side eventually too, to replace all of these line runs that we have back here. So, how do we want to do that? We want to bring this down and run that under, bring the Caterium and the box right down. Probably bring the Caterium down on this side and the box right down on that side. Bring this down lower. Put our quartz here and sulfur. Oh, actually, we're going to have two things for quartz. So 2 things of quartz here. 3 things of ore. And then sulfur. Copper, or coal. So eventually you'd want this to be 5. Those could connect over there. And this I can just adjust when it gets down here. Back. I want to run it down and match it up on the way down. Lining that up is going to be tough from way down here. Well, let's just do this. Not that. Let's just get a regular wall. Let's just guess. Actually pretty good. Okay, now we're going to need some power. Power here, and we're going to do this whole wall thing again. I'm going to try to line this up. I use this a lot when I'm doing vertical stuff because it's incredibly useful. As you can see. Boy, does that activate my vertigo, everybody. Whew. Because I can see that stuff off in the distance. Making a grown man very, very dizzy. Okay, so we want to end up right about here. And then this one is next to it. So we want this... Man, we could just be using our wall instead of our... things, but I've done it with the wall and run it down the wall. I feel like it's just a waste of resources. Just do your things back and forth. It's just as fine. Just as good. We want it to end up box right that side, or Caterium this side. Caterium the next thing on the road, and box right is going to run down further. So these are like my longer runs, and these are my shorter runs that are going to kind of run in sequence. And that's why I'm trying to think that stuff out at this point. And so this one, same thing. We're just going to run this through here. Kind of feel like we want to lower that right there. Just move this back to here. Or can we move this up by 1? I think we'll probably move this forward by 1. Would be just fine. Maybe even 2. Yeah, I don't need no hypertuber, but I just run it via power and use my little hover thing. I think the hover thing is actually more important than the jetpack too. Yeah, we can move it up. Looks like 1 more. And just have that ore end up right here. And so the Caterium's coming through first though. Maybe we wanted to get the Caterium first. And then leave a blank. And then get the box right so we can run them the way we want them to run them over here. Again, getting all this logistics figured out before you just start building 10,000 tons of this is vitally important. Okay, so, and we want to double run it. So we're going to go and say our end result is going to be double running it there and double running it here all the way down to match up down there. So this is going to be out that way. Okay. So now we want to go ahead and run on our trains. Okay, so we want to put our train thing right here and have it stop. I don't know, we'll guess a little bit over there, and we'll fine tune it. Nope, that's not good. A little bit further forward. Hit H. Nudge that over. Maybe that. Let's see. And then we're going to go ahead and turn it so it's this way. We're going to try to align the output over here to the output over here. This is going to be our box right. So this got to go forward some more for sure. So let's say take this one out, take that out, and then we'll just put this down. Get a general idea by using our hologram. Now it's not actually going to let me put it down because I don't have the actual train thing there, but it will give me a general idea of where I want it to be when I run this. Run it out of the top and out of the bottom, but we'll line up the first one straight over. So let's say there, and then we want our first train station to start back a little bit past that line. Again, we'll put that down. There's something like this. Line up to what we already got. Like that. Back a little bit more, let's say. Go with that. And make sure you got your track lined up so it's going perfectly straight. It's not deviating from that straightness. All right, that looks pretty good. Let's go ahead and get this one in here, turn it this way, and then test it. That's perfect. Oh my God, look at that. Oh my gosh, that is beautiful. Beauty much. Oh, big throwback cry, everybody. Look at them beautiful lines running. All right, so those both are going to run there. This is also going to be an unload. Let's make sure we do that while we're thinking about it. And so that's going to be box right. And this one is going to be Caterium. Again, same thing on the other side. Now this one's not going to line up as awesome as that front one, but that's okay. We'll go ahead and just divert it anyway. There'll be no problem. Right there and right there. Now I'm not a big fan of having them at ground level as well, but I ain't going to be hanging out up here, so what do I care? So we'll just do that. And then now we can run those down. We got all those figured out. Okay. Now another question is, do I want to have a bunch of storage down here for all of this raw ore? And I could be doing that, you know, I could do 50 boxes of raw ore right here. Do I really need to do that? No, because I already have it backlogged over on the other side at the node itself. And the trains pull in massive amounts, like half a box at a time, and I could just add more trains and just add a loop instead of it just going, you know, push-pull. I could add a loop and just have multiple trains going looping, looping, looping. Especially if you start one train, wait for it to get all the way to the other side, and then you start this train going, and then that one's done, and then it just loops perfectly without running into each other, hopefully. But you can also put in stops and starts and offsets where it can go, like if a train's coming back this way, you can put a train, have it go like this, that train goes by, and then it gets back on the track. You can do all of that stuff with this. Very, very fun. So much stuff you could do. All right, save lag me here. Now, I actually now have to switch what's going on back there, so I'm going to have to work with that. And we're going to call this over here the cat and box unload station. Stat. Good enough. Good enough. Okay. So again, we don't really want to connect it right now because we don't want it to end up down here. So we got that going. We've got all those connected. We want to double check how our lines are running down. So we want to go do that. We want it just to kind of flip back and forth. Like this. Like that. And hopefully it works out at the bottom. Oh, we should be doing both of them. Doing both at the same time, so by the time you get to the bottom, you got it going. Again, using this little wall lifter thing makes it so much easier to work up in the air. Hopefully you don't have the stress of having vertigo like me. It freaks me out every time I do this stuff up in the air like this. There's nothing underneath me, everybody, so it really triggers my vertigo bad. Get on this side, make this easier. Again, alternate them back and forth so they basically end up in the same spot where you started. And we'll see if we can get these walls to line up. Oops, I did that a little early on that one. I'm just going to run it down as far as it can go. Turn it this way. That didn't work out how I was hoping it was going to work out, but we'll do what we got to do. Okay. Now, I'm going to get this to line up. So first thing we want to do, oh yeah, that's going to be good. I can tell you already that's going to be good. Let's do this too wide. There. And then we'll want to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 now. And that 5 high. I'll redo all this other lines here in a minute. Oh yeah, that's going to be good. Gonna be good. All right, so 5 there. So it's going to be coming down 4 here. And then when it transitions from that one to this one, it's going to be at number 4. And then I'll have to transition over here to where that coal drops down one more when it gets over here. And then we'll bring these down 5 here, 5 there, and you might as well just put our little things in there just to make it look cool. So this now needs to transition down into the lower one. So we can run our box right from up above down into it. Or, I mean, our Caterium. Like that. I just thought of something. We could do the same kind of offset like that, and then do this, and then take, oh my god, and then take that out, and then try to run that into there. Yeah. All right, let's do it this way though. We're going to do this, then we're going to do down maybe. Got a little bit of work to do here. Like this, and then turn this way. And this goes. Just do this. Line that up. That. What I'm trying to do is get this to end up perfectly going around like that, and then taking out the lifter. I don't feel like that's at the same level. Nope. Let's do this. Yeah, see that one's down too far. I was like, what the heck's going on with that one? There we go. Run that down a little bit. So it's not blocking the one at the top. Basically, that's what I'm trying to do. Get it so it's not blocking. Bring it down just a little. And then that should be fine. I feel like this is going to run into that now. So I'm going to take this little lip out of here. And then other lines. That's not the right thing. Hold on, that's all got to be fixed. Okay. And this is our Caterium. If we did this right, it should go right into the side of this. Yeah, see, that's why I switched it back and forth, back and forth. So eventually it would perfectly match up to that down there. At least in theory it should. We'll see when it starts running down the line. But yeah, it looks good. All right, same thing here. A lot of logistics, but again, what you want to do is figure out which side you should be starting from, the end or the beginning, or a little bit of the beginning, a little bit of the end, and kind of work your way back and forth. I always start with this side and then this side. So what's my end result? What's my start? And then I work those two sides, and then the stuff in between is the easiest part. Working that out is tough. So that perfectly lines up there. And then our Caterium is just going to run out of there. Going the wrong way. Quick switch. Oh, see, I bet you I'm hitting my switch key by mistake. That's why I got that 3 in there. Not switch the direction on this? No, I can't. I gotta run it from here. That's okay. I actually don't like to run it into the lifter itself. See, like that? Because it runs that extra little line there. I don't like that. So what I like to do is actually run it first in the direction I want it to go. See, otherwise you get that extra line. I don't like it. It's less clean. And then when you're modifying it, you have that little thing you got to take out. So you do that first. And then bring your lines down. And they usually snap in there at this point. Bring it down until it feels like it snaps. Pray that it does. All right, there we go. That's much nicer. Now we're stacking that on top. And then I don't think we need this in between. I think we need this. I really feel like I want to redo all of this. What are we doing on inventory? Take all that back out again. I got to redo all of that. Unnecessary stuff, gotta go. Gotta go, gotta go. Okay, up here. Take these out again. Like, Kismet, don't worry about it. Just do it as many times as it takes to get it right. That's what I'm gonna do. Run those down, so when I put my lifters in there, I won't do that funky thing. Okay, now I got all those going. Ah. Touch of lag gets you every time. Okay. And again, we're moving this one. Moving this, which is up on the top one for there now. Moving that down. There. Very important you don't put the wrong thing on the wrong line. Otherwise your whole stuff's going to stop. Now only run the lines that I'm actually working with for the time, and then I'll come back and run all these other lines later. Just helps cut down on confusion if you're just running the stuff that you're actually using in the moment. And that is working beautifully. That's just curving over there, and then we can just run this down to our quick wire eventually over there. Okay, we got all that solved and sorted. I kind of feel like what we want to do is replace this. Not just doing it, everybody, it's making it look awesome at the same time. Again, kind of running that funny. I don't like the way that's running. I'm gonna redo how that's going. I can run this right up the center. And I should probably do a double on that one so it's on both sides. As I'm running it up, it'll be on both sides. Okay, then we're going to go ahead and take all this out. We don't need any more of this. Take all that out. And then also we can see our line runs just by looking at it from this side. Or we can look at it from this side I kind of feel like also might be a good idea to embellish this a little bit and go in and do a glass window so you can see it from both sides. So you can see if that's running up and down there or not, or running down. If you see any of those not running down, or if you see these belts empty, there's something horribly wrong going on there. Now I'm going to leave the other one open and just do this side because that's what's efficient. Actually, we can do this at 20 too. I'll show you another little trick. Take all these out. And then you can, the max you can do is 10. So, grab a wall, and we go ahead and we run this. It's going to go to 10. And then if you run it again, it's going to go 20. And your power here actually goes 10 and 10. So, if I go ahead and grab this power pole and run it way up there to the top, in theory, this one's going to take me up a certain amount of levels. And then when I get close enough to the one on the top, that one should take me up a bunch of levels, but you can see it's a little too far. So we're going to take that out, and we're just going to figure out what it is. What's that maximum length that I can go before it kicks in? So, oh, and we also have another one here. So that's really a little bit further. So let's just say wall. Just to save us some time in the long run. Figure out this ratio. Wait for it to save lag. Come on, save lag. Okay, we're going to start with 10. Let's go 18. 18 up from where we got it. Nope, not connect to that one. How many up am I right now? There's how to do it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this would need to be 7, I think, up above. Let's go 7. See if that works. Absolutely does. All right, now we know. Now we can put less of these things on the side. So we're going to go 7. So it's 14 basically. 7 and then 7 again. 14. So every 14 we put one of these things. And we're going to be able to keep on rising up. Right there. Oh, and I got to take out the other side too. I gotta take out this side while I'm working on this side. That's gonna really tell us whether it's working or not. Okay, so every 14 thingies. I like how it automatically counts for you. Make it a little easier for you, math-wise. It's really, I could probably go 8, but I feel like the better idea is just, you know, give yourself an extra one, just in case. And also keep using your middle mouse button to put these things down, because then it's doing it on both sides. Run the line on the other side? What the heck did it just do there? I don't even see the line run. Okay, I don't know what that was all about, but there we go. Again, we'll look down. See if it did on both sides. It absolutely did. Okay, and that'll get us way up here to the tippy top. Looking good. Taking that stuff out. And now we got that all set up. Okay. Once that kicks in, it's going to kick in good. Now, we definitely need to fix this. We're just going to leave that like that. Maybe we can get our vehicle out here. Because we could just make a train and use the train. You know what? Let's do that. That's more fun. Let's do that. God, how long have you been going? Oh my gosh, 5.5 hours, everybody. Again, this game, you get all wrapped up in it. And this blueprinting is making it even more fun. Now, again, we're just creating a whole delivery system here. And I'm doing it, you know, at a huge level here. For sure, for sure. So, yeah. Bauxite first, Deuterium second. So this is going to end up going this way. We're going to brake here. Get out, take this out, because our trains will collide into each other. And then basically control the train over here. And we're going to turn off the self-driving. And just let it sit over there for a minute. Okay, we got to figure out logistics. That one's going that way. And so... yeah, we're going to have to put an extra one there. So get the Deuterium going this way or get the Deuterium going back that way. I kind of feel like I want the Deuterium going back the other way. So let's take this out. No, take the station out. There we go. Take the station out. And have this station go this way. So on the way back. No. No, we want to go this way. Of course, we're going to have to move all of this. Always how it goes. Okay, there's going to be a bunch of this in here. We should just throw that away. Hold down control, throw it away. All right, let's take this out. And we're going to redo all of this now. Because we want this to do train station. Stop and get this first. Go get the second one. And then come back full speed. So, first one, train station. And we got all this other stuff in the way, so I'm just going to put the train station here. Like that. Then this is going to be the first car. Again, figuring out the logistics is vitally important. Okay, so first car is there, and then when it gets to the other one, we'll put a spacer in there. So the first car is no longer the Deuterium. The first car. It'll be the second car that it loads. Okay. We're getting it, everybody. We're getting it little by little. Okay, let's put our railway back in. Oh, is it just a little too far? Oh. Bum, 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 bum. That's okay. We'll run it back this way. I suggest also you don't put it really close because it won't let you do that. If it's like super close like that, you don't want to do that. You want to back it up just a little bit. And then create another connection. Right there. Okay, going this way. I keep doing that over and over in my mind, so I make sure I got it going the right way. This is Deuterium or station. Going to copy that in case I end up getting that out of there again. Hit that a couple times. Deuterium or station. Okay. No. No, 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 no. No. That's, if it's coming this way, it's got to be the second one back. Right. It's got to be another one of these back. Floor too steep. We'll get it figured out, everybody. We'll get it figured out little by little. That's what we're going to do. Okay, so second one back, deuterium, so it ends up being the furthest one, but the furthest one is box right. No, I was right the first time. Yeah, the furthest one is box right, so actually this is right. So we want it to be the one that's furthest this way is going to be the first one that ends up over there. Yeah, it's tricky, everybody. It's tricky, but yeah, I had it right the first time. All right. So it's going to go here. It's going to get this deuterium in the one that's behind the engine. It's going to this one. And then when it gets to the other side, we'll have another one that's behind that one. It gets that one, and then when it turns back around and pushes it back the other way, or pulls it the other way, the box right will be in the one in the back, and then the deuterium will be in the one in the front, and then they'll run in their appropriate lines. Okay, so we got that right. Now we got to get all of our line runs fixed again. Line runs run over here. So there, and you know, we're going to do this. How about this? Just double stack these behind each other. I think that works even better. Let's do that. And then this is going to go in. And that's just, oh, that's way easier. Way nicer. Oop, let's see if it was at the right height. Oh, and that's out. Wrong input. Ins. Ins are better. That's what I wanted to do. In there. And there. Okay. Take this out and dish out. Check and make sure we have some power before we just fling off the side here. Okay, where were we running those? We were running those to there. Now we're gonna change those out to this and that. So this one to the inside one, and this one to the outside one. Now we all about it again. All right, those are loading in. Getting that deuterium ore going. Okay. Now we need to go down to the other side and fix that one. Okay. So it's going to pick it up on the way here, and then it's going to go all the way back as fast as it can, and then this way it'll save it time. It doesn't matter if you do it on the way there or on the way back, as long as you know, optimize your run time so it's not stopping on its way back again. I don't want it to stop on its way back. I want it to go there. I want it to basically start, come out of there, go here, get the deuterium, get the box right, and then go all the way back as fast as possible. Basically, that's what I wanted to do. All right, let's get on our train and let's go. Trains don't stop on a dime, just like boats, everybody, so you might want to start braking. Uh-oh, uh-oh. You can actually crash in your trains and knock them off the tracks now. Pretty awesome. I did it earlier in the playthrough. Hey, what's up, Cohen? What's up? Watch the stream from Germany. It's a holiday today. What's a holiday? What's the German holiday you got going on? Hey, always good to have a fun holiday. For me, it's just simply a Saturday. I don't know. Maybe it might be a holiday. I don't know. I don't even watch the holidays, even U.S. holidays. Everybody. Yeah, no holidays I can think of. Labor Day at the end of the month. But you know, when you work for yourself, everybody, you work every day, so you don't really have a holiday. You might take a half day. You might do whatever. But there's really no holidays. You don't really get vacation. You just don't work for that week, right? So it's not really a vacation, I think. That's just me and my crazy ideas. Okay, now we got our box right station, and we need to offset this so that it, and we need to take all this out. We need to take this out. Oh, can't take it out with the thing. We can just take our train out, which hopefully doesn't drop all that. Oh, drop that in my inventory. Now there's a crate there somewhere. Let's throw all this away before we take it out this time. There we go. Let's just take our train off the tracks. And now we should be able to take this out. There we go. Throw this all away. And then throw that all away. There we go. Okay, so on the way back, take all that out. On the way here, first train. Oh, God, it's really, I don't know why that's hurting my brain so much. But then again, I've been going for about 6 hours straight, so that could be it. We don't need to take out the station. The station should be fine. If I heard my thing go off, I should have my mute on. There we go. So it goes and it gets the first one there. And then we need a blank station, an empty platform to block it from picking up the first one, like that. And then we want a second freight platform, which we're going to need to extend this out a little bit more. Though, by the way, if you use your hologram, sometimes you can do it even though it's leaning over the edge, which is pretty cool. I want to override it for whatever reason. And then this is freight platform, so it's not going to get that first one. That runs into there. And now we can divert these out of here. And you know what? I think I am going to fix these. I think I am going to fix these babies. Let's wait for it to save lag right in the middle of doing something. Triggered. Let's do this. And that. Why am I doing that? So I can offset it when I'm going to run this one in. So let's do the top one. Oops, wrong thing. Wrong thing. I love this little offset thing I've been using. It's been super helpful. Okay. Let's just bring this up to its level. About right there. Up ever so slightly. Down. Just a little. Like more. Move it down more. Now, because these are at two different grid levels, I'm just trying to align them. A little higher than that. It's not just making it, it's making it nice. God, I think I just put that at the same exact level. Sometimes hard to see because of the highlighting. Yeah, there we go. Much straighter. Very nice. And then I should probably have done that with this lower one. Just gonna do it the old school way. There we go. And this is going to be here, so this is going to be... You can use the little lines on the side to help yourself line it up. So it's going to be down and then say there. And that can come out of that one. Yeah. And then they're fairly equally run and at fairly equal levels. Kind of coming down a little bit, but again, remember the node and my world grid is a little different, but that looks pretty awesome. All right, box ride getting filled up there. So, what's this over here? This is box ride ore station. We're going to not fill up the first one, fill up the second one. I think we might be good to go. Let's build ourselves some trains. Let's go. So, train there. Then our cargo. Cargo. And then train on that side. So again, going to come in there. It's going to get that box right. And this is going to be load. Okay. Ah, really? Don't have enough resources there. Make another train. Yeah, we'll just use this train. I was going to make an extra train and leave that down there, but that's okay. We'll test it out over this way anyway. Slight problem. I can't get it to go back. That's that area. Because the train station's going this way. Oh, because there's no train station beyond that. Because I have it disconnected. So it thinks this is the last stop. That's exactly what that is. No worries, we'll leave it. Got our awesome factory cart. We're out of here. Do you use signals in your trains? No, not right now, but you totally can. They have a lot of cool signals and all sorts of cool stuff that you can do. Let me catch up on chat a little bit. I've been super focused. Thanks for coming in, and I hope you're having a good holiday in Germany. Kids, I was doing the same thing last night. Morning, by the way, my brain couldn't figure it out. The train logistic proper. Yeah. Well, I think I got it figured out now. And no, I'm not using train signals. Not right at the moment, but you totally can. You can create a little offset where they can go here and you have another train go back, and you can just make a loop. Loops are actually the easiest way of doing it, but if you want to just run a single line, you can totally do it. But I have this disconnected right now because I was didn't want it to come down here and start feeding that in there yet. Okay, now it needs a train station down here that it can go to. You know what this thing's also is? It needs a thing that calls the train. I can't remember if that's in here or if that's Astroneer. I think it's Astroneer. I don't think you can just call the train. No. Okay. So, what we wanted to do first is Deuterium ore station. Then the bauxite station. Oh, wait, no. We're going to discard that. Hold on. We're going to just tell this to go to this station. Next stop is unreachable. I could have sworn you could have came back the other way, but maybe not. Maybe you have to go around that station or make a loop if you add a middle station. So I could just loop past that station too. I could have sworn that worked. But then again, I haven't done in between stations in a while. Normally I have them go that way and then they just come back. No, I've done it many times. I did it another playthrough where I was on the other side by the forest and I had to go get sulfur, coal, and then went and got, I think, oil, and then it came back along that same station. So weird that it doesn't go. Weird doesn't go this way. Maybe I got to start it on this side. I don't know. All I know is I need some more stuff here. Get this going. Also should make a hypertube too. Get up and down out of here. Well, I'm gonna fix all this too. Let's see. Is that a good spot for a hypertube? Yeah, looks good. Looks good. Oh wait, we could use our wall. Maybe in the center. Looks good to me. All right, let's do that. There's our power thingy over there. Oh, that's not where I put the wall. I put the wall over here. Let's move it. Just because it's going to make this easier. I like to have my hypertube inches up a little higher too. I also like to be on the side that I'm actually trying to put the hypertube in. Make that over there. And then we can run this down. And what's going to do is just do a little bit to get started. There we go. And then we can just go down and run it like this. Down there, I don't want it up here. Probably down here. The way my line runs, but we'll figure that out later. We'll readjust it later. What's that? All that? That's we don't want to connect to that. Connect over this way. That's all going to go out because I'm going to run more stuff there. I don't know. Heavy modular frames is what we're here for. We've got plenty. We got plenty. Back up we go. Up, up, and away! That's much faster than holding down Shift and C. Kind of feels about the same speed, but it's just less work. You don't have to hold anything down. It just does it for you. That spits me right here. Very nice. I feel like we definitely want to fix all this stuff. Nice little way to walk through there. There we go. Oops, wrong thing over here. Again, you just do this easier by doing that. Ah, that line's in my way. Line is in my way. Let's do that instead. Okie dokie. Still gotta figure this problem out. Make me another train. Where is that one going? I don't trust this line here either. Take that line out and redo it. Something fishy there. Could have sworn this worked, but maybe they changed it since the last time I did it. I don't know. It was quite a while ago. I think it was like update 6 or something. Maybe even update 5 that I last did that. The train's going opposite directions. We're gonna get this. We'll do this. Again, normally I only have one train on the track at any given time, by the way. Okay, so let's drive this one back to this station. See how this is going to work out. That one there and that one there. Great. Okay, so first thing we want to do is go to the Caterium station. So set its timetable, Caterium, then box right, then back again. Save. Turn on self-driving. Let's see if it comes back. Loading it over there. I guess we could have went on the train and watched it load. Now's a good time for a break too. Good time for a break while it's off doing its thing. Have an efficient day. Yeah, see, there it goes. It's going on the next thing, and then it shows my next where I'm at. Maybe I had the train turned the wrong way. I don't think so. Maybe I can't do it, but the automated thing can. Yeah, we'll let it run, and if it comes back over here and loads this, then we know it's doing its thing. All right, I'm going to go ahead and take a quick break. I'll let you guys watch and see if it works out. If not, I'll come back and we'll work around it. Be right back. All right, put a 1 in the chat if you can't see it. Hear me, everybody. It looks like we got problems over there. Come over here. Oh, it did. Oh, it did work. I thought we were having problems. We got our box right in there, but not our Caterium. Probably because I didn't do something on my Caterium over there. I didn't run the lines or something, I bet. But it did come and bring box right, so it did come back for sure. Oh, I didn't tell it to unload, I bet. Yep, that's exactly right there. I didn't tell it to unload on the second one. So this one is box right, and this one's Caterium, and we got it on the unload. All right, so apparently I did it. Yeah, I got it figured out. I got it figured out there, Hunter. Without your assistance, make sure to watch out for that backseat gaming. But I knew that worked. There we go, because I know I've done it before. That it does the it will go through that other station to get back to this station. So you guys got to see it first here in the thing. Because by default, all of the stations are set to load, so you have to go and unload it. And if I see there's none in there, it's either something over there or it has something to do with my loading. And see, it knows it's full too. See, I didn't even bother to lift that one up. It already knows that that one's full. Oh, look at the sun rising over here too. Pretty cool. Guess what, everybody? That done. That's very done. All right, we're out of here. Boom! Also, cool thing about hypertubes, you can go really, really fast down. What up a dow? Look how far it shot me. See, it's way over there, and I'm way over here. Okay, man, we did a lot of work there, but that's going to help us not only for our Caterium, but also for our stuff that we're going to take out over here, our aluminum in the long run. Okay, back to the blueprinter. We need to blueprint ourselves out a thing. I really feel like I should move this and put a blueprinter down here too. Kind of feel like I should. What do we got in here? Ooh, da mama! Look at all that stuff in there. Look at all that stuff. Holy mackerel! We even got boosters in there too. We should go ahead. Yikes! We got tons and tons of stuff everywhere. Let's take the stuff that's off of us right now. And move that over. Drop all that there. Drop all that into our inventory and see what we got in this one. Okay, not too much in that one. Not too bad, not too bad. All right, clear those out. Those used to be by my hub, because I have my hub over here at some point. So we'll grab all that stuff and randomly drop it in with all this other random stuff we got over here. Oh, not that one. Putting it at the top so it's easier to just get it all at the same time. There we go. Out of there. And we want to keep these. That's good. I was looking for more of those. Don't need any other stuff right now. Drop all this in one of these things. Let's just do this one. There we go. Okay. And all the stuff we were using we'll take back out. Over here. Looking sharp. Okay. So, blueprinter. Blueprinter. Wrong. Up here. Okay. Yeah, boy. Oh boy. Yeah, that's gonna be a little close. Close to our power. I knew that was gonna happen. Alright. That's it. Power gotta go. You're like, ah, Kismet, your backup power. Well, don't worry, we got plenty. We got plenty of power right now and don't even need this backup power, but it kind of makes me want to blueprint it all now that I took it out. There goes our resources dropping again. And let's just get rid of some plates here so we can grab that. I feel like I want my blueprinters right underneath each other. So I always have some sort of blueprinter here at the end. Let's see exactly where I have my blueprinter up here. right up against that inner area. Through there. Just right along that edge. Right there. So, oh, I think I have it one in. One in from that edge. Okay. And then, which way? This way. One in and one in. So one in from there. And one in from here. Right there. Okay. Now we should be able to put our blue printer in. Unless we're hitting something up above. Load, lag. See what it's encroaching on. Looks like it has enough room to me. Try it again. Get way over here in the sand. Yeah, that works. Put my light on. Box there now too. It's a riddle. Now again, part of the fun is figuring this stuff out. Again, watch that BSE Gaming, everybody. If I say, hey chat, tell me this thing, then it's okay. And then also sometimes I'm playing a game where I have you'll see it say learn to play in the chat. Then you can BSE game all you want. But when I'm trying to solve a problem, not only solving the problem helps me learn, but other people figure out how I solve the problem by figuring it out, see? And if I get stuck, I'll say, hey chat, tell me the thing, but if I'm not getting stuck, then I just want to figure it out, because again, part of the fun is figuring it out. That's weird. That's just strange altogether. It's because I have stuff up here? Maybe it's because I have stuff on the blue printer up here. Let's take this out. And if I take the blue printer out. Yeah, dropping stuff left and right. What can I get rid of here? Drop some of the stuff back in these boxes. Too much stuff in my inventory. Don't need that much quick wire. Don't need that much wire. Oh, wow, a lot of heavy modular frames that I don't need. Alright. Much better. I hate driving these boxes everywhere. They drive me nuts. I end up with like 50 of them. Don't like it. Don't like it at all. Alright, what about now? No? What is it that I'm encroaching? I don't know. Take out all of our power poles. We're going to figure out this riddle. Riddle of encroaching something. Might be something I can't see that we ran from something previously. Now I can't see it. There we go. All right. We'll get the one down below first and then maybe the other one. That's why I built it this many levels up, is so that we could do that. Let's make sure I've got this facing the right way. Pull up our blueprints here. Now we're going to be getting into some blueprints here in a moment. Let's pull up our copper one. Or not, unless we don't have enough stuff. Thought we did. Oh, just adding it to the list and not actually doing the thing. Okay. That aligned to that? Yes. Okay, so that is the right way. Okay, awesome. And we're going to clear that. Of course, in the future, I should have put it this way. I think I could actually fix it. Let's fix it. We're going to do it. Let's do it right. Okay, let's put our blueprint designer so the front is toward this way. And let's go ahead and make sure we kind of nudge it in. The edges of it are good. And then I take this one that I want to fix in the right direction, because I might as well fix it at this point. And then this is going to be that way. And then double check. Yep. So now I can do it to match. This is the front, so when I'm putting it down, the arrow will be pointing toward me. And that might make that a lot easier to put down. And then we can go in and we can try to remember what this was called. Oops, I saved it. I called it new blueprint. That's messed up. All right. Copper ignited 6 IOR. Let's call it something more like that. Copper ignis, which would be a smelter. Smelter. Set the color as a bronzy color here. Oof. Bronzy copperish color. And save that. And then we'll go back in and we'll fix it in our thing, where we'll take this and we'll put this. We do that. I always assume that you could just move it, but you can't. You have to hit edit. There we go. Smelters, under copper. This one we'll remove. Now we got it going the right way. For all the future ones that we do. So now it'll be facing this way. So what I did is I used the blueprint to rotate the blueprint in the other direction, so it just makes it easier for me to put them down in the future. I think I'm going to do that with the rest of my blueprints as well. But here we go. We'll get that. We'll clear that for now. And now we want to try to get our one up above here. See if it lets us put that down. Maybe there's a bit of extra vertical clearance on it. I don't know. Seemed kind of weird to me. Nope. It was just glitched. Yep. That's exactly what it was, and I was right. The one below thought that was too close, so it didn't let me put it in. But now that I just go in and put the bottom one in first and then put the one above it, works just fine. Works good. These do not look lined up, though. I think this one was in further. Yeah. Well, let's see what happens when I move it in further. Maybe it won't let me do it there. Nope, lets me do it just fine. Again, workarounds for the win, everybody. Workarounds for the win. I feel like what I want to do this is do this on all sides. So if I'm working down this way, you have one that's facing this way, and then you work all of those on that side, facing that way. And then all the ones on this side, you put the blueprinter on that end, and then as you work down. If I did it all over again, everybody, that's what I would do. Is have the blueprinter oriented to the way in which you're building, and have them on each side, and then have them right over the top of each other as well. I feel like this one's over a little bit further too. Over a little further this way. Okay. Yep. Over. Perfect. Yeah. And then we can just keep doing that all the way up as we're building multiple levels. And then we'll also take out all of this. Yeah, and we'll limit it just to foundations. Take that out. There we go, and then we can put in all of our power again like we did before. I feel like we want to run our power systems underneath. Kind of like this. Now, instead of using the poles, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and run it under the blueprinter, which is even cooler, because then you don't need the poles at all. And then we can just run this, say, down to the middle of the blueprinter, and then to this corner. So the poles are not interfering with what we're doing. And then again, we'll take all these out temporarily. And this will allow us to fly around our blueprinter without constantly having to readjust our power and keep putting our power poles down. And then no one will ever even know it's under there. It's just chilling out under there, helping us out. Yeah, if I had it to do all over again, I would do that first. The second you put your blueprinter down, you want to do this. Run a bunch of power under it. If you have your little power thingies connected. I'm just going to make it a full circuit. There we go. And then I just do this, and you'd never know they were even there. Anything up here? Hiding all those power runs. made all those front ones Mark IIs. Come on. That's a thing of beauty right there. I've been having this problem the whole time while I've been doing this blueprinter is I keep like running out of power and it keeps dropping me down while I'm trying to work, and it's really throwing me off. And had I just taken the time to done this at the very beginning, I wouldn't have had this problem. So running these a little extra over the kind of edge there so that when I put in this one, it just goes straight down from that one to here. And we'll just complete the circuit. Put all these back in. Yeah, I like that a lot. Oh, that's a beautiful thing right there. That's a beautiful thing. All right, that's a big fat save right there, everybody. We definitely want to save that. All right, love it. Love it. Okay. Okay, now after all of that hard work, it is time to finally start on our Criterium down here. And again, we can just take all of this power poles that we're using for tracking down all of our boxes, and we want to take out this one and everything that's in our way here. Good enough. Okay, let's get to work. Now that we got all that rocking and rolling, we want to go ahead and get our smelter that we just fixed the direction of, which is our copper ingots. I thought I got rid of those. This one's the new one. I thought I got rid of it, but I hope I just didn't get rid of the wrong one. I could have. I could have. Yeah, I might have did constructors. Look like it. Well, let's try it again. Blueprint. Maybe I didn't apply the changes. Apply changes. All right, so let's go ahead and get our smelter open. Let's take out this random blueprint we got in there. It's gonna bug me. That's gonna bug me. Ugh. Oh, see, it doesn't say confirm the changes. It's confirm that it's going to do the thing. Okay, we got it. Melters. Buggy. It's pretty buggy, everybody. Pretty buggy. All right, come on, smelter thingy. Get out of there. Apply changes. So, yeah, when I tell it not to reply changes, that thing just like magically reappears. And there it goes again. All right, I'm not messing with it. All right, here we go. We're going to pull that one up, and then we're going to go in and we're going to... I told it to apply the change. I'm going to do it one more time here. Move blueprint. Delete it from your computer. This cannot be undone. Okay, and then apply changes. It's magical. Well, fine. I'm just going to move down here, miscellaneous. Let's see if it reminds that. Okay, that at least works. Okay, again, let's just clear the designer just in case. Load the blueprint. Smelter. Work around it if I got to. Okay. And we want to smelt ourselves some quick wire. So let's get over here. This is going to be 5. And quick wire. No, this is going to be Caterium Ignits here. Oops. Just change that, but I want to change this too. Okay, Caterium Ignits. Not gonna leave those in the blueprints anymore. All of this should be good. And there's Caterium Ignits, and then we need to go in and tell it to be that thing. Over here. Copy it. Pasta. Oh, we gotta take out the wall too. We don't have any power. Move on. Something went funky. Something's funky. Can we not connect to it when it's in the ground? Is it a water thing? Might be a water thing. That one works in the water though. It's always something. Oh, because I cut the power line over this way. That's right, because I ran the wire from that. Let's do this instead. Yeah, there was a power line over here that I was running out from up here. Now I don't need to do that, and I don't need to do this because I just keep tapping this power over here. Do all of these things locally. Now I'm connecting it across the way underneath. So I don't really need this anymore because this is running underneath here, but I have to run it all the way down to my power at the far side. So yes, okay, so that was a bit of a problem there. So it was not the water. Water works fine in the water. And now I should be floating around. All right, there we go. Always some sort of funky thing you gotta figure out. All right, over here we want to go ahead and change this to Caterium Ignits. Okay. Select. And this is 05. Caterium 780. Caterium Ignits 780. Okay. tube. Okay, we're gonna be making a lot of those. Okay. Then we're gonna call it Cerium Ignits. Maybe get a different color. Maybe like a brown. Much more dark brown. Same line, but dark brown. Alright. Yeah, it's kind of a yellow. Maybe we'll change it to yellow. Just edit. You can actually change the color and everything. You just can't change the blueprint name afterwards, which kind of sucks. Yeah, let's make it a nice bright yellow. There we go. Again, just so we can really tell the difference between the two. I really want to get rid of that one, but it just will not let me delete it. Maybe if I quit the game and then it would let me do it. I don't know. I feel like it's just going to keep coming back. Just going to keep coming back. Yep. Alright, whatever. Cerium Ignits. We did that. Let's double check that we did change them all. I don't remember changing them all. Nope, I didn't change them all. Try to paste it. See if it remembered that paste. It sure did. Oh, take out the wall in the back. That's what I was trying to do. Take out the wall because we're going to set this right next to the other one and it already has a wall. I have that in the corner. I don't need those anymore. Should be going all the way down to the front. Oh, that's right. We changed the way that our power was connecting from one building to another. So we also have. Yeah, that's going to be on the B one. This will be the A one. And then we'll connect it to the B one. Okay. So we got all that. We don't need those outside connectors anymore. Make sure we've got all of our outside connectors moved here. Take out. Good for our hypertube thing, but I'm just going to take them out since they're unnecessary. And we got this connecting in the back, which we want to connect it now underneath in the panels, so or in the foundations. So on this one, this should be removed. So I can easily connect that. We can go ahead and add our hypertube entrance on this now. We've done a bunch of upgrades and we're constantly iterating on it, and the more we're making it to make it easier to just very easily plop it down and go to the next thing. And that's what we're trying to do. Keep making it better each and every time. Confirm. Oh, and we want to call that Cerium A. Save. And then we want to clear it. Take out the other one. Oh boy. Look at that stuff. Look at that stuff. Won't let me take it out. Oh well. We need a new subcategory. Cerium. Okay. And then we'll reload that again. Smelters to Cerium A. Slide out. Okay, now we don't need this. I'm gonna rerun the way that runs. Take this out, take out the entrance. So this, take this one out. Here. Take this run it up on the inside here. Oh, right, we got to run it the other way. That's right. Got to run it in reverse. Second it's done save lagging me. All right. I really hope they fix that. It's so annoying. It really sucks up a lot of my time to have to sit and wait to catch a clue there. Over here is where we actually want to put it. So we'll put that right down there. Run that to there. Run that across to that one. And then make sure you take this one out. Get rid of that. Leave that open. Close this up. Put that one back. This one back. Just leave that little part there, and then we can still get it from there and run it to the next one. Don't need the thing. We need the entrance, so we can run it from one to the other. All that other stuff good. Just check the back. That can come out, go to the next one, and that can cut through. Go into there. Line runs there. All right. Looking good. That's for a hyper tube. This goes and connects into the central thing there. We no longer need the one on the back. Don't need any other plugs on the outside. I'm going to connect it underneath. Another idea. Oh yeah, way better. All right, so that I just eliminated one of these things. So I could just, instead of going up and then over and then up, I just go up here and then across. And that's going to be much cleaner. All right, very nice. Again, the more we iterate on it, the better, better it's going to be over the long run. And we got that connector there. I think we got that going. Again, we double check all these. These are deuterium. Hydrate. Oh, gotta go fix it on the other one too. So if it's wrong on this one, it's wrong on that other one. That's okay. We know which ones are messed up. All right, that one looks good. This is going to be the B version of it. So got your first one in the line, and then you have all your other ones that are back behind that. That are just chaining. So say that is B. Clear it. Move forward so I don't get stuck in there. And then, God, it just keeps doing that. Messed up. Pull back up A. again. Just make sure. Man, throat's getting really dry. Going for 7 hours. Okay, I think we got that solved. Save it over here. And then again, go look in the blueprint. Trash these. We'll go and redo all of these later and figure those all out. But I know I'll trash that one later when it lets me. I'll probably log out, log back in again, and that'll let me do it. Okay, now we did a bunch of blueprint and stuff. So we can get over here and we can get this going. So let's go to our set number 10. And we're going to go ahead and tell it we're doing smelters. And we're going to start with A. And let's go. Now this time we can have the arrow pointing right toward us because we fixed that problem. And now we good. Oh, I got that connector there, which I don't need to see on the outside. Let's go fix it again. Many times as it takes. Oh, that's because I went and redid that, the way that runs. Right. So I wonder if I can move this. If we're going to fix it, let's fix it better. Let's move this over here. Same thing. Take this one out. This is, I was passing it through on that side, and now I think this is a much better way of doing it. We get that line, and we just run it tandem over here. Run that down to there. Better. Much more better. Thinking about flipping that around the other way. There. Okay. Nice. Save. Go try it again. Oh. Clear on the designer. Had a lot of work just to get to this point. Okay, facing toward us. Run that up right next to that. Chain our power. Oh, I didn't upgrade that to a tier 2. Hold on. It's always one more thing, everybody. I did learn that on my other ones up above. That what I want to do is I definitely want to, if it's the front one, I want to go ahead and convert because I'm going to be running it backwards. And so I want to upgrade this one right here so I can just keep chaining it down. When I'm working on those, and any of these I kind of use in the future. There we go. And we'll just fix it in the blueprint, so in the long run, when we go to make other ones off of this one, it'll already be done. There we go. Leave that open for when we run it in the back. Now we got to get our deuterium over here. We want our deuterium to end up right here in the front. So I just run that up, say like that. Bring our deuterium forward, and we're probably going to double feed our deuterium. So bring this forward. Again, since we did all that other work, now our deuterium is right there. This is super easy. Just run that down in there. I kind of feel also that we want to do this. Bring our other line either there or there. Actually, we can just use a single. How do I do that? I just hit this, and then I can hit E to switch that. There we go. Let's run this over there. Count that out, 6 down, and then run that there. There we go. Again, we're going to be double running it, so we're going to be running 1560 into there. Now, deuterium ore only becomes one thing, and that is becomes ignits. Just like copper. So what we have is we have 780. Now, of course, we've got a nice little spreadsheet to help us out right over here. And we're going to go ahead and add a little row below here. And we're going to actually bring our deuterium ore up here to the top. We'll get back to all that other stuff later. So after that is deuterium ore, which is going to be number 5. Take all these other numbers out, redo those, go do those later, redo all of that. All right, deuterium ore is coming in at 780. We do 2 belts, it'll be 360. Our actual conversion in the smelter is working. 45 in, 15 out. So 45 in, and it's going to equal 15 out. And then we're going to have it automatically do a calculation for us of how many factories we need here. In per factory. And we have that just calculating this divided by that. A weird calculation going in there. Okay, so this calculation needs to be try to figure this out. Actually, I figured it out before. So it's 780 divided by, so it's the input, the ore input. That's just the general input. So this needs to be this divided by input. That actually needs to be in its own parentheses. So it does that first. It always does what's in the parentheses first, and then divided by 6. There it is. There it is. That's a way easier way of doing it, and you don't need all the calculations over here. There we go. It's going to equal the same number right now, but you can see that now it works down there when I have nothing over here to the side. And I don't think I really need any of this stuff over here anymore. All I really need is this stuff, so we're just going to remove all of these columns over here just to kind of clean this up. Actually delete columns. There we go. Okay. Now the total output, we're going to fix that. Hey, thank you very much for that love. Scriptlin coming in with 26 months of sub love. Show some love in the chat, everybody. Now we can just do this. So we can just do output, but this is also rounding it up. So let's do this same calculation here. So So this is going to do the same calculation, minusing the rounding. Divide it by 6, and that's going to be its own calculation. So we'll do that inside there. So it's going to do the first calculation in here, like this. Like that, yeah. So it's going to do that first calculation of 780 divided by 45 and get that number. Then it's going to divide it by 6 by the number of factory, or the number of constructors that I have, or the number of items in that particular one. Oh, I should actually have that as a separate number. That's what I had on the right there. I had that separate number, but I'm gonna probably have 6 in each of these, but in future ones I'm not. So make another column. Let's call it factory per, or per factory. Per factory. Okay, so per factory, this is going to have 6. Again, when I go to do my other stuff, my assemblers and all that stuff, is going to have a different number. So I should just basically nice. Perfect. This should actually be here. Factories. This is per factory. So this, we don't need the 6 anymore, so we just say divided by this. It's going to, again, give us the same number, pretty much. And this should be a 6. This doesn't have to be anything. That's an iron rod split there. Right there. So this, same thing. This is going to be this calculation. Again, without the rounding. It's going to take 40. It's going to take 780 divided by 45, and then divide that by 6, which gives us a fraction. Then that fraction number. No. No, it was total output. So what we want to know is, we want to know how many of these. This is 6 per. We need that other number. We need a non-rounded version of that number. Yeah, let's get a non-rounded version. We need this here. We're not going to round up. Okay, yeah, there we go. We need a non-rounded version so that it gives us a more accurate amount that's going to be running out versus having a round-up number, which would only give us an estimate. This is going to give us the exact amount that's going to be running out, and this would, and if I rounded it up, and then it would be a rough estimate of how much it's going to run. I want the exact number of what's going to run out. Okay, so now what we're going to do is take 2.8 factories. 2.8 is running, so doing math after 7 hours of streaming is probably not my best idea, but there we go. This times 2.8 factories times 15. And that should give you how much is outputting. 43 limestone? That doesn't seem right. 3 factories times 6. So it'd be 2.89 times 6. And then the output, yes. Okay, so what we need is we need this number first. This number first times the output of this times this. There it is. 260. Okay, 260 is what we're looking at. And this calculation, I can do this. Yep, there we go. And then the cool thing is once you have the calculation right, you can just go ahead and do it all the way down. Like so. Make sure to put the number of stuff in each of those. 6 here. And then this, and then this. And then this whole column here can just be rounded down. Okay. Now I don't really need to see this number, so I can put that over there. And the cool thing is the calculation will realize when you move it. Number of factories, decimal. Fraction. Number of factories, not just a decimal. Alright, so that's way over there, out of the way, because what I really need to know is these numbers, right? Input, output, this is the number per factory, which I actually don't need over here. Once I put those in there, then I don't need to see that. And what we'll do here is we'll use this column purely as the separator between the stuff we do want to see and the stuff we don't want to see. So we'll just put a little gray thing there. This is what we want to see. Input, output, number of factories that I need, and then the total output so that when I do the next thing, I'll know what the total output is. So I'm outputting 260 limestone per minute. 7 iron ore here. I'm outputting 2,340 screws, by the way. That's a lot of screws. And then we can do belt divide. Max number of max belts. We're doing a little calculations here, everybody, for Satisfactory. This is going to be divided by 780, which is the fastest it can go. So I need 3 belts. 3 belts for that one, which I already have, and then these are all easy. These are all going to be 1 for sure. Some of these are less than 1, but that's okay. We're just gonna. Oh, we should round that up too. Hold on, let's do this. Okay, that was failed. Get all this, copy that. Paste that in there. Take all that out. Another parenthesis in there, and then got 2 dashes. There we go. And that's just going to round it up like that, because it needs to be a whole number. All right, so round up there. Check my laundry. Round up there. So there we go. So yeah, that's easy. That's easy. How about just number of belts? That's even easier. Then we can make that smaller. This stuff should be centered. Okay, you're like, Kismet, where can I see this thing you're working on? Boom, you can follow that link right there. You can jump up there. You can go ahead and download the spreadsheet, make your own spreadsheets, do whatever you need to do. But I'm just trying to get this to be what I want it to be. And this is total output, so this could be blue, but maybe we'll make it just like a little darker blue. And this whole column, a little bit of a darker blue for our total outputs. All right, there we go. So we have our input, output, number of factories that we need, and now we can get back to Kateria more. All right, we got our calculations all fixed. Let's see. So we're going to output 260. That does not seem right. That's so 780 780 is going to go at 45, output at 15. 260. Hey Suri, what's 780 divided by 45?
780 divided by 45 is approximately 17.3333.
Okay, so that's a bad calculation. There's a bad calculation in there. See, 780 divided by 45 is the number of constructors that we need. All right? So let's do that. Hold on. Let's just do something simple. So this divided by this. These are some of the calculations I just took out. 7.333, and we're going to just do that. And this is total constructors. Total con. There we go. Total constructors that we need for each thing. Okay. That's the amount of constructors that we need. And so we have 17.33 constructors that we're doing. Then we'll want to take those constructors, the amount of constructors we're doing, times the output, and that should equal our total output. Let's make this easier. Okay. So that number times the amount of constructors that we're doing. Just super simple. Simplify this down. Boom. Same number. Okay, good. Just simplifying that number instead of it doing this into that, but it should everything should equal the same number, and we know that it does work. But to simplify the calculation, this number times the amount of constructors that we need, based on running 780 divided by 45, we need 17.3 constructors. If we do 17.3 constructors times our output should equal 260. So there we go. So let's just make that a little bit more easy for it to calculate. Over there. Boom. Copy, paste that down there while I'm at it. All these things over here. Should calculate that all out. Okay, so there we go. And so, after all of that work, reset these lines in between, so we can kind of see that break in between them. Criterium here, like this. Okay, so how many factories do we need? 3. How much we're going to output? 260. So we need 3 total factories. That's really what all that calculation was for. 3 total. Okay, so we got the 1, and it's working away, as you can see, doing its thing. You can see it popping out the front. And now we got stuff in our way. We got to take out this is all of our aluminum production over here. We're going to have to take out. That's okay. We'll redo it again another time. Oh boy, I want to watch out that that's not full of stuff. Alright, no biggie. All of it gotta go. Okay, and this is our A factory, which means it's our front one, and then now we're going to use our B factory, which is the ones that we basically chain behind that one. So these right here. I love the fact that it's facing toward me now. That's awesome. Oh, that might be a bit far nudge. Nope, we got it. Right there, and we got them so they fit together, both long ways, but also to the one that's next to it as well. And that was a lot of iterations and a lot of work there. All right. Oops, I put it on number 2 when I want number 2 to be my power line. There we go. Let's just double check that this is the B one. It is, yep. And let's double check that we put number 1 is the B1, there we go. Run the power line to the one in the front so it can start up. There we go. And then we'll run our cross connection here in the back. That should just start running right there. Let's go do our connection up here. Again, we want to process all the Caterium. We want all of it to get going. There it goes, it's already running. All of it to get going as quick as possible. And then we're also going to go ahead and cross-connect our individual hypertube lines in case we want to run to the back of the thing or run from the back to the front. I forgot how many we needed now. We need 3. Okay, we need more resources for that. Always picks the most odd time to save. I know we got some of these over here. We'll go ahead and grab those. What else we got in this giant box of stuff? Put your quick wire in there. We need our plates. Probably should have some plates down here somewhere. Yeah, right here. And you see I'm keeping some of the resources down here so I don't have to keep running up above to grab them. I'm a little tempted to create a little drop area for every single resource on every single level. I think that would be super useful. So I don't have to keep running down to get it or running to that level. But I'm actually going to have it in the middle level where I can just come down the middle level or go up to the middle level. At least that would be easier. Let's go ahead and get our Caterium to show up there. And let's go ahead, again, double checking our lines, our cross lines. There, and our connection back that way. Okay, next one. And we just need one more of these. Do the connection line first so it can start right up after I run the power. Oh, and I should have left this open. I learned that last time. I should have left this open until I do all of the factories and then come back and connect it. Come back and connect, fill those foundations in at the end. There we go. We're processing all that Caterium ore. Now you might be like, well, Kismet, you know, this one in the back here is running a little slow. No worries. That's because we're going to run it not just 780, everybody. We're going to run it at 1560 right now. So what I'm going to do is infuse this back one with the overflow or the extra amount that I can run out of that box that basically has been backlogging in there. So basically I'm just going to run this and that's going to merge in there and that's just going to hypercharge all this stuff here in the back with all of this second line run because all of this one here in the front is using up the front line and then this one is just going to get supercharged here in the back and then all of them are going to be going at that higher speed. So let that run. Also it's got storage built in, 3, 6, 9 boxes of storage backlog and run it. So that's the Caterium ignits that we've got going. And we got those going. And Caterium ignits hyper 2B over here. Let's turn that on and see if it works. And run through there and see if it takes us to the back. Sure does. Okay, and then we'll do our little stuff here in the back. Make ourselves a little wall to keep ourselves from flying into the water. They probably only need to be like that at best. And then we got to put in one here in the back. Connect that power in the back. We'll certainly try. Like that. And then we need ourselves one of these little things in the back here. wish there was a way to copy the name of this one here in the front to the one in the back. If I had thought of it ahead of time, I could have copied it before I ran back there. But we'll just run up here and grab it. Select all, Control C to copy. Escape, escape. Run to the back. Give it its proper name. Come on. And this one's back. This just allows me to go ahead and go to the circuit breaker here and control it. So we got Caterium Ignits being run over here. Yeah, I might want to actually do the concrete separate, plate separate, rods, screw, wire, sheets, cable, and then just have the raw Ignits over here. Make it a little easier for me to see all the different stuff. And then the Caterium hypertubes in there. And then I can just go in here. Look, there's Caterium or vertical and horizontal, and I'm not using those right now, and I can just turn those off just like that. Or I can just turn it on, utilize it, run to the front, and see, that's why I have the thing in the back, so I can just control the one in the front from back there, and then I just go right like this, or I could have went in here and just turned it off in there. So pretty sweet. Very nice, very nice. Man, I love how this is like super organized now too. Really helps you a lot when you got that stuff super organized. All right, Caterium ingots are being converted at its maximum rate of 780. In fact, it's actually going even faster than 780 because I'm double infusing those in there. And using both of the Caterium lines. So if I have a whole box full of it up there, it's going to run at 1560 down here, and this is going to run at 1560 into my stuff. But I just kind of run it in the back ones because this one here in the front is going to use that first line, and the ones in the back use that second line until basically it uses it all up, or until it fills all these boxes, one or the other. And as it uses it up, it will then revert back just to a single line. So I don't have to build out a whole bunch of them to try to match that 1560. I should just have a few extra, and then over a long period of time, it should burn that all up. But no matter what, I'm going to be producing a massive amount in here. That's not going to be a problem. Now, we got that done. Now it's time for doing our actual quick wire up here in this upper level. Okie dokie. Right there. Now, our quick wire is going to be done in our constructors. We actually already have our quick wire done, but I kind of feel like I want to pull it up here and see. Oh, we need more wire. What a surprise. Let's go in here and really kind of fix this too. What the heck are we doing here? This should be subcategory. That should be quick wire. There we go. It's all on that. There we go. Okay, I love the subcategory thing. I just started using that. It's awesome. That's incredibly good. All right, so we're going to need some resources. So let's just click on both of these and see how much resources we're going to need of whatever. Now, it just so happens that I'm now making some cable, so I could run down there and get some. Over here. Eventually, by the way, all this extra stuff that I'm running over there, I can just throw it away. Because it's going to start backlogging a massive amount in each of these factories, and then I can just go to the factories when I need them instead of all of these boxes full of stuff. But, you know, we got it over here. We might as well utilize it while we're at it. Kind of burn up these resources. Let's see, I've got some box right on me there. Let's get rid of that. Don't need this many of these on me. Got wire, but now I've got too much wire. Say 2 of those. Too much of this. Maybe just 1 for now, and then I'll come back if I need more. Take that one off. Okay, more of this. More of our right here. They're like, Kismet, how can you have all of these resources but not have the production going? That's because I had all the production going of everything going at one time. But I decided to make it more awesome by tearing all that down and making it way more efficient and making it way more run way better like I'm running it now. All right, quick wire over here. But we want to check it out here on the blueprinter first and see if we can integrate some of our innovations that we did here. So quick wire A. We're going to go ahead and revise that. Yeah, see this one's turned the wrong way now too. Okay. Yeah, it's turned the wrong way. Okay, so we're going to clear that. We're going to pull up the quick wire A. And then we're just going to rotate it on the blueprinter. So we have it the way we want it to go. Hit H. It lets us go all the way. Ah, so close. So close. We're just changing the orientation so that the arrow doesn't show this way, but it shows to the front. And there we go. Oh. We might be doing some of that again. We might be doing some of that again, everybody. Oh. Fun detected. Let's hope it saved recently. And one of the toughest things is when that happens. When you go to back up and you're like, God, how long has it been since it saved? What did I do previously? Now remember, it's experimental version, so it is going to crash from time to time. Of course, I should have saved before I moved on to the next thing. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. But I didn't. Hopefully it auto-saved at some point there. Well, at least it did it within 15 minutes, that's for sure. Oh, boy. Where are we at? We got a criterium running. We gotta do the criterium again. We're on our third factory there. It looks like. Yeah, we're gonna have to do the thing up above again. All right, well, do what we gotta do. Oh, we were getting resources. That's what we went back for. Yeah, we're in the moment of getting resources. Do it again. It's a bummer, but do what you gotta do. In there. I don't get upset, everybody. If you don't want to have games breaking on you, then don't play experimental games. I know it's experimental, so I know it's going to be temperamental and have this kind of problem from time to time. But that's okay. I'll just roll with it. Just redo it just that much faster next time. Let's grab this. Oh, look, that's what I did. That's where I was right there, where I close that up and forgot to leave that open. Okay, do it twice as fast the second time. Let's go. Let's just do this while we're at it. Our hyper tubes. Do our two connections up high. That one over there. Over there. And then we got our splitter. Merger. There. forward. Real easy when you already know what you're going to do. Let's just look at this. Easier that way. Run that in there. Run that over there. And go to the front. Put the name of the thing in the back. That's why we use these blueprints in the first place, to make this way easier. We got that cross connect in there. That. And then walls. I usually do them 2 up too when it comes to my hypertube stuff. Hypertube in there. Teach me not to save when I'm moving from one thing to the next thing. Once you get it in there and you got it working, probably a good time to save. It's like you like it, you save it kind of thing. Normally I do that, but I didn't think of it. I was ready to go on to the next thing. No big. We will just do it again at faster pace than we even did last time. Right here, and this is back. Look at our circuit breakers. Oh yeah, we readjusted this too. So we got that in, and let's make sure it's all working. Coming out of there, crossing there, coming in there. That should be 3. Is that how many we needed? 3 factories, yep. Okay, that's good. So when we get that part done, we're going to save. Yeah, I think we lost about 5-10 minutes there. No biggie. All right, now we're going up. Working on our actual deuterium thing, and we're going to have to run that over and then up. Deuterium plants. Let's see if it remembered my changes in here. It did not. Deuterium up to the top. It's actually not deuterium. Quick wire. I'll apply that. Oops, I grabbed the wrong one. Cable down here, quick wire up there. Okie dokie. Let's get quick wire. Oh, and then we're going to do our blueprints. We're going to click this, we're going to click this, and realize we don't have enough stuff. We're going to run over here and we're going to grab some of it. The wrong one. I'm trying to sort that left one. Doesn't help if I click the right one. None of that. Below. Run over here and get some cable though. Oh, that's where that aluminum is. Let's get some cables. See, all of this stuff takes time too. Running around picking all this stuff up. Put that, put this one, put a bunch of that in there. So when we come back for that aluminum, it'll also have the wire in there. Okay, now before we do this again, because we know it's crashed the game in the past, save again. Alright. Again, if you don't let it get to you when you have a crash and stuff like that and just go right back to it, you do it twice as fast the second time because you already know what you want to do. If you already know what you want to do, you go super fast. But you know, if you're still designing it and trying to figure it out, like what you want to do, that's a tough one. Again, just double checking that this is turned. Yep, that's turned. Let's clear it. Let's take all them resources, and then let's go ahead and put this as number 1. We're going to try to reorient this the way we want it to be, and let's hope we don't crash it again. There we go. I love that little slight pause there that just tries to troll you. That you have it the wrong way, or it's about to crash. So what's the name of that blueprint? Quick wire A, no wall. And it's in right, outright, no wall. And we got to do all this stuff again. Quick wire. What is this? These are machines. These are constructors. There we go. Constructors, and then we were going to use like a yellow, I think. Right, yellow for a quick wire. Just save that again. Okay. Wall on the right. Then we want to innovate on this power. That. Yeah, this one doesn't have the door at the lower level, it has it up above, so that power connector is fine there. Let's see how we do if we just do this. Don't like it. Don't like it, not doing it. Let's just run it this way now. There's a lot of cosmetic stuff I'm fixing there, but I like the way that that runs down the center now, and then it runs up here and it feeds the power to all of these, and all of that is good. All right, let's make sure this is actually doing quick wire. It is doing it there. Quick wire, wire, wire. Alright, that's looking good to me. Again, we want to have our connection there. Wire there. Is that 4? That was 5. That's 5. Number 5 is alive. $780. 780. Got that. Is there anything in the back here? No. Any other weird connectors? Anywhere else? Get this fixed so that when we do ones in the future, I can just base them off of this quick wire. All right, we're going to save that one, and then we're going to fix it up here in our blueprints. I'm going to put that under constructor. Maybe not. Hit edit first. There we go. That up here under quick wire, and then this one we're going to remove. This one we're going to remove. And then we're going to apply and hope it actually does it. Oh, very broken. Very, very broken. All right, well, at least we can move them here into undefined. And then put in undefined down there at the bottom. Trash these. At least we won't have it in there. Okay. So now we're going to turn this one. We're going to turn this one into the second one, or should we just load the second one? An entrance. Connect that entrance. We did. Good question. I think I'm just going to convert this one into a B. Alright, let's just save it again just in case. Save. And then, alright, so this one we're going to take out a bunch of stuff. So we don't need to look at it. Over here, including the entrance. Like that. Okay, and then we're going to take this out. And this. And that. Take this out temporarily. We're going to put this forward. We're going to take this out. We're going to put our power on the inside. We'll run that power there so we can chain it from the one in the front. Take that out. Put this back in. This in here, if it's going to let us. Just that back in there. Just running over there. What is the coffee? The coffee is because the name of the people, or it's called Coffee Stain Studios. Now, I could really blow your mind if I had the exact same cup in real life, which I do. So there you go, Paradox. Blew your mind there, didn't I? I just like usually. Whoa, what happened there? my brain just got messed up. So yes, the coffee is all about the fact that it's Coffee Stain Studio. It doesn't do anything, at least not yet. But that's what the coffee cup is for. It's actually because this. And it used to run around with a whole bunch of stuff in front of you, and like half your screen is covered by your chainsaw, or you're running around with a little barrel nut everywhere. I used to do that when I first started playing. But now they just give you a coffee cup so it doesn't like block your whole screen. But now they're giving you the ability to hide it. So you just hit H to hide it. It's been a long time since they actually added the ability to hide whatever you had in your hand. So that's usually why you have like the barrel or you have the copy, just because it doesn't block your whole screen. But that's pretty much what it was for, but now you don't even need it. You can just hide it all together. Okay, put that back together over there. So this is our B run here. So we're going to run this to the one in the front. We got all of our connections there. Let's go check the back here for any stuff we need to do in the back. We got those connectors, but we don't need any other connectors here. Make sure that this is connected. Now down the center. I don't mind that, it's fine. I think the B one is good. Alright, let's go see. Let's go ahead and add a B to this blueprint. Or it can just like not do it. Okay, whatever. Save. And then we can clear the designer. And then now we want to figure out how much quick wire we want to make, and we're going to be making a lot. So let's go down the ways here, and we'll go to quick wire. What happened to quick wire? Oh, they moved it up here. Wire. Find it lately. It's moving my blueprints around, starting to bug me. Starting to bug me. I kind of feel like my machine needs a restart or something. Okay, so that's our cable there. And do we fill in all of these ones along the back? Yeah, we did. Okay. So let's get over here, and we're going to start with the first one, which is the A1. A is the front. I could have just called it front, I guess. That as well. But now the arrow's facing toward me, so now I know it's the right orientation. I feel like it's much easier to face the arrow toward you where you're working than to have it aim some other way and you're trying to see it out of the corner of your eye. Much easier to do that. Oh, that's actually set back. Wrong. Let's line that up for other factories here. Let's try that again. I usually put it on my bar because I find that a lot of times I'm just putting it back in over and over again because I'm adjusting the orientation. There we go. And we're going to run this over here. Oh, God. Did I upgrade the thing? I did. Thank goodness. Okay. Upgraded that connection. So we got all that going. We got our hypertubes in there. We got it all properly named. We can go over here and a little quick wire. This one we're going to bring from down below, so we should have left our thing there. Yeah, on that one we should have used one with the floor hole. But that's okay, we got this. We'll just put the floor hole in there. We'll do this. Then we can just line this up. Running on up there. And try to get it going the right direction. I always think of it after I click it. Right the last second when I click it, I think, I wonder if that's going the right way. Oh, this is still not going the right way. I had it right the first time. All right, hold on. This is going to come out of here and go into there. There we go. We'll get it going. And then we just go down here. Whee! And we get this ignits here to run over that way. That should be pretty easy, so we just take this out. Take that out. We're going to do a little trickery here where we just use our belts to turn it this way. Oops, other way. Start at the bottom one, then at the top one, then we run this up to here. And then we can just turn it like that. Then we can take this out so it's not blocking both inputs. And then we just turn it like that, and GG's all around. Up it goes, and then we go ahead and go over here. Look how clean this is, everybody. This is much cleaner line runs than we were doing before. You can kind of see the remnants of that hot mess that we were using before, and we're just cleaning up each factory one at a time. So we have no more of this hot mess, and we got all sorts of sexy goodness over here. Sexy goodness, hot mess. Right there. Very good. I have to progress to reach these equipment. Is this a warehouse? This is a combination of a whole bunch of different things. So what this is this has a hypertube built in for transport. It's got storage built in, and basically it's a factory. It's producing a bunch of ignits right here, and then it's running those and storing those and then running them down. And then I can also run them to other factories that are up above, which is basically what I'm doing. That's the whole purpose of this game called Satisfactory. It's a factory building game. And that's what we're doing. We're taking the raw ore, which we took from way over there on the other side of the map, and we ran it down here all the way down from our trains. Our trains are running that down. Looks pretty awesome, right? Running that down and running it into our little thing here. Let me get the other side. Running it in over here. Oh, my second side is not coming down. I must have filled that already up. But we're running that down and running it into there. Yeah, there it goes. See, when it runs out of the extra in the box, it will then start doing one line. But once that one line, once it infuses it in the box there, then it runs it at double line speed, which is a great trick that I use to basically infuse it just that much faster. And it works really, really well, everybody. Really well, as you can see. Okay, and then we're running it from down below up here and running it into our factory. What we want to see right over here is some quick wire right at the very end. Yeah, there it is. There it is, looking good. And so now what we need to figure out is how much quick wire we want to make, right? So let's go ahead, grab our quick wire down here. We're just going to copy the name, roll it up here, right there. So what is our output? Our output is 260 deuterium ignits per minute. So we're going to say 260. And then, you know, this number is always the same. I probably don't even need this running at. I think we've basically got the general idea of this. I'm going to actually put this way over here and have this be notes. There we go. And I'm going to take out this whole entire row. Oh, not that row. this whole row, because we know that, we know what that's all about. So we'll go ahead. Or actually, here's even better. We'll just move it over here. There we go. Run it over there out of our way. Even better. Okay, no problem. Moving that over there, and then, let me just say notes. Make that one into notes, and then delete this column. Delete column. All right, there we go. So, coming out 260. So our quick wire is going to go in at 260. And let's go see how it processes. So 12 in and 60 out. Holy mackerel. That's going to be a lot of that. And then also we'll automatically do the calculation for me. So if I go ahead and just roll this down, boom, it tells me I need 4 factories. And what it's going to do is calculate all of this other stuff over here for me automatically. And I think I can just say, I don't have to keep repeating that all the way down. There we go. Over there. And let's take coloring out of this. So we're also making a spreadsheet as we're going as well, obviously. Let's copy this down. 1260. 1260. And the whole point of this is that it automatic. Oh my God, it's going to be producing 1,300 quick wire. All right, we got a problem there. We got a problem. Where's our thing that's calculating our belts here? We take that out. The number of belts we need. Yeah, right there. Number of belts we're going to need is 2. So we're going to need to run that out in 2 separate ways. Oh, yeah. Again, we need 4 total factories. Call that 5. This is all part of 4. And so also what we're doing is we're extracting certain nodes, and we're assigning those node numbers to the different types of factory, so we can keep them in our mind of what's going on. So this is going to need 21 total, wow, or actually 22 if we round it up, 22 total constructors to make that happen. So we need 4 factories, so we have 6 per factories, which means we'll actually end up with 24 of them. But we definitely need to split that up, because that's going to be way too fast for our belts. So just like we did with our screws, we'll have to figure out to run multiple lines from those particular things. So we definitely want to figure that out. But let's start with first thing first. We got the quick wire running. Let's run out of here and let's get these in. So again, there's a total of 4 factories right here. Oh, we got a factory in our way. Bye-bye factory. Oh, and we should probably save, because do something else. Next level mega. Let's just actually give it a whole nother save in case our save gets corrupted. There we go. We're mega in this baby. All right, we got to get rid of all this stuff back here, because we're going to build all back here. How are we doing on space? All right, let's just take all this stuff out. Don't need it anymore. Bye-bye. Way over there. And we'll just take out the floor holes. That'll take out all the other stuff. Limit that to just our foundations. And this is the remnants of what we did before. We're just taking that out. See you later. Take it easy, Paradox. Appreciate you hanging out, man. Have a good day. All right. So now we want to go ahead and switch to our quick wire B. Right here. That orientated toward us. Line that up nicely. Let's see how our B works. Now I suggest you do an A, you do a B. Hey, thanks for the follow. And you do an A, then you do a B, and then you see if that works before you start making a whole bunch more. I was making that mistake myself. Make sure your A and B's are working. I'm going to run that power, and then I'm going to run this into the B one and see if that starts working. And then I'm not going to cover this up until I have this all done. And let's run these lines here for our hypertube, and then up above. Yeah, look at that quick wire coming in. If you see it coming up here, up at the top, you know, if you see it coming out up here, you know that whole entire process inside here is working, right? You know you got power, you know you've got the ignits going in there, you know you got it running out, pumping out that quick wire big time. And again, it has built-in storage, so it does a great job of doing that for me. And again, I've already forgotten 4 of them. All right, so that looks like it's good. So we'll move on to get down here. There we go. A couple more. Hopefully we have enough resources. I guess we're going to find out here in a minute. I'm just going to put them down. I'm going to assume they are good. It's hitting something. Oh, foundation's in the way. Oh, and there's a box out there. We dropped some loot out there. Uh-oh. Damaging fix-it property again. There I go. Let's see. Got any power over here? 0 power. Oh, that was the other thing we had to fix. We had some sort of power crossing thing I needed to fix. Right there. Oh yeah. Oh, oh man, we got a bunch of boxes up here. No, not these dumb boxes. No more boxes. No more boxes. Always some little tiny thing too, like 1 stack usually, or like a couple of each thing. No. No more. You can actually see him on the map. I always forget that you can actually see him on the map. There's more over this way. Right here in front of me. Oh, I see it. I need some help up here. Come here, you. That other one. It's like a little scavenger hunt. Boxes. Where are you hiding? Look at that. Hiding behind the line there. Sneaky. One back this way. Oh, I see it right there. Auto saving. Trying to mess me up. I'm going to get you. Come here. All right. And you're like, well, Kismet, you got a whole bunch of boxes in a row. Well, those I put there on purpose. Because that's a huge backlog of all my resources that I had from before. But all right, we got that done. Let's get over here. Let's get back up here. All right, how many we got? Just count them again. 1, 2, 3. And then we're trying to put number 4 back here. We are trying. Boom. Check our power. Let's just do our power first. Connected. This is all good up here in the front. I'll leave that open until I get them all working. And then connected up here. Now the cool thing is each factory has its own storage, so even if I don't have it run forward, it at least is backlogging it within itself. So that's super useful, but I do run it forward like this, but this is going to be way too much for these belts. This is way too much of this, because eventually that's going to be going at that max speed, right? So it's going to be going at 1300, which is faster than the belts can actually run. But that's okay for right now, and it's going to just fill up this whole one like crazy, and then all of a sudden, boom, it'll run through here. Now, one of the things that I suggest you do, and that's one of the things I'm going to do with this particular thing, is I'm going to take a portion of this and it's just going to run in the awesome sink. That's all it's going to do 24/7. Just constantly do that all the time. Just run in the awesome sink because it's going to be making way more than I will ever need, everybody. Unless, you know, later in the factory, if I really scale it up, I might need it. I don't know. But for right now, we know that's a lot. That's a lot that it's going to be running. And we'll let that get up to speed. Okie dokie, let's do some of our stuff here in the back. What we want to do. And one of those is throwing that in. Sometimes I can't tell which way that thing is going. This way. Ability to control it from the back. Power line there. Run this in the back so we don't see the line. Now I can run it from the front too, but then you don't. If you run it from the inside, from the back of the entrance, it's not as bad. Put the wall here. Too high. Too high. There we go. That's just going to hopefully keep us from flying off the back there. Let's go in here and turn on our quick wire hyper tube. We got some problems. We got some problems there. You can see it's not connected all the way through because I didn't do all of these connections that I need to do. And that's why we double check it. Looking good, looking good. We'll grab the name of this one. Oops. Undo. Control C to copy. There we go. Go in our hyper tube and see if it takes us to the back. That's why we got that wall there. Protect us from flying off of there. And then right here, this is the back. And that is good. Okay, I feel like that's all good. If we ever need to run that any other way, we're good. Leave all those connections in. That's running there. Connected. It's all running. Oh, look at the backlogging already. Backlogging. It can't get it out of there fast enough. Wow. Okay. Jeez. So much quick wire. That's going to be an incredible amount of quick wire there. Now, it's actually running the Ignit's right now at 780. And the reason why it's running at 780 is because I have a bunch of it backlogged in my boxes. So it's actually going faster than what I have it set to. Now the quick wire input is actually not 780. The quick wire is 260. So we can go ahead and just change that number right over here so we know what our input is roughly. But when it has a backlog of them, it'll just run it in at maximum speed, 780. And then it just doesn't have enough constructors to do all of that right now. But eventually it will catch up and be good. So quick wire, done. Done. That was pretty involved. That's a pretty involved one there. Let's save this under next level mega. Let's do it. Right over there. Holy mackerel. Man, it's like 10 o'clock. How long have we been going? Man, we've been doing some long streams. 8 hours in, everybody. 8 hours in. Okay. Now what do we want to do after quick wire? Man, we're getting all of our basic stuff down. I would probably say we want to do some reinforced iron plates. Get those going next. So let's go ahead and put those up here maybe after screws. Right there. Maybe some, where is our modular frames? Yeah, we'll get some modular frames going on up in here. Again, we're just trying to, group them by how we're grouping them in game. And then we can go ahead and move. Let's just move this one down, and that will put all of that stuff together. There we go. Continue more and quick wire together. We have a whole bunch of other stuff we want to do here. We already did our quick wire, and we can take that out. We've also got quartz we want to do, sulfur, all sorts of stuff. Run some coal so we can do our steel. I kind of feel like we want to do our steel, all of our steel stuff after all of this. So this would need to be kind of its own thing there as well. We'll probably just leave it down there for now because we're going to be using ore number 6 and number 7 as its own thing. Reinforced iron plates and modular frames are going to be part of doing this. So that's probably the next thing we want to do. Now, before we get into that more advanced stuff, where we're going to be doing assemblers and things like that, I'm just going to let you guys watch my camp run here. Watch my thing run while I take a quick break, check in on the family. I'll be back in just a minute. Thanks for that hydration reminder a couple hours ago. I'm just going to give you kids caps back for that, and I'm going to hydrate anyway. Here we go. I think I did hydrate, but I forgot to take it off the thing. All right, everybody, I'll be right back. Enjoy watching all of this stuff go up and down. Actually, I'll go over here so you can really watch it. There we go. And watch all this hard work we've been doing. Watch all that stuff run up and down. Look at that quick wire already done. Already backlogging. All right, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back, everybody. Put a 1 in the chat if you can see and hear me. We should probably stop this recording and start another one because it's been going for 8 hours. All right, let's go. I'll process that on the side. Do I have enough hard drive space? Yes, I do. Okay. I've been doing a lot of big streams, everybody. A lot of big streams. Again, put a 1 in the chat if you can see and hear me. I see we're real close on those retweets as well. We need 1 more retweet as well. Follow that link right there in the chat. We're going to get back to it because we are crushing this playthrough. Holy moly. Oh, so good. So good. All right. Now, let's go ahead and get over here and try to figure out what we want to do. You know what? We might just build a little bit further down this way. And build our... build a blueprinter down here for us to use. We can always take it out later, but... we'll just make a little spot down over here. Okay, we'll go ahead and line all this stuff up. Do I need all this stuff anymore down here? I don't think I do. Get all that out of there. There we go. Take all that other stuff out later. Okay. Yeah, then we have a little bit of room that we can work with here. And make sure we leave that open. All right, there we go. So we're going to go ahead and get our blueprinter. And we're going to aim it this way this time. It's really important to put your blueprinter in the general direction in which you're working. It does seem to help a lot. I'm just going to nudge that over just a little bit so I can get by it. And then we're going to move on to the next thing. All right, so we're going to do some reinforced iron plates. And the way we're going to do that is we're going to go ahead and move on to our assemblers. And I kind of feel like we can move coal power down. Do we even need coal power anymore? Probably not. But we're going to go ahead and look at our assemblers here. And so, what can we do? Let's go ahead and make a subcategory first. And we can put all this other stuff down lower. Alright, so we'll edit, add a subcategory. This subcategory is going to be plates, reinforced iron plates, and mod frames. There we go. So we'll move that up to the top. We'll move this one down below, whichever. And so we're going to go ahead and look into getting that going. Now, really, we don't want any of this. We want our other factory. We want to use our constructor. There we go. Thanks for all the ones in the chat, everybody. There's the extra 1,000 Kids Caps. Hi, Kez. Any plans to play Palia? It's a very cool crafting farming game. Well, I never heard of it. So, best thing to do, by the way, if you have some suggestions for games, you can go ahead and follow that link right there in the chat. You can go ahead and pop over to my Discord right here. You look all the way down the bottom. Right down there, you can see that check mark all by itself at the very bottom there. It's going to have a little number next to it. You go ahead and click that number, and then you can go ahead and go into the sections over here for the Teamwork Tycoons and actually go ahead and give suggestions right here of different games that you would like me to check out. I do keep a list of every single one, and I try to add them into the stream as I have time over the time, so feel free to throw them in there. Now, of course, remember, I've only got so much time in the day, so I can't play every single one of them, but I sure try. I try big time. to get that going on. So feel free to jump in there and drop it in there. But I'm not going to remember if you tell me on stream. I've never heard of that one. But I will take a quick little peek at it over here. Let's take a quick look. Again, the name of it is Palia game. What do we got? Let's see. Pull it over here, this monitor, so I can make it bigger. What do we got? Oh, that's totally. I can tell you just by looking at the screenshots, that's totally my type of game. That's my type of game already. There we go. This one I've already played on stream. Sometimes you don't know. Yeah, what is it? Let's see what it describes itself as. Open beta for free. So you can play open beta for it right now. And it's also coming to Switch. So you do some foraging, hunting, mining, insect catching, cooking, furniture making, and gardening. Remind me very much of the thing on the Switch, Animal Crossing. Yeah, it looks awesome. Definitely go ahead and make that suggestion. Go ahead and throw it in on my Discord over there. Actually, I'll just do it real quick. I'll just do it since I'm thinking about it before I forget. Let's see, game suggestions right in here, and then I'm gonna take your name. Oh, we got 10 retweets. Oh, awesome! Thanks for letting me know. I'll go ahead and give you guys some love here in a second. Let's see, it was one Kiwi Wolf who suggested this. Boom, there we go. I'll put it on there and they'll be on my list. So cool. Again, I love suggestions. In fact, there's 1,000 kids cap for a good suggestion, and also a couple more 1,000 for crushing those 10 retweets. Thanks for getting it done there. Appreciate everybody going in there and helping out the stream with that. Okay, so what do we want to do here? We want to use our, probably something like our quick wire or something like that. That is our latest thing that we've done. So let's go ahead and load our quick wire right over here, because that's the latest one we've put together. Of course, I don't have enough for the blueprint. I need quick wire. That's funny. I'm making like 10,000 tons of that right now, and I need more quick wire. The thing that is way over here. Do I have got any of these boxes? Nope. But I probably have an insane amount of it over here right now. Oh yeah, a lot of it there. Let's see if there's anything else we can get rid of. Random stuff in there. Quick wire. Well, I don't throw it all away, just throw that away. Okay, back over again. All these other factories, by the way, I can just take these out now. Just in our way. Dropping loot already. Dropping loot. Probably get rid of this plastic. Get rid of that plastic and then take all of that. Probably going to end up needing some plastic here in a minute. But let's go ahead and go over here and try to load this blueprint again. See how many times it takes us to get this blueprint open. Alright, there we go. Okay, so we got our blueprint and it is facing forward, which is awesome. We've got all of our power runs and hyper tube runs, and we've got our storage already run. But what we want to do is reinforced iron plates. So let's go ahead and get that going and try to find our reinforced iron plates in here somewhere. Right here. And so we will go ahead and say this is from 4 reinforced iron plates. Okie dokie. Let's go see our spreadsheet here. And reinforced iron plates. This is going to be node number 3. Is going to be all of this. And let's see. If we ran this at the full amount, it would be a total of 520 running. Oh, we got to actually we are going to need two things running in there. So we'd be running that in at 580. No, 520. 520, and then this is a dual input. So, oh, and we're going to need a new column. Right? That's going to be this. I feel like these two things here should be, all of these things should be the same color. Let's make it orange. And then this is going to be multi-inputs. There we go. So when we have multi-inputs, we're going to actually call out what it is. So when we're doing reinforced iron plates, this is going to be iron plates. And this is going to be our screws. No, iron rods. No, screws. Iron plates, yeah. So the input of this doesn't matter. The input is going to be, yeah, no, that does matter. It's going to be the plates input. There, and then if we did all of our screws right now, it'd be 2,340, but let's just say 780. And then we got to look at what our inputs actually are. Oops. Look at what our inputs are for that. So let's go ahead and get our assembler out. And we can look it up in the little thing and whatnot, but we're just going to look it up in here because that's way easier. 30 and 60 in. So we're going to go 30 in on the iron plate, 60 in on that, and then output's going to be 5 per minute. So output's 5, and then this we just go ahead and make a thing because that's not going to be anything. Okay, so iron plate's 30, screws is 60. Well, that's not going to be a problem because we're going to have 780 screws coming in and 520, but it is going to make a difference when we go to calculate how many factories we need, because this is going to start getting funky. All of these numbers going to start getting funky over here, big time. Okay, started getting a funky chicken. Okay, and this is really not going to be the total output. It will be, because it'll be this, 5. Total output would be 87 if we did 3 things, but we're not going to have 6 per. Let's just make these red right now, so remember that this does not need a calculation. This is red, which means it's different from something else. And we have to figure out how many of those we're going to put in. But we know our ratios, 30 in, 60 in, 5 out. Right now it says I need 3 total factories based on as many plates as I'm going to run in. And actually I'm going to end up running up 780 plates in there because I have such a backlog of them. But I don't want to burn them all up because I'm going to need them for other things. So let's see if we can modify our current blueprint over here to accommodate, I thought I left the room around the outside, but apparently not, to accommodate our stuff here. And we're probably going to end up taking all this out anyway. We're going to need some power over here. Got all of our couture in there. Okay. So probably the first thing we should do is gut the interior of this. Take out our splitters. And take out our lines. This is where it's really going to get tough because this is going to get really tight in here from our machines. Oops, there we go, dropping stuff. Dropping stuff. What, which one? throw some of these reinforced iron plates away. Which is funny irony, because that's the thing that we want to make. Okay, well, we'll just clear that out, and then we'll go ahead and clear out our different levels. Get our constructors out. We're just using the guts of this other one to help us with getting our assemblers in here. I kind of feel like I'm going to have like 3 assemblers for each of these. It's going to make it an odd number, but such is the way it goes. And we'll just leave that for now. Okay, now we got to fit these assemblers in here. Okay, assembler. Yeah, it definitely looks like I'm going to get one of those in each level, and that's okay. It doesn't have to be where I have 15 of them in there. I actually might end up with just 2 per thing. Kind of looks like that is, and I don't like the way that line runs running, so we're going to take that out and leave it as is. Maybe we need more room up on top. We'll see. All right. So let's go ahead and put in our splitters. Those are nice and lined up. And we really should make a note of what direction all this stuff's going. This is going in and then down and then across and then this way. And that goes back up. So we should say that this... Let's just do this. This is input, and that's an output. And this is an input, and that's an output, and this is an output, and this is an input, and that's an input. All right, there we go. The out of there, in from here, out of there, in from there, out of there, in from there, out of there. That's going to make that so much easier. All right, and the same thing here. This is going to be the output over there, and then we're going across this way up. That's going to be an output, input, output. So that's not really an input though. This is an input. This is an input. That just tells me the belt direction. So I'm going to run the belt direction that way, and then it's already got the lifters on the outside, and then belt direction, belt direction. Just helping me with my belt direction. Now this is going to have trouble fitting in there with the distance I've currently got it. We're going to want to back that up, I think, just a little bit. Actually, let's put our splitters in there. Just in the center, so it gives us a general idea, and then our merger in front, and then our assembler are going to definitely have trouble fitting in that. Yeah. Yep, this is where things start to get tricky. I think we can kind of move our merger forward. Just put our splitters really, really close. So let's take our merger. We're going to hit H so we can nudge it around and move it forward just a little bit. And then take this out and see how we like that. Yeah, just barely. We're going to squeeze that in there. Actually, I think it's still too close. A little bit further like that. Yeah, that's not bad. Not bad. And then we'll make this work in the back. Sorry, I've been asked a million times, but are you working on a mega factory? Any one playthrough? I just have factories all over the resources by trade. Yes, I am building I'm really working on blueprinting, mastering blueprinting. That's what I'm really doing. And I'm making a mega factory out of smaller factories. Now down here is a whole bunch of factories, and I made everything you can make in the game, and I could have finished the game already. But now what I'm doing is I'm going back and saying, look, how could I do this better? Instead of having all these little separate little factories, and then having separate storage and separate stuff where I have to run all these lines, how can I combine all of that together into one thing that does it all, right? One thing that does all the other things that I had spread all over the place. So it's got storage built in, it's got its own hyper tubes built in, it's got a label of what it is, it's got the ability to turn that on and off in case I run out of power or I just want to turn it off, the ability for me to chain it, right? So you do the front one and then that one change to the one behind it, like this, boom, and then that one change to the one behind that one, and the one behind that one, and so on and so forth, so you can figure out your math pretty easily and do it all just by going boom, drop it down, boom, drop it down. And so that's what we're working on right now, and we're redoing our assemblers. Now, of course, I have a bunch of other ones already done. You can see them over there working away, doing their thing. You can see them down here that were working away and no longer doing their thing because I've replaced them all with all of this. So I've replaced them all with this. Now, here's the thing. The thing I like to do is efficiency first, just like it tells you in the game, right? So instead of having 25 different nodes I'm tapping into 3 nodes. 3 nodes that are iron. 1 node that's copper, 1 that's limestone. That's it. That got me all the way to the end of the game. And of course I got, some Caterium and quartz and all that other stuff. Got me all the way to the end of the game to where now I can run my trains. And you can see I'm running my train from here. It's grabbing Caterium and bauxite way over here and running that to me over here. I've got another train that's grabbing a bunch of resources out here, separate nodes now, for my nuclear power. And that's running it out here to the nuclear power. It's also grabbing uranium, which you can see that right there. And it's kind of going and doing, uranium up here. Uranium going back and forth, grabbing that uranium and bringing it back. And then also I have a train for waste pickup. So it's just picking up the waste material and running to the absolute edge of the map, as far away from me as possible. And you can see I've got all of that intertwined in there. But I feel like one of the greatest innovations in the game is the blueprinting now. And learning how to stack things multiple. Also discovered how to perfectly line up the extractors on their own grid, so you only need one foundation to make that happen. We're going to be upgrading them eventually. We got more to upgrade, more trains to run, more stuff to do. But what we're doing now is just taking what we've already learned in our blueprinter and how to integrate all that stuff together, and now taking it from just doing it with constructors and smelters and rolling it into our assemblers now. So now our assemblers are going to have the same functionality where I can run it in, I can run it out, and I can do all of that stuff. But, of course, it's going to be set up in such a way I can run it in. Now, the thing about assemblers is it's going to have multiple inputs, so I definitely need to think that through while I'm at it as well. So, let's go ahead and put our mergers in there. Now, one of the problems when you're running multiple inputs is the fact that you're going to need to offset this input, most likely to be something more like this. Now, the problem when I offset that input, now I've got that lifter, and that lifter is not going to make it easy for me to run those resources because it's going to be offset from my single input. But we're going to go ahead and basically replace this one now, and we'll take out our lifter here, and we're going to need to replace this with a double input. So we can just pick up this one over here, and we can hit E. I think it's E. There we go. And now we've got double inputs. Now we really got a problem, right? We got a double input. We have a single output, which is fine, but we have a double input. Now, if we actually have just this, we don't really need the merger. We can just go ahead and run it over here. So we can just keep moving this forward until we get our inputs lined up over there. So we're going to keep on working on it. Now, again, this ain't my first time playing, everybody. I've played since the game released. I've played every single update that's come out. This is actually one of my favorite games of all time. Have I played it for 10,000 hours? Absolutely not. I like to play it, get the gist of the update, wait for them to come out with another update, get the gist of that update, and kind of learn things as I go along. I don't like doing every single node and doing every single thing until it actually releases. Then we're going to cut down every single tree. We're going to tap every single node. We're going to do all of that stuff on our mega server eventually. I'm playing a local game right now because when in experimental, I find that you don't want to be doing it on the server because it's just super unstable because they're not prioritizing. They're not prioritizing the server stuff until they actually get it to the stable point. Okay, so this is going to come in from that side, and this one's going to come in from this side. And you know what we could do is just kind of nicely offset that, maybe a little something like that. And then let's go ahead and get our assembler in here, and we're going to rotate it around. And we got that one lined up. This one over here needs to be lined up a bit more. How are we looking in the front here? Now I have to like it, everybody. If I don't like it, then I don't do it. And actually, I like that. That's not too bad. Touching just a little bit of the edge of that wall, but it's not too bad. All right, let's go ahead and fix this over here. And look at that. We got enough room to just offset it instead of lifting it. I prefer the lifter myself. I like to lift it up, but don't mind trying out the old offset as well. This is old school here when you do the offset. Actually, we could move that up closer if we wanted to, but it perfectly lines up like that. Now, you got a problem of the fact that if you want to keep that running down the line, that's not good. That's not good because it's going to be in the way of the other one. And so we got to find a way to keep that running down the line and have this one be up in the air like that. So actually what I would do is I would do the first one like this up in the air. This as an input, something like that maybe. Yeah, and then we could go ahead and walk this back to right there, walk that up, set the input there, run this like this. Don't really like it though. Don't really like it because I could actually move that up closer. Oh, wait for this incredibly long save. And then, yes, I could move that way closer and do something more like that. And then move this up. And it just saves me a little bit more space here on the backside for my walls and stuff. And then there we go. So now we have our inputs. We can run that across. Don't like that. Let's just go ahead and center this one back again. Like that. It's not going perfectly straight, but that's okay. I think we're okay there. And so, go in from the front here. And then go ahead. We're going to definitely have to adjust our doors. Go here. And there. And then there's our two inputs. And then take this out. Again, the goal is to keep chaining it, you know, one after another down the line. Now, in this case, I'm actually going to chain it upwards. And then eventually, or chain it downwards. So chain it downwards. It's going to come down, go across, and go down eventually, and then go up and out. Or I can start at the bottom and work my way up if I'm running the resources from underneath, which in this case I am. So I might want to go in on this side at the bottom and then work my way up on this particular factory instead of working my way down. There we go. Is it just me, or did the autosave time get longer in this update? It totally did, Wombat. It's painful. It's very painful. I thought they fixed it in a previous update that the autosave thing wasn't so obnoxious, but it is incredibly obnoxious. I actually usually have it at 5 minutes and never really notice it autosaving, and now it literally takes 30 seconds or so sometimes, or a minute for it to do it, but it does it every 5 minutes. So it's like 1 minute out of 5 minutes you're sitting there waiting, and I was like, I've turned it up to 15 minutes. And of course, you have higher chance of losing your stuff. Speaking of Speaking of, let's go ahead and save some stuff so we don't have to try to remember where the heck we left off here. And so you have a higher chance of losing 15 minutes, or if you're changing it up to 30 minutes, then you have a higher chance of losing 30 minutes. Now, of course, I'm not doing a small factory over here either, so, you know, it does take a minute. But I kind of feel like it was faster if I save it myself than if it saves it, than if it auto-saves it. Okay, so then we've got our input, we got our output on the bottom here. And then we're going to go ahead and we're just going to revamp how we're doing all of this just to make sure that nothing gets too funky chicken. All right, and then we're going to go ahead and run this in here. Now, I seriously doubt it's going to let me put another assembler on top of there. But you know what? You never know until you try. Let's go ahead and put it in there. Hit H. Nudge it forward. Oh, well, I stand corrected. Okay, so we can get one right on top of that other one. We're going to have little lights coming through there. Let's go see. How's this front? Where's this front one at? And see, I'm looking at how it's, how close it is, how far back it is. It's just past that little line there. We go up here and we look at this one. We can say, okay, where's that line right here? Okay, it's just past that little line. And then, of course, I have it somewhat centered like this. You can also hold down Control and try to get it to lock vertically over the top of each other. And then like that, and we're good. And I believe this one is also centered down the thing. Yep. And there we go. So looking good. And this one even easier to keep it merging down the line. Again, we're going to go from the bottom in this time. And we're going to go ahead and I color code my stuff too. So this is an input. And this is an input. Now, sometimes I use the double input or I use the triple input. But I feel like, oh, what the heck is going on here? There's like two items within one. Something funky going on there. There we go. I feel like you definitely want to color code that stuff or it's going to mess you up in the long run. So I use green in, blue out. It's like double walls there. Oh, this got double walls? Wow, okay. I wonder if that's in every one of my... So if you see it there, then that means it's probably in some of your other... That one's not a double. No, that might be in a bunch of other stuff that I've done, or it might have just done it just now and accidentally doubled up them walls. So this is output, this is output. So input, we're going to bring it up from the ground. So we're going to probably do a lifter right there, and maybe just a lifter behind it, because that's super easy. So we'll say, oh, that's got to be a little closer. Seems a little too close to me. That'll still work. Actually, let's go with that. Now, because it's on the ground level, on the blueprinter, it's not going to actually let me put those in there because it is trying to go down underneath there. But I can just add those afterwards. And I do like to actually add the lines ahead of time, but I can always add those after I do it. So I've got that going. We want to think about how we're going to be running our power. So we probably want to grab a wall here. Definitely want to redo how we're doing our doors. So take this one out. I fell in love with these doors, everybody. These doors are awesome. They're actually a wall. It's an automated gate. And you just put that automated gate in there. And when you roll up there and you want to go inside there or do whatever, it just rolls the whole wall back up out of your way, or at least it should. There we go. It just usually rolls that wall back. Doesn't seem like it's working right now. Move over this way. There it goes. It just rolls that wall back. Much easier to get in and out than to try to go through those little tiny doors. Okay, and you can see it also rolls back behind our little thing here. Now this actually is going to be reinforced iron plates. And we'll deal with, what number is that? I think it's number 3. First iron plates 3. We're keeping track of it on the spreadsheet as well. If you guys want to check out that spreadsheet, there it is. I have a whole bunch of stuff over there from various different games. But the one I'm looking at right now is the Satisfactory inputs, or SAT inputs. You're welcome to go in there, copy, paste it. You can't make any changes to mine, but you can save it for yourself and use it. Feel free. Okay. Oh, this is 4. Why do I have that as 4? I think it's because it was 4 from before. This is actually coming from node number 3. Right there. 3, and then we'll change this over here. Actually, even better idea, we'll go over here and just copy it. We'll just copy it. Makes that way easier. There we go. Okay, so we got those naming going. We've still got all of our other stuff. We've got our double inputs there. And we're able to go 2 up and stack them. Again, we'll redo all this power running. We want to redo all of our inputs and outputs. Take out all of our lifters. Probably could have left that, but that's okay. We'll take all that out. When you're redoing the entire thing, especially when you're going from like a single input to a double input, your conveyor lifters are usually your things that screw you up the most out of anything. So we definitely want to take care of that. And you know what? I don't even need this wall here. This could just now be a solid wall because I don't really need that input there. Unless I was chaining it from one to the other. So I could just take that out now. Alright, so there's our double inputs coming in from down below. We can take these out while we're working. Oh, no, wait. In this case, we're actually going to take out this wall on this side. Let's take this wall out here, and then it's going to be the top 2 I don't need to take out. Because the top 2 are going to be up above. Okay, or I can just put that one back in, whatever works. Yeah, because this actually drops down. It drops down right here, has a little notch there. But I probably will bring that up. Yeah, bring that up so I can get one more of those in there. Let's go ahead and take this roof out. Go up by 2. And a vertical snap would be awesome. That looks pretty close. Edge that back. A little bit over that line. You want to figure out the logistics of all this stuff first. And I like it. Oh, cool. That'd be perfect. I like it when the thing sticks out of the top so I can see if that factory is running. Alright, that's good. I think we're good there. Let's go in and do... So input here, going up, and then ending up here. Ugh. I'll do it next. And then we'll take out all these other walls all the way up, and we'll redo that. Those doors are really awkward to take out for some reason. They're very awkward. Okay. And then this side, input. Let's do 4 all the way up. And we'll just do our customizers so we can see what we're doing. So input, output, input, output, input. So again, we just make sure we know which way our belt directions are going for all of that as well. Let me catch up a little bit here in the chat. I know, fun detected every time, right? Hey, Mr. Kismet, I really like that spreadsheet. It's quite nifty. Wish I had thought something like that. Great work. Well, there you go. Well, hey, that's why I make it for everybody to use. Just got an email from Fanatical. The current live 17% off Starfield pre-orders at the moment. I've already ordered the collector's edition, so hopefully I get that in. Oh, and there Timothy's asking me that very question. Not only are we going to play Starfield, we're going to play the heck out of Starfield. We're going to play Starfield like we play in Satisfactory right now. Way off the chain, everybody. We're putting a lot of hours into that for sure. I already bought the collector's edition. I'm sponsored by Bethesda and Bethesda Gear. We're going to have a launch party, a ton of giveaways, all sorts of awesome stuff that I'm lining up. So I suggest you be here. September 1st, everybody. September 1st, right here in the stream. I'm going to pick it up. I'm going to drive immediately home. I'm going to start the stream and probably play it for like 20 hours. So yeah, coming up very soon, everybody. That's a Friday. That's in 1, 2, 3 weeks from now. 3 weeks from now, we're going to be doing Lilo Dallas Multipass up in here with some Starfield. Okay, let's keep rocking. I'm gonna stay focused or I forget what I'm doing. Blue inputs or outputs, blue outputs. All right, there we go. So in here, up there, across there, da 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 da. You get the idea. Okay, now we need our splitters. And so, how are we doing our split? I've already forgotten. All right, so they're going to be offset a little bit on that metal right there. And this one's going to go this way. And that one's going to go that way. And then the one that we're doing lifting is the second one here. So we'll just try to keep these uniformed so we don't screw up and make the wrong thing go in the wrong thing, hopefully. But, you know, high chance that's still going to happen. And then this is going to be our lifter here, and we always put our lifters in last. Speaking of, take that lifter out and put it back in again because I don't trust them. Do not trust those lifters. They're evil. They're evil, and they're trying to screw you up. Okay, this one's going that way. And that one's going that way, so it's coming out of here, into there, out of here, into here, out of there, into there, so we can chain it to the next level. It's okay if there's only 3 of them in there, everybody. That's perfectly fine. But I've got all of my stuff running, which makes that way, way easier. Now, the biggest problem is going to be the front side of this, where I'm trying to chain this stuff up the way and then merge it with what I've already got. That's going to be a problemo. I kind of feel like I can just take this off at the bottom, because this is in the center, so we have room to kind of walk in on the side here. And let's just put this on the bottom of our assemblers. And so, again, this is going to be our biggest problem, running that there, which is fine on the first one. And then this is an output. And then this is going to merge. It's going to need to merge what's in here. But we could just run them all out this side and merge them up at the top. We could do that as well. First one there. And then second one up here. Oh, but we got room here. That's right, because we don't have the walls here. So we can lean that merger out. Oh, okay, that works out. That worked out better than I thought it was going to. So yeah, coming through there. Now, one of the things I suggest you do is take your mergers out when you're connecting your lines to these wall hole things, because it just looks better and it doesn't kind of run into the merger itself. Yeah, so into there. This one's coming through there into there. Now we can put that merger in there. Yeah, so on the second level, it works itself out because I have more room because there's no wall between on this one. Yeah, that's much nicer. Okay, so cool. That worked itself out. And I want to run it up so it runs itself down into the boxes as opposed to running it up in the boxes. So yeah, first one there. Second one goes through here. Goes out that side. then it comes up through there. Put another merger up here, but facing in the other direction that way. And this goes into here. That goes. Oops, I'm gonna take our merger out. Our lifter. Just because it's easier to run your lines without the lifters getting in your way. Okay, and this. Work this way up through there. We got to figure out how to offset those line runs as well, but we already got some few tricks up our sleeves to get that working. Line runs are being annoying. Get over here. Get that power over here. Okay, so going up to there, ending up here, lifting this out of here, and running that back into our boxes. There we go. And then the one from behind is going to run into the one at the top. And that's good. That's all golden. Okay, now we got our inputs over here, which we have our double lifters. So our first lifter will go there, our second lifter will go into there. They'll come in, it'll go both going out this way. Let's make sure this is all connected into here. Let's make sure we tell it what we want it to be. Reinforced iron plates. We got that running out. Did we do our power? I want to go ahead and run our power to the back. I feel like we just want to lift it right to the center there. Like that. And then pull this back. Grab this one. That one to the back. Actually, we do it way over here. Why am I running it over there? Why am I running it in such a weird way? Now again, there's like you know, doing it to make it work, and then there's doing it to make it beautiful. We're doing both right now. We're trying to make that all line up nice and straight. And if we run these two, that should go pretty much straight up and down. That is very true. All right, very nice. And so when you're mega building, we're building to, again, not just make it where it's working, we're making it so it looks awesome. Right there. And I feel like that one's over. Oops. Oopsie. That. Over perfectly. Oh, wow, that's great. All right, that's really good. Okay, I like that. I like that a lot. And then our connector, if we ran back this way, totally sucks. Move that over. Again, you really want to work on this because then every assembler after this, you've already got the thing already set up. You just need to go in and tell it, hey, I want this to be like this. Oh, God, that is like perfect. All right, awesome. Perfecto. You know what? I think I want to go in and make that where this one down here is the universal one. So I no longer have to run it up here. So that's going to run up there. And this one is going to run down here, but in the other direction. So take this and move it out here. And run this one down here in this direction. And then run that. That one. Close. I want to make these line runs be more universal between the A and the B version. I don't want to see it there. back over here where you can't see it underneath. Run it like that. All right, now we're talking. And these are running it under your foundations, to basically where you don't have to see it. And then if we just take this one off, and then we got, this is the A version, which is the first one, and then when we take out these things, we can still use the connectors that are already there to connect it forward to the next one, because it's still connected into the rest of it. So we can chain them together over there, which is pretty sweet. All right, that's very nice. Like everything about that. You know what we should probably do is we probably should save it. Let's go ahead and call this reinforced iron plates, and it's going to be A, and no wall. No wall, and then we're going to go ahead and change this to a assembler, wherever it's hiding, right here. And then we will change the color to say, man, what color did we do those other ones at? I think it was blue. I don't remember. We'll set it to blue. Save it. And then go in and see if it shows up. Yes, right there. So that's going to be in our assemblers. And then reinforced iron plates. All right, there we go. So reinforced iron plates up there, getting started. So got that. Let's make sure we're doing all of our mergers and splitters here. Get all our lines run all the way up. And then that way. No, it's going the other way. Now, by the way, if you ever want to change the direction of one of your splitters or mergers, just make another one on top of it or underneath it. And then what you can do is just aim right at the actual splitter that exists, and you can turn that direction like that, and then you just take the other one out. Same thing here with the top one, right? Right now it's facing in that direction toward my input, which I don't want. I just drop one down, take this out, hit this again, make sure the input is on this side this time, and then I take that out. GG's, all good. All good now. All right, and then this to this. I feel like I'm really getting my power nice and streamlined. I'm getting my layouts much better, and so on. Get our lifters running in there. We tell this one to be reinforced iron plates. We did not. Just tell it. We got the front of this already done. We got all of our power already run. Everything there looking good. Again, the way we're going to put this one down, we're going to actually fill in this side. Actual walls. In again. And then this side should be out. Okay. And what else we got? So NO3 reference iron plates. Do you have anything in the back? No. Got this is going to chain. Got to do those back inputs. This side's already done. That side's done. You know what? We should redo these. I don't trust it. I'm going to redo it anyway. Redo all of those so I can have peace of mind knowing that I'm not going to have to fix that again later. At least somewhat of peace of mind. Alright, now if you got just a line there, that will just work, by the way. I don't have to do anything with my other belts here. Those are already done. Okay, so now we need to do our inputs. So these are going to input here. It's going to come out here. And then we're going to run these. Run this down, over, and then it's going to run out outside, so we can't do that. So we have to run them on the inside. This. Oh boy, these are gonna skip. Because it doesn't really matter if they skip. They're gonna switch top to bottom as they go up to the other one. But it doesn't matter. If they fully switch, then it doesn't matter if you have your things at the top or at the bottom, as long as it goes in two separate ones as it's going up. So we're going to run our plates and our screws in here. And then they're going to go up. And, of course, I'm going to take this out. And that's going to come out here. So the bottom one is going to go out of there. And what we want to do here is this one's... top one ends up in there, and this one not too far. You want to do just the minimum amount. There we go. The top one ends up here. We're going to try this skip technique and see if it works. And then that one I can offset like that. Lift this internal one, and this one's going to go into that one, and then the same thing is coming out, and then I can just run that. Oh, that's got to be run down to inputs on the bottom. Okay, so that'll be down there. Let me do that. That's a tricky one. Maybe I should have started from the top down. Started from the input at the top down. And out, in, out, that way. I could have lifted it up and ran it to the next one. Because running it down is harder than running it up. Because I can lift it, I can run it out at the bottom and lift it like I'm doing here. And just turn this one sideways and turn that one forwards and run it that way. But I could just run that down. It's not too far. Or I could, instead of doing this on the B1, that's what I'll do. On the front of it, after it's done saving for 5 minutes, on the front of it, I will adjust these inputs so that these are offset. Yeah. So I'll bring that over and down. Or actually, I could just... See, I might have to lift them up to do it. That's going to be an issue. I could run this one out and lift it to the top. Run this way, and lift that one. Say this one goes to the top one, and this one goes to the bottom one. I'll have to figure that out on the next one over. But this one's going to be like this. So, or actually even better, you know what I could do? I could do my lifter thingy. Hold on, like this. We'll go in and we'll like this. Hit H, move that over. Then we'll turn on our zooping. We'll pull that up. There. I have a little thing there. Get that out. Yeah, we can just run that like that. I actually could be closer. Ah. Offset. Yeah, too small. Yeah, worth a try. This out. The reason why I want to do that is because on the B version, I'm going to have these running to the sides like this, and up here like this, so that when I run the other ones, I can just do them right at the top, and then they'll go down and go in at the bottom. Instead of running those lines like this, I can just run them straight, and then they'll lift down and not be in the way. So better I do it that way, kind of like I'm doing back over here. Okay, better I do it straight so it helps me in the next step. Definitely want to save all of that because that was a lot of logistics going on over there. Okay, so all we have to do is underrun that. Add some power to this. All that stuff's already inside. Going. Do we have a hypertube entrance? We do. Is it already connected? It is. Again, our output on the back is going to be up here. We run those up the side, one here and one there on the front side of this, then we can connect it. I think we're ready to go. Now the way you're going to know is when you start this thing up. When you connect some power, you run some stuff to it, and if it starts up right away, you did it right. Oop, I forgot to do. That's why you double check that. That's why you do the double checking. There we go. Very nice. And save. Okay, so there's A. And now it's time to do B. So B is going to not have this. And it's not going to have that. Or any of this other stuff under here. None of that. It is going to have this connector though, so we're going to go ahead and unify that connector. It's not going to have these lifters. Though I could totally do that where I just have it feeding underneath and just feeds up on each one all the way down. I totally could do that. Instead of feeding it from factory to factory to factory, the main line feeds all of the factories. But I kind of feel like I like it to feed through and not feed underneath. Though you wouldn't see anything up at that upper level. I kind of like to watch it feed through just in case it has an issue. I like it better like that. Okay, so what we want to do is bring this down and run that to the right. And then that's not going to work. So that's not going to work there. So this, bring this down, run it left. And then that can run up to there. And take this out. We'll do this. How can we get this? Oh, I forgot you could do the wall hanger things. Oh, I forgot you could do that. Yeah, I just attached it to a wall hanger to do that little corner edge. So I could have done that down here. I could have just done this instead. Just by complete accident. Just like that. Easy peasy. Wow, it's way faster than doing it the other way. I think it's a little closer too. Okay, so we got that in there. We're able to run that there. But the problem is the one over here is too close. I'll try some techniques here. All right. Step back a little bit more. Oh yeah. Roll that up. Top one there. What I'm trying to do is sneak it into the same thing. But the hard part now, when I did it too low, hard part now is getting that lined up. Oh, dang it. It always seems to go... I feel like this game is always trying to sabotage you. Always try to sabotage you by making your stuff go the wrong way. My fault for not watching. Okay, so this is going to go in. And then down. Run this in from down here, it's going to be like that. It ain't going to like that. Close. Problem solving fun. What I'm trying to do is get this line run to already be in there when I go to run it. So I don't have to rerun it each and every time on every single one of them. Yeah, a little better, but not quite. It's got to be over by 2 for that to work. I love this problem solving, everybody. I love problem solving. By the way, when we get really close to Starfield, I'll probably add like a Starfield countdown here in the stream. Oh man, we're gonna get this to work. I just know it. I just know it. I can feel it. Let's keep at it. You move that out just a little bit. This reminds me of my other ones that I was doing where I was running them way out like this, and then you circle them back. That's all sorts of GGs right there, everybody. All sorts of GGs. Again, just trying to keep it so it doesn't end up going outside the edge, which it won't let me do. It won't let me have that automatically in there. And all that matters is that that goes in there, and I think that's done. I think that's a done deal right there. Now, the next question is, do I like it? Do I like it? Do I want to do that? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I want them to be both on the interior. Move this one over even more. Maybe do the reverse. that's further over than it needs to be. Could definitely fix that better. We're integrating a design that we used before over here. And then down here, say we're doing this. And we have both inputs right next to each other. Ah, see, that's much better. I'm gonna block my door a little bit, but that's okay. I can get through the door. Or even better, I can reverse the direction of the door. So the door opens in the other direction. And then when I roll up here, the part that stops is there. Also, I want this to be one piece. Like having all these extra belts. You could just run that as one item. And this could definitely be done better. This actually doesn't even need to be that far. That could be right there. So now you got that perfect arc. And that's what I'm looking for. Now again, this whole entire thing was being used, this kind of same style. I was using that on my boxes that I do all the time. Now why do I want the inputs to be way up here? Just so it's easier for me to line run them over there. In fact, I don't need them to be offset. I can go ahead and just have them at the same spot. So run this to here. I'm trying to block my sign. It doesn't matter how I run them as long as they're run somehow. No, the offset of that one. Come on, save the game already. Offset of this one is over there. Okay, we should remove that. Move this one back that way. This one that way, so 1, 2, 3 that way. Hello. Hey, what's up, Dr. J? Thanks for coming in, hanging out. Kid's been working his magic over here, everybody. I'll move this just a little bit further this way, and basically that's gonna obscure my sign less. Yeah, look at that. Oh, right next to it. Oh, that's the thing of beauty right there. And then this should just kind of do the same thing that we did before, that little round. And then this could be closer. Take those out. Take this out. And this. Take this and this out. And that could, instead of being to here, it could be to there. Could actually be even closer. Instead of that, there, and that. Oh man, got a weird angle. It's got a weird angle. I don't like it. Something funky going on there, and I don't like it. For sure. Because of the other ones at an angle. That's what it is. Here's a great little workaround for that. Let's go ahead and do our conveyor pole. So it's nice and straight. And then we can just do that. And that should keep us straight against the other one. Yeah. And that's how you get that done, everybody. That's how you get it done. That one's a little offset forward. But that's okay. Could move it forward if I want to, but I feel that's pretty good, and that will allow us to run our two from back here forward. We actually don't need this either. We don't need our entrance. Take that out. Okay, that's some tricky logistics there, and basically trying to get it all built into the blueprint. So that's the thing. Getting it built into the blueprint in such a way that I don't have to keep running those lines. I can go run those lines afterwards, but definitely having it built into the blueprint saves me just massive amount of time. That's for sure. For sure. So yes, all right. Did I save it? I don't even remember. Let's do it again. Save it again. Let's take this out. Alright, we have all of our lifters kind of alternating. They're not very consistently going, this from plates to plates up here. But that's okay, because the bottom one is plates here, and then the bottom one of this one, or the top one of that one is plates, and so on. But it doesn't matter to the machine as long as it's consistent to the machine, and doesn't necessarily matter what it is to the lifters itself. As long as you don't cross-pollinate, like all of a sudden you have all your plates and rods going down to the same thing, or plates and screws going down to the same thing. I think we got that. I think that's a lock. Okay. So let's just save it again to make sure. There we go. And then we can go in and say, okay, how many of these per? We're going to have three per each of those, and we can take the red off of there. And so that means that to do 520 iron plates is going to take six factories at 3 per factory. And then screws. Yeah. Another calculation I just thought of is we need to know how much the second one needs to run at. So this is going to output at 87. I think this just needs to calculate this again. Copy this, and this, oops, paste that in there, copy these down, and then copy all of this down, so we can figure it out. How many total screws do I need to run in if I'm doing 13 constructors? Yeah, I know it's 520 plates, but if I'm doing, say, 17, say I'm doing total 6 factories, or 5.78 assemblers, I'm going to need this number times this number. I already know what this input number is 520. This will be 780, but do I need more than 780 is the question. So let's take this out. Let's take all these numbers out. And then put a, let's just make a new column up over here to the right. And then we're going to put this here. Second input. Second input. We're just going to call it second input for now. And just do a calculation of this times that. Oops. This times this. So it's going to need to go in at 346. 666. Of course it is. So that's going to need, I'm going to need to have this at minimum to be 346 based on the amount of iron plates that I'm running. So if I run 520, and it's really whatever the minimum, the lowest thing in that you're running in is the thing that you need the other thing for. So if I do, say I do 780 screws, well, how many plates am I going to need? And that'd be your next question here. You roll up there. It says you need 292. Now that's not true. That's not true, because if I'm doing 520 right here, that would definitely need to be a lot more. And that's telling me that it's not calculating this one correctly, because this one would need to be this one. Yeah, so that's not right, because it should equal this number right here, 520. If I was running that. Oh, that's because it's 60 times this, which is this. So this would need to be whatever the 780 by 60 is here. Maybe we wouldn't need these numbers here. So this one would be it would be this number. God, I can't even think. Okay. So if I was running 780 and the output was 5, okay, so well, I think we got to figure that out better, because that doesn't seem right to me. Let's see. So if this is 520 in, this should calculate the amount of the other one. So let's see, the number of constructors. Yeah, we need number of constructors. That's what we need. So if we take the number of constructors and we times it times 30, it should equal 520. Yep, there we go. Okay. And then the number of constructors here should equal 780. But what we want to do is switch those numbers to give us the total amount based on if I build 17 constructors here. To keep 17 constructors going, I'm going to need 17 times the amount of screws, 1,040. There we go. That's more like it. I knew there was going to be a big number in there somewhere. All right. So if we're doing 17 constructors, 17.33 constructors, because we're running 520 plates, we're going to need 1,040 screws. And running 1,040 screws in there is going to be really tough, though we do have plenty of screws running right now. We actually have 3 lines of screws running. So what do I really need to do? I really need to get it to where this is calculating the other way, where this number would be the reverse. This would be, if I was doing 780 right here, I'd need 390 plates. 390 plates is as much as I would need, and I would only need 5 factories and not 6 to make that run. And that would be basically 780 and be 3 per factory. I would need 5 factories, and then it would just not run the plates in at full speed. I mean, run it in at 780, but eventually it would fill up, and it would only be running at 390 because my screws would be coming in at 780. And I think that probably would be enough. That'd be enough reinforced iron plates for me, I think. And what would the output of those reinforced iron plates be? It'd be 5 times how many ever factories we're doing. So if we did 5 factories, it would output 65 per minute, right? So it would be 13 of these, 13 times 5. Hey Siri, what's 13 times 5?
13 times 5 is 65.
Yep. Okay, so let's do this. Second input, check. Okay, so that's a second input check, and I'm going to put this also over here for checking that in there. So again, if I want to run just a single line of screws, then I want to do 5 factories, and then that would reduce my plates to 390. If I want to run all of the ones for iron plates, if I want to run all of the iron plates, then I would need to up my screws. And I totally could We'd also want to figure out this number in half. So insert column to the right. Actually, let's put this input check way at the end. Half input check. And then this would take this and divide it by 2. So basically give me how much I need to run each line. I can put that in there, but that doesn't really matter. If this number is below 780, then I'm fine. If this number is below 780, that's fine. I don't really need to do that calculation. But this calculation, I can do 520 and 520. So, and if we had 5 factories, we would want to figure out how many per factory that we're producing. So it would be that number times 3. And then we'll put that one. Output factory. Okay, so if we have one factory and it's got 3, so basically that'd be easy. So that is this number times the number of factories. Oh wait, no, this the output number. That'd be much easier. This number times the number of factories, which is 3. And same thing here, it's going to be 15. So yeah, this is how many basically how many assemblers per factory is going to be 3, and basically that's going to output 15 of them per factory, which is 5, 5, and 5. That's about right. For sure. I hope you guys are digging this, by the way. I hope you guys digging these advanced math spreadsheet actions going on here. So, we got 15 and 15 coming out per factory. And then that would be total 65. We did 5. Hey, sorry, what's 15 times 5?
15 times 5 is 75.
75, and that's because there's actually a decimal, 4.33, that's being done there. So yeah, I basically just want to run the screws in at 780, do 5 factories. That's what I'm trying to figure out, how many factories I need. 5 factories, that's more than enough, or I could infuse it with 2 lines of screws and put, say, the first 2 factories with the first screw line, and then infuse the second screw line into the third factory and beyond, into the last 3rd, 4th, and 5th factory to balance out the rest of those screws that it's going to need. Then the output of this is going to be not a lot. Kind of feel like I want to do that. I feel like I might want to just infuse it with both lines, and then it's just going to run at its maximum speed until it burns up all of the plates and burns up all of the screws. And then once it's filled up all of the iron plates, then it would just go, or filled up all the reinforced iron plates, it would then backlog into all the other stuff for sure. In fact, I'd run it at 1560. I'd run the double belt here, so 1560 until it ran out. And it would just create them way faster. And that would be the way to do it. Okay, so now we know. We're going to do 6 factories. 6 factories and go from there. Okay, did we save this? I don't even remember. Let's save it again. Save it again, but this time is B. Oh my god, I hope I didn't save over A. Save it as B. Let's load A and see if I saved it over A by mistake. A. Really? Alright, fine. Clear. Grab those resources. Oh boy, here we go. We can definitely reduce the amount of quick wire we got. Way too much of that. Wow, I got a whole bunch of computers on me too. Look at all these computers there. A lot of them suckers. Probably when I was taking out those manufacturers, a bunch of those dropped in my inventory. Alright. hope I didn't accidentally save over A. Let's go. I think I did. Darn. Darn, darn, darn. I saved it over A. All right. Well, looks like I'm going to be fixing that. Definitely going to be fixing that now because I screwed that up. Okay. I got too distracted. Distracted with math. Okay, let's run these to refiners, assemblers. And then A, we got B. Let's just take it out again and make sure we got the right one. A. Yeah, we're gonna have to put that all back in again. That's okay. We'll just take all this out. Just put that back in. Those in there. And all of our power connectors again. Mark 2. Over here, only need a Mark 1. Put our B going there. The door wants to be going the other way. Other way. Wasn't paying attention. I saved over one I didn't want to save over, but that's okay. We'll get it fixed. We'll get it fixed. Back the other way. Okay. Put that in there. And straight up. I feel like that was further over. Maybe it needs to be further over. Yeah, like that. A. B. Connect it, yeah. Now I don't like the way that is. Yeah, kind of like that better. I like that better. Okay. Much more better. Okay. And then our entrance. Connect our hypertube. Another one of these over here. Wish I can reverse this. Let's reverse that now. Run that straight up. And this can run like that. Okie dokie. Retype this in again. Reinforced iron plates. And this is 03 and 03. And this is coming in at, let's just say 560. Right there. So we need to put our billboard back. Shenanigans. Needs a layout. And reinforced iron plates. Plates there. Reinforced iron plates. Tube. Okay, I think we actually improved the way that the power is run there. We got all these run back how they were. Make any modifications in the back? No. All this stuff in the back is just fine. Okay. And then we want to save this back as A. There we go. What up? Kismet band. Kismet band. Ling, 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 ling. Is that the kind of band you're talking about, or what? Band together? Band aid? Live aid? I don't know. What are you talking about? What you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I kind of like that reverse the other way there. I like this one, how it's sitting better with the power in there as well. We got that power running underneath a bit better. And that's running up there, and that's running to there, and then that's running up to each level. Find our way out of here. I feel like I want... That's so I can climb up there that way. I think what we can do... Now this is where I'm climbing, but these will be for me just to go in there and make sure everything's good. Cool when it goes both directions, isn't it? Okay, we got all the front of that one. Front of that one, we got the back of that one. And that one's just going out that way. Alright, again, we'll just assume that's good. And the best way to find out, everybody, and again, this is definitely worth your time to really fine-tune your blueprints and come back and keep fine-tuning them until you get them down. Because now this assembler is going to carry over to every other assembler that I'm going to do. So getting the first one right is probably your biggest goal to get started. Oh, I see. I see. Clear. Okay, let's go to our little install set here. And, man, it's so annoying that it keeps moving that. It keeps moving that around. Stop moving my stuff around. Don't go moving my stuff. Alright. Buggy. But then again, it is early access, so there you go. And it's also experimental, so both of those things. Right there and right there. And so we're gonna need some loots. What we got? What we got? Right here. We're gonna need a bunch of this. We're gonna need some of this. We're gonna need some of the stuff from over here. A little extra. Sort that. We don't need Caterium ore, that's for sure. At least not on my character. Look at this weird adaptive control unit. Why don't I got that on me? Stators. And too much wire. Too many of these. Alright, now we're getting it down. And then plates is super easy. The whole factory of plates over here. Soon to be burned up on reinforced iron plates. Definitely. Okay. I think we're ready to give this a go. See how this works out. Again, we can have the arrow facing toward us because we readjusted it. So it's easier for us to do it. And this has the wall out on the side, so it matches up over here perfectly. Like that. Alright. Only one way to find out, everybody, is to make it happen, Captain. And that's what we're going to do. And we're going to run that over there. And that's going to give us some power over this side. We'll click the little thing so we can see what it is. We want to run our lines underneath. Most likely. Or we could run them. Oh, we could have ran them up over the top like we did on these other ones. Going to run those underneath. Could offset it and run it down. Let's see how I like that. Not bad, not bad. All right. I think we'll go with that. Wait for the massive amount of lag to happen. Having an open house, huh? Always fun. Okay, so this should be running under here nice and easy. Out of there. There. Hopefully it reaches. I don't know. It's pretty far. Oh, so close. No mas. No worries. Use our little thingy thing. Yeah. Grab it here. Throw it there. There's 780. And then now we need some plates. Up above. Like, where's my plates at? My plates are up above. Holy mackerel, what time is it? Oh boy. I go too long, want to rest up for some fun later. But yeah, I like that idea of just kind of offsetting it back into the ground right there. The only problem is if there's something already there underneath. I guess we'll find out here in a second. And we can take out the front of this. Just run that into there. See what we got down below here. Oh, nothing. Nothing really in the way. Too bad. All right, like that. All right, that's good. Combine those babies together. Now I've got the wrong thing on the wrong line, though. We're gonna need to fix that. Oh. How are we gonna do that? We're gonna have to run this out of there for a minute. Get all the screws off the end. See, there's some screws at the end there that are in that lifter, so you got to take that out just to get rid of it, just to make sure. Okay, this is going to go into there. That's going to go into there, and in theory, this is going to make me some plates. Let's go. All right. Let's see if it happens. Some screws there. What is it that's messed up? There's always at least something. Let's start with the bottom one. We got our plates. We got our screws. No power. Why does this have no power? Can I turn this on? Nope. To this. Looks like it's connected. It's got power. Does this have power? Yes, it does. Somewhere we've got a bad connection. Here, running to here. Here. Run in there. Says it's got power. Did we connect this one? We sure didn't. Okay, so we got that to fix in the blueprint. We got to fix that power connection. Thought I move that over. I thought I moved that over. Come on, door. Lie back already. Like it. I don't like it. Do it like that. Just connecting in the front. I feel like this one can be over more too. Right there. Hiding that cable behind there, and that running down. Then we take this out. Connect to the back of this one. Back of that one to that one. All that'll be hidden under there. Okay. Yeah, I like that way better. Like that way better in the way that the cables are going and all the stuff is connected. Alright, so we're going to save that blueprint. Then we want to look at where it's at. It's right along this line. And then load the other blueprint. Nope, I took this. So that's the problem on this one. I got to take this one out. Move that way. Take this out. Like that. Do this. There. Take that. Put it back in there. All that looks good. Okay. Just to match it forward, front to back on the next one. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and take this whole thing out. And apparently start dropping stuff on the ground. Let's get rid of them screws. Take all that stuff out and work on that again. Okay. Way too far. That's good. Reconnect that. I didn't reconnect that one. Check it out. I took out that middle thing and I moved it over, but I didn't reconnect it to the hypertube. It's all these little tiny details that add up. But again, we don't want to make a whole bunch of these and then realize that, oh, wait a minute, we forgot to, put that one connection in, and then we have to go to each and every one and put all those connections in. I would rather not. I would rather just keep optimizing it until it was good. There we go. Let's put this back in. And then save this again. Getting real close now. Real close to getting our assemblers up and running now. We already did our smelters and our constructors, and now we're getting our assemblers really locked in. That kind of is tucked behind the side because of this wall here. Normally it wouldn't be like that. Normally it would be easy to chain. And then 8 going in. going to run it a little bit further out. Could do this. Straight out from there. But that's just putting more distance for no reason. That's fine. All right, both those things going in there. Let's double check that. We have power. Oh, you know what else I forgot to do? Got to turn that thing on. Hold on, I gotta go back and do it again. I forgot to flip that front switch on because we took it out accidentally when we replaced the thing. So I want it to be on by default. And then we'll save it again. We got this. Take it out again before it puts too much stuff in there. We end up with too much stuff. Holy moly, too many plates. So many plates. Alright, do all this again. Take all that out. Many times it takes to make it work. Make it work flawlessly. Come on, autosave. Yeah, I think after they fixed it, I never even noticed autosave, but it's really super obvious now. Remember, this is experimental, so they might have accidentally rolled something back about the saving. Or maybe the blueprinting takes a lot of extra saving or something, I don't know. But again, I'm not doing a tiny factory here, so... Okay, we got all that going, and it automatically started up on its own. I don't have to turn the power on. Okay, good. That one is definitely running. Up here. Running, nice. Top one. Also running. Okay, now we're going to go watch the bottom one. Turn our screen on. Watch the bottom one and see if there's some output come out of it. It's running. Okay, went out there. Should have went up to the next one. Make the whole thing out of doors. Another one went through. And it made one and put one through. Alright, so that's going there. And up to here. There went one came through. Another one came through. Wait for this one to come out. Yep, it did one, went out. And that should be going out and going down to the bottom. We should see it in this bottom box. Oh, not yet. Really? Why is it not in that box? Oh, because they're coming out the front. They're coming out the front of that first, and they're also stacking up here first. But yeah, we've got it is working, so good. God, let's save the game, because holy mackerel. That was a lot of troubleshooting on that one. And again, every time you change your manufacturer to something else, you have to kind of troubleshoot all that stuff that I just troubleshooted in there to get your factory primo locked in. A little worried about the inputs changing, but that seemed to work out just fine. We can put this one in now. This factory is golden. Okay. Now, seems we got our A factory going. Back here is good. So now we want to connect this to the one behind with our B factory. Okay, let's see if that one works. God, why do you keep moving my stuff? Stop moving my stuff. And then this I'm gonna do now. For this. Okay, B factory. We're going to connect primary connection A, or no, our B connection, so we can turn it off from over here. Our B connection, and that one's going to go over here and connect to this. And that one is going to connect to the one behind it. Okay, and how many of these are we doing again? I already forgot. So we said we're going to do 6. There's 6 of them. So we're on number 2. So we need 4 more of the B ones. Okay, that's for later. First, we're going to make sure this all works before we start adding a whole bunch more. All right. So the output should end up here, which should allow us to just very easily connect these together. Maybe I should have went top one right. Top one here. So it doesn't line up perfectly, which irritates me to no end. The inputs and outputs should have ended up on the wrong thing. Why don't I just put this at the bottom? Input down. Oh, we're going the other way. So input, output, input, output, output, input. Why do I have those on 2 separate things? Doesn't matter. Eventually it's going to mess up anyway. So if I do it in the input on the top, it's going to end up at the bottom, and then I'll have to lift it up. If it's at the bottom, then I'll end it up down there. I got to lift it anyway. So either way, it's got to lift. I'm not sure I really like the way those lines are running though. Maybe a wall hanger in the back. This just to nudge it over just a little. Oh yeah. Very much so. Alright, and then same thing here. A wall hanger. No. No, too close. Gotta run this one here. That one. Second one. Better. Much more better. Okay, so this means I gotta fix this stuff on those, on the back of that. So, kind of come around the wall hanger, up with this, and then that's going to be straight across. And then this one, I'm going to have to use the lifters to get it up here to angle it. All right, well, let's go do it. No time like the present. All right, so let's clear this one. We're going to load up our A again. We're going to fix the way it is in the back. Okay, so come out. Like that. And then like this. Just leave the wall hanger thing or take it out. I'm just going to take it out. And then this one needs to get straightened out. I'm in between. Like that. Let's try it further back. Get away with that. Yep. What about even further back? Keep walking it back until it won't let us do it. I think that might be too close. Yeah, that's too close. Okay. So we'll go ahead and do this. Use our limiter so that it only takes out our stackers, not all of our other stuff. Okay. And then see what we do is we just build that into the back of the blueprint, so when we put it down, we then just have straight runs to run. And again, iterating, working at it so that it's just a thing of beauty, everybody. And again, that's why you only want to do 2 of them to get started, so you can integrate them together. So I'm going to go ahead, once again, pull the front one out, probably drop some loot on the ground. Let's see how it does. What am I doing? Actually not doing too bad. Alright, take the screws out. Extra plates. Bunch of those out of there, so I have enough room. Okay, and then we'll go back to blueprints. We'll say A. And we'll put that back in. Facing the arrow toward us. That's going to be like that. Now again, this is why this stuff takes so long, is because you're trying to fine tune it and make it beautiful versus just, plopping it in there and go on to the next thing. Which is what I did earlier. That's what I did earlier in the playthrough, where I was just zapping it in there and moving on. And that's what all of these older factories are all about. And then this one's all about making it really super optimized. Again, this one's already on, yep. Already on and looking good. We got that going. Let's go check our connections in the back now. All of this stuff gotta go. That already built in, or was that there from before? Oh god, no, I don't know. Alright, hold on. Let's just take it out. Forgot to take out this extra stuff I added when I was testing. Take all that stuff out. Wall hanger there. Take that out. Okay. Try it again. should just perfectly run into each. In the back. Oh yeah, that's a thing of beauty right there. But again, see, just making it just so, right? Just a little something, something to make that beautiful and to run nice and straight and fit in there without clipping and all of that stuff. It doesn't make any difference. It would still work just fine, but I wouldn't like it because it's not what I wanted to look like. I wanted to look much nicer, not only be functional, but be beautiful. And I feel like that's where you're at this point in the game, is that you, especially if you've already played through the game a bunch of times like I have, it's just making it turn out amazing. I think that's a cool thing to do. See, it does, just going to start up. Yep, let's just start up, and it goes. It'll automatically start producing plates. You see some plates over here in a minute, or at least going up the thing here. Now I just have this output here as a temporary thing that tells me that's where my output's going. But in the long run, I will reroute it like I did for some of this stuff. Like, say I have the screws going down in the ground there on that one, and then over here I have the plates going down in the ground and then running around the back over here. Again, we should start seeing some of those come through. Yep, there we go. They're running into those lifters. And then what I'm going to do is take all these extra ones that I've got and drop them suckers in there like that, because there's a lot of them suckers. And that will fill up the lifter, and it will fill up all the belts and whatnot. Okay. I think we might have actually got that going. Okay, now we're going to go check the one in the back. We're going to need to cross-connect it from here to back there. Oh, and I just had a thought that if I had cross-connected those backwards across the things, that if I turn that factory off, the rest of the factory would not be off. That's another problem. Yeah, that's another problem I just thought of. Let's write that down. Potential problem with running power from A switch and not B switch back to other factories. All right, make a little note to myself just in case that's a problem later. Okay, this hypertube working. Let's flip it over. Hypertube is working. All right, let's take this. We're gonna need this in the back. Okay, and again, let's make sure we got this working. Just do some of these cross connections. There. And then over here, we want to cross connect this one into that one. So now that factory is running those in there. Very nice. And these are backlogging over here like a Bosch. And that power. Oops, now I'll leave that open until I've run everything. Let's make sure these are all working. Working, yeah. Yeah. Not enough screws in that one. Why is there not enough screws? Oh. Got screws and plates mixed. Oh, I think I swapped them. I swapped those when I went to do the thing. Oh, here we go. I'll just take the whole thing out. Take the whole thing out and redo it. Good. And make sure I'm not getting overburdened with that stuff. Just so we make sure we got it done right. Okay. And this is B. we were doing some testing and I have the thing wrong. And again, I need to go back and check all of those power lines, because now I'm a little worried that I was running the A back and forth, where that means the factories will run independently from the cutoff switch. And I want to have that cutoff switch be able to cut off all of the factories. And that could eventually become an issue, but we'll deal with it later. All right, this one into there, this one into there, and it should now not cross pollute itself. And that one's fine. That one's fine. Now that one's fine. Yep. All right, awesome. And then I'm just gonna take it out anyway, and just rerun it myself, just to make sure. Okay. Yep, and there it goes. Okay. Get the first two squared away, and then we'll think about doing the other ones after we save. Again, a lot of iterating, a lot of work there went into that. Yeah, fun. Yeah, moving sucks. I hate moving. It's just like, that's when you realize you got too much stuff. Big time. Okay. Oh, and if we did it on this one, we have to do it on the other one too. Ah, okay, that's got to come out again. That's got to come out again, because we're going to need to redo all of that. Jeez, too many plates. Yeah, we got to fix the back of B. That was A. Clear that one. And then so assemblers B. And this way we can keep the chain going. Otherwise the chain will be not like the one in front of it. This one. That. And between lifters. Gotta figure out where West from here. Forward. Yep. Okay. Put that on the B one so we can keep that running. It's a matter of just running the lines. Okay. Let's clear it off the thing. There we go. Over there game for that half second of lag. Half second of lag got me again. There we go. That going. this. Go. Then, in theory, we can go ahead and do some more of these. Alright, let's edit this. Let's clear that. Get in here and tell it we want to do a bunch of B's. Go back, get those resources. Okay. What's this one? Some more wire. Wow, we're going to need a lot of that. Going to need a lot of that. Just put some of these plates back and then get rid of a ton of them. Oh, wow, actually I do need a bunch of those. More concrete. Definitely more aluminum sheets. I'm just amazed I haven't run out of aluminum sheets at this point. Probably a bunch down below. Let's grab some plates. Just threw a bunch of them away needlessly, but I thought I didn't need that many. I was wrong. See how our power is looking. I feel like every time I fix these factories, it's actually taking less power. That's pretty funny, considering I'm making more factories than ever before, but somehow it seems to take less power. That's because it's super efficient. Super efficient taking out them hypertubes. Alright, there's number one. And we'll just keep putting them in. Try to connect them all. Okay, go to the front. Start with our power chaining. Yeah, definitely feel like I need to go back and double check how all my power is chaining backwards across here. Because I feel like if I turn that off, I don't think it's going to turn some of these off. Because I think I was getting all wrapped up in. But that one thing I had updated to 7. So if I updated to 7 and then change it backwards, that means it has constant power. And if my power gets messed up, I definitely want that to turn all these off. But this is much better. This is working because this is all in the B line. The B line means that it's in the off switch. It's got an off switch. Coming out of there, we'll just put that, this, and then got that. Those are all run. Just run back. Those connections there. We've got this connection here. Okay. Now the hypertube thing is the least of my concerns. My main concern is getting power and then running the loot in. Even not this is not actually that high priority, but I definitely want to get the loot across from one into the other, and we're definitely gonna have to infuse some screws in here because that's gonna be way too many for the amount of screws that we're gonna be burning up for sure. Do that. And this is probably the most reinforced iron plates I've ever done. For sure. burn up as much of the resources as we can to get them into the higher end resources. For sure. He's got to. This basically got to fill up all of these assemblers first, and then it will start to fill up those assemblers in the back. But I definitely should infuse some more screws right here, for sure. How that is, but we'll try to line it up. Try to line it up and then put a floor hole in there. Maybe line it up off of that. Wow. Wow, I was pretty lucky. I was just eyeballing it. Alright, let's make sure this is actually going the right direction. Full on eyeballing that one, everybody. It's blocking my path, though. I don't like that. So it's kind of hard for me to get through there, but I got a little bit of path over here. I can walk by if I want to. Okay, let's go infuse some more screws under there. Where's our screws at? Let's go find them. Saving. Okay, those screws are over here. So we're running this here. We could back this up. Oh, we can get this from on top. We don't have to, I mean, that was a good eyeballing, but we don't actually have to get that from down there. We can just bring this from on top. Oh, it's on the other side. This is going that way. That's the raw rods there. We need to get it from this side. We need to bring that down. Reroute it. Like I want it over here. This one, the same thing. We can just solo that one out now. Okay, so we're infusing a second line of screws in there because we're going to have plenty of plates, but you see how the screws are coming out real slow? And that's going to allow me to infuse a ton of them in that backside to really just fill up every single one of these suckers. You can see here that it's still filling up the screws there. I could even infuse the other one. And basically have 3 lines of screws going in here, but I know that over time all of this stuff's going to fill. And so what you see here is going to start happening in the back here when all of these constructors fill up, and then this will increase the speed coming out the back to something more like this. Yeah. it's going to be a lot of reinforced iron plates. It'll be a lot. All right. We got those connected. We got all these connected. We got 4 out of 6 green. Haven't quite got this top one green yet. Those are going down to the bottom and working their way up. Using this at the 4th one. See how we're looking at down here. Quite filled yet. Yeah, it's filling slowly. Going to overflow eventually. They can fill up to 500, so I'm just going to fill that to 500. I might go to this one. I'll fill that one to 500. So on. And that's going to give me green light there, and then these ones over here are going to start getting filled. And I suggest just infuse them with what you got, just to make it go faster. And eventually you'll start to have a larger overflow from one to the other. So all of this going in will eventually be faster coming out of there. Oh yeah, it's speeding up. And then speeding up going out into that last one. Okie dokie, it's speeding up. And then we're getting eventually, now that last one is actually a bunch of extra. So if that last one isn't lit up or the whole thing's not running, that's fine. We're already making tons of reinforced iron plates. In fact, I should probably hunt down where all my reinforced iron plates are and feed them in here. So it doesn't have to make all of those again. What are you doing, little crate? Nope. No crates. Alright, so I think they're in this first box. Over here, let's go. There's some plates, but no more in there. I think I might have thrown them away. Might have thrown most of them away or moved them over here somewhere. Yep, right there. Let's put one this way, just to all of our current stuff. And then take all of these out of here. Oh my goodness, yes. We got lots and lots of those backlogged. What I would do is I would infuse them here in the back. Like that. And then maybe a little bit here in the front. Just so it gives it something to do while it's flowing those in there. Yeah, that's an empty box. Now our goal is to eventually eliminate all these boxes down here too. Which is great. Oh my goodness. A lot of them. Running them back, and they should run across eventually to the front. That's why I have it like that, to make it super easy. So I got to run all my hyper tubes up here. Get back to doing that real quick. Hyper tubes running, and run our power lines. Put all my stuff down. Actually get the rest of these plates. Anywhere else I've got some plates. Oh yeah. Those aren't doing anything anymore. Awesome. Slowly reducing all of this stuff down. More plates there. Removed the bulk of the plates from down there. Let's go up here. And those reinforced iron plates take a long time. If you let them run for a long time, you're going to have a ton of them. But they are annoyingly slow. So I typically just keep those and run those in there in case I need them. And then eventually this will fill up, and then it will go back to backlogging plates and stuff of that nature. Actually, we just go into this one. Fly up here. Into this one. There we go. Then back to our stuff that we need. Down there. And then we should also, grab a stack. Or two. While we're at it. Okay. Finish this up, and then our reinforced iron plates are done. And our assembler plants are up and running as well. There. Oh my god, I actually remembered it all this time. Awesome. Okay. Let's see. Oh man. What do we got here? We got a bunch of stuff we got to take off of the thing. We got to take that stuff off of the blueprinters, wherever it is. Yeah. I don't know which one is the actual one that's doing this now. Did I go in and I connected that? I think I did. I did not. Alright, now it's connected. Oh, and it's on. Okay. Let's go. Let's test it. You don't want to miss any of these connections. Any connection you miss is going to be either it doesn't have power or it has no way to output it and put it in the box. Boom. Nice. Probably take this one out. Just have the one directly behind it. Okay, all that stuff's good. Leave some connections there just in case we want to add more at some point. Okay, now I think we're good to close that up, and this one over here we can close up now. Close up that. Oops. Close up all of these. Gotta get out of zoop mode because it throws me off. Good. Oh yeah. Definitely have some stuff on a blueprinter somewhere, yeah. Or I just didn't organize it. Nothing on those blueprinters, nothing on this blueprinter. Okay, just haven't organized it. All right, let's organize our new stuff. Okay, I think we didn't get around to organizing it earlier. Okay, we got our bauxite, we got our deuterium and bauxite ore extractor. That we're gonna leave over there. Deuterium ignites here, and then we're actually gonna make our concrete, our plates, our rods, screws, everything separate. Cable, yeah, there we go. And then we have our ignite production. We should have where's our copper ignite? There we go. Copper ignite. So iron. Where's our concrete? Should be limestone extractor. Yeah, that doesn't have ignite. So again, I'm setting up my priority groups here, so I don't have to end up have to micromanage this stuff. And I suggest to get it off of the undefined as quickly as possible, so it's not blocking your deal. Reinforced iron plates. It's here, and then back. Deuterium, hypertube, and deuterium back. Put that after that one, even though mathematically it's not in the same order, but reinforced plates after all that other stuff that I did. And that iron node I haven't got to yet. Haven't got to that node yet, but geez, that's a big amount of stuff we did there again. How we doing on time? Oh man, all right. We might want to get one more thing done here and then rest up. Starting to get a little warm in here too. Go check on my AC. Okay, so we got that done. We got that organized. All that looking good. Take this out. Take all those out. There's floor wall holes. Just to get that stuff out of the way. Okay, so what do we want next? Our frames. Modular frames. Reinforced iron plate, iron rods. Okay. Above and above again. So we want this, reinforced iron plates here, and rods. Okay, so we're using some of the rods to go into our screws, but we reduced it down to 585 is going to be in the screws. So how do we figure that out? Is that like half and half again? I forgot already. Let's do some math. Let's see. Hey Siri, what's 780 divided by 4?
780 divided by 4 is 195.
Hey Siri, what's 195 times 3?
195 times 3 is 585.
Yeah, so that's basically 3/4 of all of it going to screws, and then we have one that's going to go 195 over here toward modular frames. So we can go ahead and divert those rods over there, and what's our input ratio? So 3 and 12. So 3 here, and that's going to go in 195, but 3 there. What's our output? 2. Output is 2. This is 5, 2. And then we'll have this auto calculate all this stuff. Down. And then over here. Down. Okay. says total factory 13. My rods are going in at 5. So that 195 rods is going to be way more than enough to get that going. But this says 3. We're definitely not going to run those in at 3. Right now, we're outputting these in theory at 87. But I'm going to go lowest common denominator 65 right here. Oops. 65. And so that's going to be 8. 8 factories at 3 per factory is going to output 43 modular frames per minute. That's going to be a more conservative run speed. Because I don't think I'm outputting 87, though I could be right now because my plates are coming in actually at 780. So we could be pretty close to that 87, but I'm going to go lowest common denominator with 65 because eventually those screws will catch up and those will reduce. So we'll just say that screws are going to be at that lower rate. Let's see. So 65 per minute means we're going to need 8 factories to run that. Yeah, we're going to need a lot of factories. Okay. Well, best thing to do is get it going. So let's take this out. Let's go. I'm going to go figure out what's going on with my AC. I'll be right back. All right. Told you I'd be right back. Put a 1 in the chat if you can. See and hear me. Let me know. Just in case something went horribly wrong while I was AFK there. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. Extra 1,000 Kiz caps for having my back. Okay, now that we got our, we really worked really hard on our constructors, our assemblers. Now we can use those assemblers over and over again hopefully for what we're doing next. And actually, let's adjust. Let's take our coal power, move that down to the bottom. We're just going to do assemblers next. There we go. Edit this, and then we're going to add over here odd frames, wide changes, way up to the top. Okay, now probably all this other stuff is obsolete. So I can just go in and remove all this stuff now. And I real wonder if it's really going to do it now or not. I have tried to remove other ones earlier, but it didn't really work. I feel like these subcategories are the way to go. Subcategory for the win. Okay. Again, I feel like I'm just going to go back in there and they're all still going to be there. No, I actually took them out that time. Okay, awesome. Awesome. Did just throw them in the undefined? Yeah, again, I was trying to take like this quick wire and stuff out earlier. It wouldn't let me do it. I'm going to try it again. Apply changes. Put out. Come back in. Blueprints. Nope. Still there. Cannot get rid of them. I think I could go into the actual computer files and take them out of there. There's actually a folder in there where you can share them. Look how nicely organized that is now. Nice. All that's nice and organized. Assemblers. Okay, again, modular frames. We got one more mission here. Get our modular frames going. So let's load up our assemblers. Let's load up A. So we're going to go up here. And we're going to get our modular frames going. Let's see. Mod frames. And what did we say the input was going to be? 65. Right. Mod frame 65. So I'm just going to use the lowest common denominator, 65, and go with that. Okay. Mod frame 65. Okay, and then over here, oh, let's just go up here. Copy the word mod frames. I don't have to keep typing that in over and over. And 65. Just copy that for the future. Kick in. Did. Another good time to save because, man, more stuff. Let's just save it. We saved 10 minutes ago, so we'll just save again. Okay. So we got that going. All we should have to do is just change these names and then change what it's making, and then it should be fine. All right. Mod frames, copy that. Paste there. Paste there. And modular frames. Frames, good. And save. Mod frames. Alright, save. Now we should just load up B. B. Oh, don't have the resources. Clear the designer first. Thing here. Frame. Hey, that's cool, everybody. That's cool when you know you got the first one down to a science, and then you just come back. And of course, the hardest thing is not accidentally saving over one like I did earlier. I'm surprised I haven't done that more, but I did it only the one so far. But there we go, mod frames, good to go. And that should be basically it. Just change the thing, and then run my run lines, and that should be total. And again, how many do I need? 8. That's going to be a lot. That's going to be a lot, but first we're going to go in and... nope, it won't let me do my thing here. I'm doing the hokey pokey again. Come on. There we go. Sometimes it gets stuck and I can't do the thing. Frames. There we go. I was going to tell it I want to make one. A and B. Go get this loop. I get a little worried that every little bit that at some point I'm going to outpace my stuff that's being produced and what I'm using. And that could totally happen. Aluminum in there? Nope. We got plates over here, though. Again, we haven't produced aluminum in a very long time. We might need to kick that back on again. But for now, we good. Still plenty there. I was making a huge amount of aluminum sheets because I just start using an absolute ton of those at this stage. Okay, we got it. If we did it right, we should be able just to plop them down. Let's go to the blueprints. Let's say we want to start with A. Roll that over. Put that down. Click the little screen so we can see it. Take this connector and run it to that connector over there. And then we need to worry about our inputs. So this is going over here on autosave. There we go. So this is coming out of there, so I feel like we could just bring that up on top. With a wall hanger, so I'll keep screwing with that. All right. Run that straight over. I'm gonna do the same thing over here. Wall hanger. And I'll keep screwing with it over there either. There we go. And then we got to get some rods in there. We got to go take some of our rods. Do this. Run it that way and run this one over the top of this. Because we're diverting a lot of our rods here up on the top. We're doing a bunch of splitters. So this one's coming in, and this one is splitting left and then splitting again and again. And then this is the other one that we want to tap into. And then basically make it run all the way over there. But sadly, it was not going to. It's not going to, but it will once we get it doing what we want it to do it. So how far can it get? It can get to about right there. And so we'll get ourselves some walls and be able to run. Yeah, we'll run it back just a little bit. Run that. We should run that all the way to the ceiling. Run that all the way up. Run that to there. And there. Alright, that should just start working. See if any modular frames come out of there. See, what I want to do is just start working. If it just starts working, and these take a long time too. So both the reinforced iron plates and the modular frames take a long time. This is probably the most I've ever scaled up those in a while. Normally I don't scale them up to that thing. Oh, and thanks for that ones in the chat, by the way. 1,000 kids, yes. This is the most I've ever scaled these up at this level in a long time. Yeah, let's do some hydration. So, let's see. Let's go in here and see if it's actually working. Oh yeah, working on it. We should start to see some of those come up at the output. Might have already went by and I just didn't see them. I think we burned up all of our modular frames too. Yeah, there they go. There they go. All right, so we know that works. All right, good. Good, good, good. And we'll just look at all of them. Modular frames. Totally full with the input there. Good. And looking good. Okay, so we know the first one works, and we already have our inputs. Those are all good. Now, God, I forgot how many. 8. Okay. There's going to be a lot. Let's clear the to-do list first. And we're going to do a total of 8 of these babies. Let's start with just one first. Again, put this at number 1. Let's just try one and see how that goes, and then we'll try the rest after that. And then we're going to connect here, beautifully across, like so. Back this way. And then connecting our power properly. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to go back and fix that B connector connections. Definitely going to have to fix that. I'm going to go through and turn all of my factories off and then go over there and look and see if stuff still has power. That would be a dead giveaway. Dead giveaway that I misran those power cables. I seem to remember doing that too, so that's a problem as well. Alright, that all looks like it's going in. Let's see if we see a modular frame come out of there. Always want to check. I can see it's green over there, so I can see it's working. But these just take so long that, you know, I sit here and wait for at least one of them to come out. Because this way I know that it's running all the way through the factory properly. Once you see one coming out, then we can go work on the other 7 that we need to do. Which is going to be a lot. Probably do them in groups of 3. Yep, there it is. Okay. Now it's really starting to get cranked up to speed. Okay, so we're going to need a lot of resources. I seriously doubt we can carry that many resources on my character at once. But we're going to try. Let's see. Let's sort out what we got. Maybe we should just start from scratch. What do we got over here? Let's just start from scratch. Store all of that. Take out what we need. We got some concrete. Store that. All of the aluminum. Just going to put our small stacks back. And, alright, concrete number 1. Let's start. Oh my god. Got more than enough. Then we're going to need some plates. Yeah, I feel like it's just like a shopping spree that you're doing. Very fun. Aluminum sheets, we're going to need a ton of those. Most of those are down below. Oh, we didn't have enough concrete. I thought I got enough. Apparently not. What is that going to take out? That one. Okay, rods. About 400, alright. What else we need? We need pipes. More pipes. Let's see if there's anything else in this one I can just use. Probably should put an extra aluminum in there. Okay, wire. One of those. Those are ones that I'm not even using. And this is a whole hodgepodge of stuff. 100 rotors. 400 wire. Gonna need more wire. Quick wire. Saw that somewhere. Silica. Stack of silica. Sheets up here. Okay, we're gonna get it. We gonna get it. Little by little. Give me a stack of modular frames and a stack of those. A couple of those. 500 quick wire ought to help us. Some pipes over here. Sure glad I moved all this stuff up here. Wire in here. There we go. Oh wow, we actually got all that in our inventory. That's amazing. Okay, here we go. Do I know what's going to be in early access? I do not know. I have no idea. They were on vacation for a while. They take like a month off. Must be nice in those countries. Must be nice in Sweden where you can take a month off. If you take a month off in the United States, you don't have a job when you come back. Even if you do take your vacation. No, they don't like that. Okay, and so we're gonna do our B frames here. We doing our B thing up in here. Okay, let's throw them down. I'm not going to do anything else other than putting these down because otherwise they'll say, hey, you don't have enough of said thing because you used it to run wires or whatever it is you did. Like I said, this is the part that's awesome, where you just basically got all this stuff now lined up. This seems like a lot of these, but then again, this goes super slow at first unless you scale it up. And there we go. Okay. Let's go all the way back to the front. This would be a good time for hypertube here, and this is why we're putting our hypertubes in as well. So when we're doing these long walks like this, we can get this stuff all connected. Alright, now I believe this one's already connected here. Okay, so that's where we're starting. So let's take our power and just run our power back over there. Make Do them one at a time. So we reach the back. Okay. We should turn on our, copy our hypertube name and turn on our hypertube. Let's do that. Copy this. Turn that hypertube on. All good. On to the next one. I feel like I want to switch this one to number 3, and this one to number 4. There we go. So I can put in those cross connections and then finish it off by connecting all of this stuff. Now the cool thing is also got a backlog of massive amount of reinforced iron plates, and because I have that massive backlog, it's just going to burn all that stuff up, which is going to be amazing. Amazing. Same thing with rods. It's going to burn up all those excess rods that I have, and just keep this rocking. Burn it up, I say. Ain't doing me no good sitting in the box unless I need to use it. And then we use this connection. Do this. Fly up here. That's good. Oh wait, got to run the power. What I should have done was pre-run the power to the back. Pre-run the power to the back and leave this one open and then just connect right there. Just dawned on me another way to improve that. I'm going to do that in the future. Just auto run it to the back and just leave the thing out where I can just connect it straight across from the back side. This way I don't have to keep running to the front every time. Though I'm kind of already here while I'm doing this, but I'm usually up here when I'm doing this part. And then up here for this. But if I'm smart, I go back down like this and get this connection before I move on to the next one. Less connectors, I guess, but still would be easier if I could just do it in the back. Seems obvious to me now, but you know, obviously when you're in the middle of thinking stuff through, you don't think about things you don't think about. And that in there. And rinse and repeat as many times as we need to until we get all this running. Trying to do the power lines, I do the hyper tubes, and then I do all the belts at the same time. If you're doing the same thing, you get all of the same thing done. It's just way more efficient in the long run for sure. Any more? Is that it? Oh, that's it. All right, awesome. So we'll add a little extra deal there. We'll add a wall. Grab one of the ones we already got. Right there. tube entrance. Ah, encased industrial beams. Sucks to be us. Yep. Knew there'd be something we forgot. And that's why I like to have a little smattering of everything in case that happens. But I cleared my whole entire inventory out. I could be driving my little car as well. 6. Yeah, we need all of our power things back too. All of our little power thingies. Okay, we need this, we need that. We need whatever I needed for my thing there, encased industrial beams. Sure, I've got all that stuff. Now I got my hyper tube, take me all the way to the back. Like this, so I don't have to walk all the way down there or even drive my car. And boom, we got that barrier to save our booty. To save our booties. Now we also want to have the ability to make sure that we go back the other way. There we go. And then the ability to turn this on and off from this side would be awesome. Again, all this does allow me to connect into the system so I can turn the one in the front on and off. Modular frame 65, that's going to go there. That's going to be Hypertube here. The name of this one's going to be Hypertube back. Actually, I'll probably turn the name off on the back ones because they're not really doing anything. If I turn them on or off, it doesn't really matter. Just so I can access this over here. Okay, look at that. Yeah, modular frames. We got that in there now. Look at that, it's shaping up. Okay, let's just go up high and make sure that everything seems to be working. Yeah, we got 2 of these at the end that are starving for rods, it looks like. A little bit more of our rods over here. That's okay. I'm just going to have it run at its maximum speed as much as you can. That's a lot of modular frames right there. That's a lot. That's a lot of modular frames. All right, let's go to the front. Making sure we didn't miss anything along the way. Up real high. Check everything from up here. So cool. So cool watching the factory work. Yeah, doesn't seem like these are coming out at max speed. That's because those are, got a 780 coming out there. And that's being split into 1/4. Definitely looks like it's using it up though. Is it diminishing? Nope. Nope, because that's because you got boxes after boxes after boxes. But eventually that will start to diminish. And that's the whole point. The whole point is that you're thinking in terms of the long term. If you do burn up all your resources, that it will still continue to function. But even if it's functioning at a lower level, it doesn't matter. You're just producing so much stuff simultaneously. That's pretty awesome. Holy mackerel. Look at this. Look at this awesome little deal we got going here. We got factories on factories on factories, and we're still barely scratching the surface of our power. Look at that. Yeah, look, my max con is still 11,000, but now I've finally got up to 5,000. I have basically 14,000 more power I can use, so I can build all of this all the way back. See all this stuff over here? And then all this stuff over here 2 more times. I can build all that 2 more times, plus the stuff underneath too. Plus there's stuff down here, factories that are going on down under here. Again, I can build that all again and build that all again and still be perfectly fine. And there's a lot of stuff that I still need to take out all the way down. And as we continue to replace those things, we will go and pull those out, take all the line runs out. And you can see that that is way more efficient. Holy mackerel, that's like 1,000 times more efficient, especially with your line runs, not running as many lines and splitting as many lines. But it's going to get more and more complex the further and further we get into those larger processes, especially running 4 lines simultaneously and stuff like that. And I feel like I'm just going to put these manufacturers down the center. And I only find you need one manufacturer for whatever you're doing, everybody. You only need one for heavy modular frames. And the reason why you only need one is because you can just overclock the heck out of it. And if you got everything coming in at 780, it's going to make more than enough than you're going to need at any given time. So I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to put these ones in the center, right off of heavy modular frames there. Now the other thing we need to do is encased industrial beams. But before we get to that, we have to do our steel. So I think my steel is going to be the next thing that I do. And then after that will be encased industrial beams. And then we can go ahead and put our manufacturer down. And then we're going to need to divert our other line of screws. We're going to divert our modular frames, our steel pipes, our encased industrial thing. So yeah. Yeah, after that, we're going to work on our steel beams, steel rods. Yeah, steel beams and steel rods. Or steel, it's not rods, it's pipes. Pipes. That's not right. Pipes. There we go. And that's a thing. Probably going to be for another day because I do need to rest up because I'm going to be back tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and that's like in 8 hours from now. We've been going for 12 hours. There you go. Yeah. It's an experimental right now, but eventually it'll go into stable. I'd say usually it takes them a month or two to get it in stable when they come back. But I plan to move this over into the stable one. Man, I just love everything I'm doing in this one. I feel like this is one of my best playthroughs I've ever done because of the blueprinting. The blueprinting just makes it just that much nicer. For sure, for sure. And I really like the fact that I ran the power down and it's run, along the edge of the factory, so I don't have to have those big things there. And then I could put the manufacturers in there instead. The first manufacturer that you typically do anyway is your heavy modular frames. Because once you get all this other stuff going, you're going to need to get that going. For sure. For sure. Yeah. Our main thoroughfares will be on the sides. Like this, and then manufacturers in the center. What are we doing after quick wire over here? I think we got a bunch more stuff to do, right? Quartz, sulfur. Yeah, we're going to do our quartz and sulfur over there. We got to build another train line as well to run that train line over there and bring all those resources back. So we can do all that silica and quartz and copper. That's probably the next thing we should do is work on that coal line, because if we're going to do steel, we're going to need our coal run over here. And we're going to go work on all of our nodes, take out all this stuff on the way, work on our train line. Now we could just use our existing train line that we're already using over here and utilize that same line. Take all that other stuff out. Can I go up any higher? Is that too far? That doesn't seem right. those don't have any power or something. Power of these have been cut off. Oh yeah, that's exactly what happened. Accidentally took out that power. Alright, up here to my train level. So again, we already have a train level here. This is already doing this. Got these going though. These trains are only going to go till right here anyway. And then divert those down. We could just go ahead and make our train station end right there. I'm not going to do this whole train right now, but I am going to remind myself where I want this to end up next time. Oh, I'm missing computers. Missing those computers. Whee! Oh god, we're free falling. There we go. Computers. Where are you at? Right here. Going down to go up. Away we go. You're winding down so you can sleep before 7 days to die? Yes, I just said that a minute ago. Up, up, and away. Can't see a dang thing. There we go. That's what I'm doing. I'm going to try to put this... Oh, okay, this goes up way too high. We might have to put a little stop down there on that train level. Check this out. Running all that, running another train coming in, dropping off some loot there too. All right, little high up on that one. Oh wait, we got a little something we can dig out there. Whee! Oh god, we're all gonna die. We're good. But yeah, I want to put a train station here and remind me next time. I want my train station to come through and end up something like this. Edge that. Where's that? This way? Yeah, we still got room to get through there. Right there. So we'll create a whole nother train line. Don't have any motors. Oh, it's always something. So yeah, I think I want to cut this off. So this comes up and then stops up here, and then continues on. So let's have this come up. Rods. Always out of something. We don't have enough for... Oh, I do have enough. Okay. Okay. We're gonna need another big boy power connector over here. Big boy. Right over here. Almost just made me fall off. That just totally freaked me out. I thought I was a goner there for a second. Alright, so that's going to be that one that goes to my nuclear power. That's just going to faithfully do that. And this one's going to be a much longer train, too. This one's really going to be loading a ton of stuff. An absolute ton of stuff. Oh, man. yeah, and then we'll have freight thing under it. The freighty thing. I think I needed something for the freight thing. Motors. Motors. That does not have an entrance. Oh, I didn't run the power to the thing. There we go. Just gotta make it easier to work on that. Whee! Motors. Back we go. Back we go. Kismet, have you ever dabbled in modded 7 Days to Die? Yes, I have. Actually, I've done several different mods. I can't remember the names of them off the top of my head. It's like made the game where you have like more options for building and made the game harder and stuff like that. But I honestly can't remember what the name of the mods are off the top of my head. Should have got some rods when I was down there too. Put this down so I can see how we're looking on this side. Oh, perfect. Perfection. How are we going to run those down? Guess we could run them down like we ran the other ones, but should probably run them down onto a kind of in a forward, down and forward and down. It's not quite going to be lined up to my stuff there. If we run it down, we can run it over and then run it in. I want to think of what order we're doing too. What's the next thing down? I think it was quartz. Yeah, run quartz and sulfur off this side, and then run the copper off the other side. So maybe run the copper first, so it can go the other way. And for each node, I would have a car for each node, by the way, instead of combining those all into one. Because it's 780, that's going to be coming out. Now, coal is actually one of the difference, because that one's going to be running as a normal node. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and use this second train line to eliminate all of our run lines all the way back. So yeah, we'll be running a lot of stuff there, taking out a lot of stuff next time, and so on. But at least we got all of our basics back up and running. So from those basics makes all the other stuff down the road. Especially having all of our quick wire running and stuff. And definitely having quartz and sulfur going soon, and then our coal for our steel and stuff there. Okay, so we're going to leave it off right there. Let's go ahead and go to the Kismet Love Train and head on out of here so I can rest up, come back, do it all over again. Let's go. All right, it's that time again, everybody. Time for the Kismet Love Train. Thanks for coming in, everybody. You guys want to check out my schedule? You guys are going to see me later tonight, Saturday night, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. In about 8.5 hours from now, I'm going to go ahead and maybe get a quick bite to eat, do some towels, and then lay down and then open my eyes, and I'll be right back. Going to feel like 2 seconds to me. To you guys, it'll be like 8 hours, but to me, it'll be like, yep, okay, back at it. Just like that. So that's my schedule right there. Thanks to all my subs and people hitting the follows there. Appreciate all that love. Now, you can't help the stream by just quickly popping over to youtube.com/KismetBP. We even got the links right there in the chat. Click that link. Go up there. Hit that subscribe button. Go to Twitter. Hit that follow button. Check out the Discord. Check out the website. And most especially, go over to patreon.com/Kismet. That helps support all of the things that I'm doing. Get your name at the end of every stream as long as you're a patron, as well as does support guides, highlights, all that other stuff as well. So I appreciate all the peeps who do that. There they all are down there at the bottom. Appreciate all of them. Let me go ahead and blast you guys with a bunch of caps here. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 caps. So whatever time it is in your time in 8.5 hours. That's when you want to be right back here, because we're going to be doing even more epic building in 7 Days to Die. Can't wait to do that later. We'll see you all then, everybody. Bye, everybody.
Hi, this is Norbert. Thanks for watching. Hit the subscribe button. We'll see you all next time. Bye.
Hey, thanks for watching this video. Help support more videos just like this one and keep the Kismet love train a-going by dropping by my Patreon and showing your support. Big thanks going out to Resident Spike, Rotisserie G, JC Hunter, AMZ, Carlos, Jeremiah, the Notorious TDK, and Scriplin. Click to watch more videos, and I'll see you next time.